Oh, a very, very good morning to everyone watching in the Jamboree universe, not only right here at the venue, but right around the world. Our live stream presented by Real Street. We are here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Adelaide Jamboree. Joining me on the mic is, of course, Janie Smith, taking up the slack yesterday while yours truly was unable to attend the testing.
Air conditioners are important too.
Air conditioning is very important, but as is testing and some great numbers yesterday, Janie.
Oh my God, Johnny Ricker, 5:44. He was in Noosa yesterday morning. Comes out, one pass, 5:44 with a 268 miles an hour, Diggs.
I also saw Saccharides go 42. I watched the stream last night, had to do my homework.
Yeah, 42 at 262.
So that's our two pro mods down the track that really got our attention. What about a world record for rotary mile an hour?
Brap. 237 miles an hour.
237 from Pack and a bunch of 6-1. So 6-1 for Jay Sadek. So world record for auto rotary.
Yeah.
6-1 for of course the Pack flagship. 237. I think 6-1-4 at Ram. We are starting our qualifying with Boost Line J275, and I saw this XW yesterday as well. Get a few numbers down. He was running at Willowbank 7 days ago, Keith Hards in the XW. Here he is in Adelaide, so from Willowbank to Adelaide in 7 days.
You can't say there's not enough drag racing around Australia, can you?
Well, right now on this this part of the world, absolutely. Last weekend, of course, it was the radial universe shifting on its own axis with the big Kender up at Willowbank, and then, of course, No Mercy in the States, where Grantley Schloss, Aussie, Brisbaneite, won the Pro 275 World Championship. So it's been a big week last week in the radial universe. Here in the import sport compact horsepower universe, we're going to have another big swing at it today, and I think next weekend or the weekend after, the World Cup finals over at Maryland. So the world does not stop when it comes to horsepower and drag strips. Of course, this weekend as well, up at Warwick, 240 up at the annual Drag Fest. So right at this moment, if my sums are correct, we've got nearly 400 odd people doing drag racing this weekend in this country, and that's
don't forget the Lolly Street Series up at Willowbank.
Yes,
Raceway
the Street
as well.
Series
I'm sure there's something
on
at Sydney Dragway today.
Let's just conservatively say we've got 500 people drag racing this weekend.
Come on, let's exaggerate and say 1,000.
Well, let's stay close to the facts. There's a gazillion. So here we go. Keith Hards, and beside him, Maysem Patini El Haloui. He's from Little Mountain. It's the Holden Commodore 403 Cubes, the VH. Keith Hards, as we know, it's an XW. It's 440 odd cubes of twin turbo small block Ford, punching 3,000 horsepower out. It's 4,000 pounds. It ran a 440 over the 8th last weekend. And guess what? J275, the radial guys down the track first. Oh, that XW just gets it sort of. Look, knocks the tyre off it a little bit, about 330 foot, stays in it over the quarter, goes through now, rolls off now. We went 968 at 102, 773 for Mason. He kept it all the way down, but yeah, Keithy, that 4,000 pound XW, 124 in the 60, 016 off the button for Keith. So he's one of the best racers around, no doubt about it.
Yeah, by the reaction of Mason's crew there, they are extremely happy with that pass as well. So perhaps knocking on that PB door, which is exactly what you want to see in Q1.
I'd say so by looking at the guys down there, absolutely stoked. And that's what we look, this is primarily, it is motorsport, but it's primarily a recreational activity for everyone. And these are the toys that they work so hard on. They work hard to play hard. Michael Tuddenham now from South Australia, the HG Premier parachute on the back, 325 cubic inches. Joshua Rawlinson from WA, that's why he's got Lauren Black out the front, and Keith... Jeff the Rock Johnson in behind. So another WA car here at the Bend. We've had quite a few. We had quite a few of them up at Willowbank last weekend as well. How good is it to see the Aussie Holden out there? And in South Australia, we know we've got so many tough ones in all shapes and sizes. Gee, we're seeing them all shapes and sizes coming up. J275, of course, radial tyre, 275 or less, and a lot of bump city in this class. Tell you what, that barra, Joshua Rawlinson hooks up nicely, 131 in the 60 foot, half track 527, and out the quarter, out comes the chute sorta, 810, 175, 1060 for Tuddenham. just looks like he might have hassled the tyre off the line. 227 in the 60. Yeah, boost line connecting rods bringing us J275. They're the first purpose-built rods for power outer applications, painted a 3-pocket design for demanding turbocharged, supercharged and big nitrous applications. 60% more bending strength compared to common H-beams. Part of the race-winning brand's family. Boost line connecting rods bringing us J275. Phil Bennett and Andrew Martin from Beaconsfield, Victoria is, well, it says here Kingswood, but that's a Sigma. Phil Bennett, well, actually, we might have them around the wrong way here. Phil Bennett, the Sigma from South Aussie. You don't get any more South Aussie than a Sigma. And, or a Valiant. And what about Andrew Martin, the 420 cube. Beautiful. Beautiful Kingswood there. Purposeful. Something about those those centerline auto drags just make these Holdens. And yeah, when's the last time you've seen a Sigma, Janie?
It's been a little while, Diggs.
Remember the Australian roads were peppered with the Sigmas. Mm-hmm. If your next door neighbour had one, you'd hear the timing chain in the morning when they fire up. The old Astron. But I don't think she got an Astron in this thing anymore. Oh! Hang on! That's the most exciting Sigma I've ever seen! Wow! There's the big... Well, again, we talk about wheelies during racing, not during qualifying. 897 for Phil Bennett. Andrew Martin, well, as we said, Phil Bennett. We got that around the wrong way, whether it's Andrew Martin, Phil Bennett. Whoever did that wheelie, congratulations. I do think that's, yeah, Phil Bennett in the Sigma. Andrew Martin ran 897, I would assume.
Yep.
I just wish we had a moment to go back to the replay there. I just wish we had a moment. I know sometimes
Tyler's
we can.
Working, he's going furiously.
Sometimes we can't. But that was nuts. You talk about the start line. How was that going? Well, that was wild. Here we go. Here's a replay. Yeah, boy.
Way.
And stayed in it there for a fair bit too. That was a great way to kick J275 for its first quali up. A massive wheelie from the Sigma. Well, that's got to be Australia's, maybe the world's toughest Sigma, I would say, right then. Got a few paparazzo down there going through their photos already. I can see Dave Reed down there flicking through his collection, and I'm sure he will have. He will have a fair collection there on the motor drive. There wouldn't be a photo he wouldn't take that's not about 30 photos in one. And isn't it amazing? Like, he'll go back and he'll find things in those 30 that will be the moment.
Yep.
Will be the shot. All right, here he is now. I was watching him in testing yesterday. Now, here we go. Dave's got the photos here right now. Here we go. Ready? Strap yourself in. There's the... Oh, yeah, that's a crap. I don't know which one's better. Maybe the second shot. That's a
good one.
That's a crazy shot. Yeah, that's a great one there too. With the car in the background, I love that one. Yeah. That is a great shot. Thank you, Dave. No doubt we're going to be seeing them on the Jamboree page before too long.
If not, definitely be on dragphotos.com.au.
Absolutely. Alex Whitehead now in his D-stroked Falcon 3.8 litre from Munta here in South Australia, and from Wetherall Park, of course, Kebab House and Acai. Is it Acai? Acai. He brought us up some acai last time and some kebabs in Sydney.
Quite good.
Ahan Setne. Now, look, this thing it's blessed and it's cursed. It's probably got about 2,000 horsepower of 2J in it. Now, that's the blessing. The curse is trying to get it down on the 275. Sometimes is a little tricky. I watched it hit the tyre a few times yesterday trying to find the magic sweet spot. And let's just see what he can do here, because King 2J, it's got that 200 mile an hour top end speed. We know that thing. But it's about getting that magic first 100 foot, get the thing out on the radial tyre.
Alex Whitehead yesterday was probably the competitor who had the most amount of laps here at Dragway at the bend. He really worked his way.
Oh, Ian! What went wrong? What went wrong? The car was on a tear, absolute tear. It was one of those runs, sorry, Janie, it was one of those runs where he got off the line, the thing's starting to make that power, and then it just went wild at half track. Absolutely wild at half track. Look, I'm not going to judge when a car goes into a wall whether it went in soft or hard, but it gave it a fair nudge as it went in. it was like a slow motion turn. It sort of, it still happened relatively quickly, but it just went off and into the wall, gave it a pretty decent glance. He's out of the car. That is good to see that he's walking around under his own steam. There'd be a million expletives, as you would expect. The adrenaline's right up and everything, but that was wild, absolutely wild that happened so quickly, Janie.
Mm-hmm. It really did. We can see emergency services on the scene right now. They'll assess Ahan, make sure he's A-OK. But as Diggs said, he's out of the car under his own steam, walking around, assessing the damage, no doubt. But yeah, just went into a big slide, didn't it?
It was on a mission. I saw it leave, and the first thing you do, you want to watch it leave because it had problems getting all that power down yesterday, and it's like, right, that's on a good tear. It's away, it's there. Just as I go to look, I'm looking down, ready to try and see the half-track increments. I look back up, and the thing's sideways. And it gave it a look. By the time it hit the wall, it was at a 30 plus degree angle, so it didn't hit it square, but it gave it a fairly decent whack on the front. It's an absolute crying shame that it happens to nice guys like Ayan.
Yep.
But 2,000 horsepower can bite ya.
Yep.
And yeah, it's hard to speculate. I don't think it broke traction from there. Sometimes if it goes that quickly, and I don't think it should at that part of the track, because normally the things are normally locked and loaded by then. But the way that sort of just went off was quite alarming. And whether or not it got a little bit of liquid under the tyres or whatever, I do not know. But whatever it was, it's definitely caused the issue, caused the Supra to go in. And all the safety gear that we have, of course, mandated in these cars under certain performances. And remember, this thing is low 7, high 6 second performance, 200 plus mile an hour. So the car has got to be stout. It's got to have the big cage in it. It's got to have... it's got
to have the chutes. It's got to have everything.
It's got to have the cage, the bar work, the fire suit. You would normally think a lot of these guys are using their hands devices as well in these cars at that performance. If you can, well, we can call it. But now that we know he's out of the car and we're all A-OK, we might just pull up a little bit of a replay there. There's been quite an etiquette about incidents now, isn't it? About, we do know the guy's okay, so we can sort of show you how it all went wrong here. Here we are. On our replay, of course, the live stream presented by Real Street. The guys go to bump in. So from here, look, it got out okay. There it goes. Plants the tyre. Power. And then it just went for a walk. And I couldn't quite see whether or not, look, there's nothing you can see immediately that's sort of pushed out up from underneath the car. But that just happened so quickly that, wow. Ayan probably didn't even... but by the time he hit, it was just, from the moment it broke free to when it hit, it was an instant, literally an instant. Half track, I didn't even get to see what speed. I do think it was a low 5 over the 660. So it was moving. But then for it to do what it did was just horrifying to see. But we all get a bit desensitised, don't we, sometimes when we see incidents like this because... 99% of the time due to the safety of the cars, like these guys, they get out without a scratch on them. And the safety gear works. In this case, it was more of a glance than a massive bingle. But it's, and he kept it in the lane, went down the wall, and look, the chute came out. He got all that part sorted. And yeah, he's not going to be happy. He's a lovely bloke. Yeah, as I said, he come and sorted us out in Sydney. He comes up and brings us the
treats.
Asai, and the treats. But yeah, it's an absolute shame. Nice guy, and you don't want anyone's pride and joy to get damaged. But at least looks like physically he's fine from there. So that's at least one good thing that he's able to walk away from that. As far as whether or not you look at the damage, like if it's hit the front and sort of give it a glance, maybe it is superficial. If it's taken that left-hand front out, well, I guess it's packing it up. But it's whether or not, whatever the cause of it to go into the wall is repairable, or whether even the result of the impact is repairable. You never know. It's early in the day. Who knows? By the third quali, they might be back. Who knows?
Bit of race tape
we've heard of a million stories where that does happen. Zippies, bit of tape. Mind you, if you watched me at Panorama last weekend, they got that new race tape, which is nearly 1.5 foot wide. Have you seen the
sticker?
You've seen the massive sticky? I didn't know 300 mile an hour tape came 1.5 foot wide, but they were using massive amounts of that last weekend, and that's kind of the benchmark, isn't it? You've bingled a thing. Can we just tape it together and keep going? It seems to be the Aussie way, but.
Yeah. Just a big Band-Aid over it.
It was a big Band-Aid over it. But some other stuff I was watching on the testing yesterday, of course, and I saw him in the lobby this morning, George Josefsky in the Factory Extreme car yesterday was on an absolute mission. The car looked so happy on every run. I mean, it had that whole start line sorted. The thing was either low 106. I didn't see the short times. You might have probably seen them, whether we're in the single figures there, 0.9s or whatever.
I think I had a couple of 0.9s.
I think Packy went 0.9 yesterday in the RX-9. So nailing that start line and George driving that Factory Extreme car nearly to the stripe. I mean, it was running sort of 6.0s early click, but that was just probably a taste of things to come. It's funny talking to these guys. You talk them at Jambo Brisbane, talking at Jambo Sydney, and like 9 times out of 10, they want to run the big numbers. And Sydney especially, they want to run the big numbers. In their mind, is it about taking home the billet, Jay, at the end of the day? Look, it's in the back of everyone's mind that maybe it might be my day and I might get one, because you know how hard they are to win.
Yep.
But then you also think, well, I just want to run a couple of really good numbers this event. There's a lot of people out there talking to them this morning. They want to get down the track. If they're in Chicago Shootout, they want to get down 3 times today. They want to do the long game. They want the billet, Jay. They want to win the event.
They want the W.
They want to win their bracket. So that's a big thing that people are looking to play the long game. There's a few people that still want those numbers, and we know that that's never going to change, and we love that they're still chasing that.
Yeah.
A couple of bits of housekeeping while we can just mention it. Now, for all crew, attention all crew, no feet in the beams, please. No feet in the beams. So do not put your feet in the beams when you get to the start line. I know that's a habit for some people where they kick the beam, look for the lights. It does kind of mess up our timing, so please do not put your feet in the beams.
Because that run will be disqualified.
That's right. So attention in the pits, please. All crew, when you're bringing your car to the line, do not put your feet in the beams. You can get disqualified for that. Also, too, Pro Compact and Factory Extreme. After every run, please, back through the scales, please. Get into the habit, please.
Yep.
Pro Compact and Factory Extreme. Every run, quali, racing, can you go over the scales, please? We just want to check all your weights. So Factory Extreme and Pro Compact over the scales each run, please, today. Quali and racing, Pro Compact, Factory Extreme over the scales each run today, please. And also, just to mention for the people that may not have heard us, no feet in the beams. No crew should be putting feet in the beams. There's ways to know where the start line is. One is to see where that first beam is. Just don't kick it. Yep. It's a habit some people have got. The timing system doesn't like it when you do that. It kind of thinks that there's a car in there and it gets its hopes up, and really it's not that. And you can be disqualified from that. So please do not do it. At least you know that if you're coming close, just be really careful staging. Now I'm just having a look at that side of the car. It's copped a hit. Whether or not it's because I don't know whether he's got struts in it or whether he's got standard Supra front end on it, but it's still kind of got its steering and its tyre up and everything like that. So whatever,
there's no real.
It's a nice glance, but it's nothing that I don't know. We'll see what happens. He didn't drive it back. I thought maybe they do have something they got to look at, but I'll make the assessment. It's not up to us. So that's. All right, tell you what, don't we breed the tough Commodores in the radial world? Bradley Schreiber from Greenwith. He's a regular runner. Done drag and drives with this car and everything as well. Timmy Januzzi from Narrawarren North in Victoria. So he's made the trek over with his VL Commodore, 3.2 litre. And this is still J275 qualifying, brought to us by Boostline Connecting Rods. 2 shoots on the back means that it's fast. Pretty serious VL. If he can get this thing to hook up, we might be seeing maybe 200. Normally that's the sign of 200 mile an hour prowess, the twin shoots. But this is just another amazing creation that's come out of the workshops here in Australia. And yes, the world may eventually realise what a the gravity of what a VL Commodore has. Schreiber, 6-litre LS on board, gets the job done to half track. That screaming RB came out of the hole, 114 in the 60-foot. It's almost like it just lost power after that.
Yeah, it just went quiet, didn't it?
834 for Brad and 995 just cruising for Timmy, but that thing, 114 in the 60, was doing everything right, and then, yeah, just sort of lost power or did whatever. Still quali, of course, still in there.
Yeah.
You get one down, you're in that field.
He also did a few laps yesterday, so maybe he's just trying to find his baseline just for today. He does have the data from yesterday, so he should know where he'll be at for Q2 come up a bit later.
All right, Jeremy Sheeb from Narrawarren in Victoria as well.
Another one of these Supras. Runs for Kelfam Cams, Maestro, Hypertune, Johnny Tig, Spool Imports, whole bunch of people, supporters on board for Jeremy.
Yep, another car out of Victoria. Yeah, the horsepower industry in this country is nationwide. Doesn't matter whether it's Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales, ACT, Northern Territory, WA.
Sure, there's some in Tassie too.
There's power in Tassie as well. And remember, Tassie's got quite a few circuit tracks down there. So per head of population or per square kilometre of actual land mass, they've probably got more racetrack than anyone else in the country. But drag racing, oh yeah, well, I'll tell you what, when you've got a drag strip like here or in Brisbane or in Sydney, the industry normally does tend to rise around it. Customers wanting to go hit that top bulb. All right, he's got the track to himself. Let's see what this 3.22J does. Oh, I don't know, hit a safety is popping or doing something off the launch.
There.
Yeah, not good. 125 in the 60, and it was doing everything right straight off the line, but yeah, just not playing the game a little bit further down the track with a backfire here and a backfire there. We're just pulling the VL up. Oh, you're keeping his return road speed down. Just attention in the pits, all competitors, please. Just remember, not only in the pits, the speed limit, like Supra, just crawl the thing around. You can't be speeding around the pits and the return road. I know the adrenaline's up, and yes, maybe a fast idle sees the thing doing 40 or 50k an hour, but we just like to keep the speed down everywhere, please. The only place that we encourage you to just put it down is out there on the track, when directed, of course, not any old time. So next one up now, Peter Kagorski. Now, he's from South Morang in Victoria. We've got JW out there beside it, Justin Wilkinson, of course. Good Queensland business and tuner. RBs, I shouldn't say RBs especially, he's a master of all, but particularly cut his teeth on the mighty RB back in the day. Customers far and wide, and he's got a nice burnout for Kagorski now. This thing, I notice a few of the guys starting to do that. Now, whether it's because of we've got crosswinds or we've had decent winds here, is that we are getting the racer tape out across the front of the bonnet edge. Yes, the VLs, they're famous for that perfectly flat bonnet line straight across the nose cone. So yes, maybe probably standard when Holden tested them, at Lang Lang and everything like that back in the day. Yes, not a problem at 150k an hour or 200k an hour. Probably the bonnet works okay, but VLs on steroids now are making way more than that. So, we've got to test them at 300k an hour. And that's why the tape is in front of a lot of those VL nose cones, I've noticed. All right, Kagorski by himself, track to himself.
We're in modified 10.5 now.
Okay. All right, did everything right off the start line, so would be on a 10.5 slick. Half track 544, quarter mile 843. There we go, 843, 164 mile an hour. So yeah, he's in the modified 10.5 category. So that must have wrapped our J275 up the run before. This is mainline modified 10.5. And modified 10.5 brought to us by Mainline. Long-time supporters of Jamboree, smart dyno technology. And when you can't go down the big black dyno, being the drag strip, you do need dynos like Mainline. A lot of workshops rely on them. And you know what? I think since dynos have now, more, I shouldn't say more of a mainstream thing, but they are, there's more around, workshops are finding them to be one of the most essential tools they can have. And that's just spawned the whole performance industry. Like, gone are the days where you'd go to the drag strip and the only wide open throttle stuff you could ever do would be at a drag strip, and then you might spend 2 or 3 events chasing your tail. At least now with the dyno, you can do all of that. As far as your power management, your power delivery.
It's almost like having your racetrack in your garage or in the workshop.
You can run that engine 1,000,000 times on a dyno, and then when you get to the track, that's why I think they just look so much more polished and professional now when they come to the track, all these cars. They've been on the dyno. They've been on the dyno. So here's a VL without the tape across the nose. Sean Lazarovsky from Greensboro, Victoria. Traditional VL turbo, BT1 I would call it. Where would we be if we just never got the Nissan engine in the VL? You know, where would the performance shops be without the RB30 in this car? I mean, it's hard to make a comparison anywhere else in the world where a domestically produced car, which was one of the top 2 sellers between Commodores and Falcons, and then Holden couldn't get the old pushrod motor to run on unleaded, so they gone and took an engine from Nissan, partnership with Nissan, and we would never think it changed the universe like it has.
It did.
Because there's not too many other Commodores that can use still factory DNA to go so quick. Hits the line nicely, 128 and a 60 foot, gets the half track 556, another good 8-second run right here, 873. 153 mile an hour for Lazarovsky in modified 10.5. Looks like they're having a day out, the boys. Plenty of smiles walking back. That's what I love to see. It's not just the ETs coming up on the board. You see that the happiness from the crews.
It's the emotions.
Sometimes I think it's relief and everything like that. Just another reminder too, because we are keeping an eye on it. We mentioned that this morning about the amount of crew out on the start line. You've got to be related to the car. What used to pass, related to the industry, doesn't pass anymore.
Doesn't cut it.
We were still recovering from, of course, the big Brizzy Jamboree, where it was just incredible how many supporters per car there was. But we've clamped right back on it, of course. Armbands relative to the crew and the relative. Each relative vehicle. So that's why we're trying to keep that start line crew down to a minimum. Doesn't make the cars any faster, you know. Having 30 or 40 people on the line doesn't make the cars any faster.
Even with all the fist bumps, you know, that extra air
that helps
pressure
when you're cheering them on. Yeah, that does help a little bit, but it's still not ideal, is it, to have 40 people standing around the car? But that was something that we've definitely cracked down on. So we're rolling them through. We've got mainline modified 10.5. I think we still must have a couple in there. We can't just have a pair, you would assume. But I can see just standing out in front of me here, Mr. Darren Hunter down the front there. So that means the iconic little red Gemini is not too far away with son Corey to drive it. And you talk about OG Gemini, you know, Gemini. I know it's the OG Gemini guys from the early days, and they keep on pumping and they keep on pushing. And here it is. There we go. So, and I think he's gone from, they tried the G-Force gearbox for a while, and then they've gone back to an auto, I think, on board. So, but this is still an 1800cc single overhead cam, Isuzu engine. And it can be mid to low 8s when it's all going well. They didn't have the ideal Brizzy Jambo, but you know, they still turn up. And your heart goes out to them when you know these people have travelled so far to get to a Jambo. All you want them to do is have a killer day at the track. You know, you want ETs to flow, you want round wins, you want them to put them back in the trailer in one piece and ready to go again. And they had everything from, I think, the bonnet come up to a few other things on the car. Wasn't an ideal Brizzy, but here they are to make amends at the end of the year at the Adelaide Jambo, and it's good to see him out there. An immaculate R100 beside it. But Yeah, that would be Corey in the Gemini Coupe. And we've got a little window popped up here. I wish we could...
Is it Petros in the R100?
You got the entry, yeah, Janie, straight to the entry list. That's perfect. Yeah, it would be Petros, you would say.
We do love an R100, especially one as well presented as this one.
Yeah, well, a modified 10.5. Yeah, look, it would be...
Or Street 289, whichever.
Oh, we are into that now, are we?
Yeah.
Oh, Street 289. So, yeah, we've had Kugorski, Lavrowski, Tadevsky, and Illich in the... We didn't actually see the S15 in modified 10.5 that round, but now we're in Street 289. Yes, we are. Summit Racing Equipment, Street 289, and there he is, the little R100. Well spotted, Janie. Street 289 coming up in a flash, and that could be Christophilopoulos Petros, or Petros Christophilopoulos. Sorry, the surnames first.
That's why I just went with Petros.
All right, here we go.
As Diggle said, Summit bringing us Street 289 here. If you need parts or some assistance, get in touch with Summit. Big wheel stand there out of the R100.
That Gemini is slowing, which is not a good sign. But
the R100, 874, 152 miles an hour. A bit of smoke through the braking area, but not a bad pass there for Petros.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Corey on that run. It came out of the hole 1-2. They both came out 127, 128 in the 60, so they're both making pretty good power out of the hole, and then the Gem has just gone off. Oh. Just gone off the boil.
Lost the brap.
Darren's deep in thought already. You can see him thinking about what they need to do. Yeah, he's racking the scratching the head. Bit of navel gazing. You don't need the navel gazing. Navel gazing happens after the day, I think. It happens in between events where you're sitting there thinking about stuff during the week. I think that's when the navel gazing comes in. The head scratching starts immediately. The navel gazing happens in between events. And they've got to wonder why. And I hope, and I would assume, most teams have got a little written rule, like would you conceal a mobile phone in your fire suit? Absolutely. If you're stuck down the end, you'll be ringing. I hope the little Gem comes back by itself, or else, there'd be a phone call. Dad can come pick me up.
Pick me up.
I just hope that it can come back under its own steam, or whatever's happened there. Damn motor cars, it'll always be something, won't it? It'll always be something. And, as I said, that car, that little red Gem's been, to a lot of different tracks, been to Willowbank before, runs when they can, and normally they don't miss Jambos because... Yeah, Darren's been coming to Jambo for a long time. The good old little reliable 8-valve Isuzu engine never misses a beat too much, but then something has crept in for a team that's done a lot of runs, and something's crept in, and it's just got to go looking for it, got to go find what it is. And it could be one of many, many, many things, which makes me wonder why I still like these damn contractions called automobiles, really. But you're the same as me, same as everyone else. We just can't shake it. There's nothing else that has come in to replace that.
No.
They're adrenaline machines. They're nice to look at. They make the right sounds. They do go hard, and it's just something about these things that we just can never shake the old automobile. Be whatever power adder. Yes, Jambo, traditionally, we've always been the small motors, the 4 cylinders, the rotaries. Over the years, of course, it went predominantly, what it was essentially a non-V8 formula, but then look what happens as technology starts to increase, in its applications. Next, turbo V8s and EFI comes in, and look where we are now. Like we're not discouraging you to bring your horsepower. Yes, would you believe in the year 2025, we still get the odd person that has got a bee in their bonnet about why you're letting the V8s in. Because, there's traditionally, 4-cylinder and rotary people, but then it's like, well, these guys want to race at Jambo, and it's like, well, we've got categories that allow you to do that. Yes, EFI, yes, turbos, yes, horsepower. We're not going to knock that back. We're going to go with the times. The whole world doesn't seem to stop. Do you think World Cup finals would be the same if they just let 4s and rotaries in? So, to allow the 6s, to allow the 8s in, there's always somewhere that they can race as long as you want to be here at Jambo and you want to compete in the different categories. And we love that. And here we go. We're going to get into modified compact now. So the tilt tray's going down, so maybe that Gemini is coming back on the tilt tray, unfortunately. Modified compact, great category. Basically, you can run what you're brung in here. If you don't fit into a radial class, you don't fit into any of the other classes, modified compact. Brought to us by Speedflow, of course, proudly manufacturing and supplying the best quality hose and fittings to the performance industry for over 25 years, not only here in Australia but throughout the world, still located in Taree as well. Speedflow Modified Compact, and how's this? Deb O'Connell and Vaughan Cameron.
I am loving the Fiat of Vaughan Cameron, 13B rotary. It is for sale dig, so if you feel like getting me a late birthday present, feel free.
Well, Fiats are in your family because your dad's a Fiat nut.
He is.
Maybe the old boy needs this, you know. If he needs some money to buy it, I'll buy all his blowers off him.
We'll do a swap, say.
All right, Deb O'Connell. Now, I might have even seen single overhead cam on the back as the licence plate, so it might be an Intech in this car. How's this? 885 for Deb O'Connell, Vaughan Cameron, nice little Fiat 1.2. You just don't see them like that, do you? No. 13B, 1028 at 135 mile an hour.
A whole bunch of fun.
Absolutely, and it's just so uniquely, well, not too many other places in the world would have a car like that. He'd actually have half a chance of selling that overseas because drag racing over in Europe especially is going through the roof. So maybe he needs to expand his advertising to get it over there, because honestly, with the way the euro and everything is, the exchange rate's probably very favourable. Mark Thomas now, Danny Quilty now. There's a Barra in this Rodeo. Short wheelbase, it's a wheelie machine. Mark Thomas, the 13B Mazda 1000.
Oh, nice little pick up of the wheels there.
Nice wheelie. Both sides of the racetrack, the utilities putting on the wheelies for us. How's that little Mazda 1000? 918, Quilty 952. That's going to be a great little modified compact field. It really is, because they're going to run on dial-ins later on the Savo, but you can get those numbers down now. And it doesn't matter what combo you want to bring, there's a spot for you.
Russell Wild moving forward the RX3 in the Bullet Race Engineering lane. Running for revs, Wild Haulage semi-tipper, live bottom higher.
Now, I saw the licence plate on the front of this watching the stream yesterday. DEFCON 3 is what's on the front of it. So sums up the RX3 nice. Wild Haulage, what a transport company as well. Beside us, entrant 9001, I don't have the name as yet, but it is a little RX2. Bit of tyre underneath it as well by the look of that. But late entry. No RX2 on our list there, so you would have to say. SBH, South Aussie plates, so local car. And yeah, modified compact first quali for them coming up. Great that you've joined us here live at Adelaide Jamboree. Good to see you guys in the grandstands, ladies and gentlemen, and kids. Get onto their phone, get the old SMS going, and get your friends out here. It's going to be a great day of racing, great variety of cars and action.
See Corey coming back in the Gemini now. At least it's being towed. Tell you what, this RX2 got out of the whole well, going through the quarter mile, 8:49.
Well, didn't that slip under the old radar, the RX2?
Yeah.
Mid 8-second RX2 lurking the streets of South Australia and pops up here at Jambo. DEFCON 3, Russell Wild has had some problems this time. I hope it's only minor. The thing left like a rocket and, just lost power straight after that. That's a shame for Russell. He had plenty of good laps in it yesterday. I just saw Craig Dyson walking back there. So
Uncle Craig's here.
Yeah, Uncle Craig. Michael Pepe now and Benny Clark. Well, Benny Clark, it's not a Jambo without Benny Clark. Michael Pepe, how's this? From Two Wells, South Australia. So it might be Marcus's brother or something. I don't know.
Some sort of relation, you would think.
And I'm wondering, is this the old gadget? What was the old purple Grimace? Wasn't there a Grimace?
Grimace.
Remember Grimace? I was thinking about it yesterday when I saw it, and I thought, what does that car remind me of? And then thinking the old Grimace.
Maybe.
It could be. Because that car we haven't seen around, have we?
No,
the actual purple 13B KE20. Benny Clark goes for the wheelie. Wild. He's out on his first run. Wheelies everywhere. Wheelies everywhere. Have another crack there, Michael. Take it to the stride. Benny Clark, 9.39, 144. Here's the little Corolla now. Even with the wheelie and a pedal, 147 out the back, 10.30. Even with the massive pedal. How good. Dave Reed will be stoked with this. Dave Reed will be stoked with a South Australian RX 323 out there. Looking for the details. Are we still in modified compact?
We are. We have no race numbers in.
No, we've got a couple of newies out there. That's all right. Well, they should be in there by now. We've got a little R100. SMR 100, South Aussie plate, Simmons, customary Simmons. And how's the little 323? Dave Reed will be frothing over this. Dave loves, because he's got his own, of course, rotor. One of the first rotors ever drove was a 323 like that with a 12A in it. Nice. And they only had 140k an hour speedo in it, so we had it around about the K on KMH. So, great little car, the 323 with a 13B in it. Here we go, Sami Mubarak.
We are in street compact as well.
Okay, so now into street compact.
Al Polveri beside him in the R100.
There we go, so swap a class.
Let's see. The R100 a 13.52, 119 miles an hour, and that 323 a 10.50, 94 miles an hour.
Geez, you wonder how close you can push the friendship at 10.50 for the 323 from North Plimpton and South Aussie, and Al Prevere also from South Aussie as well. Street compact, great class, kind of our entry level class per se. I know that we've got street cars everywhere, but you know, pure street cars. In their purest form, that's kind of where the addiction can start for these guys in street compact, and then next thing you know, you've got a factory extreme car. Oh. The transition is a little bit more gradual than that, but yeah, 9.89 for the VL, nice. Matthew Spratt, 10.68 for the 35.
Nice work.
From Seaford here in South Aussie. And look at this. This is, you know, as much as Dave will froth over the 323, I'll froth over the 1600.
I know.
Just love a good 510.
They're starting to get a little bit rare, aren't they?
Oh, I'm crying. I think I owned about 4 of these things, you know, over the years. I've owned all the ones that are now expensive, the Geminis, the Datsuns. I've owned them all.
The Volvos.
They're not going up. They're still not going up like I thought they would.
Yet. They will.
I got what I thought's a pretty rare 2-door GT sitting there and thinking, well, if it goes up, I'll sell it and move on. And then it's like, well, it's not really going up, so don't worry about selling it.
Yet.
I don't know. Well,
there's still time, Diggs.
Might end up with a Proline or a big block in it yet. Who knows? Talking to my mate the other night about thinking, well, you know, if a big block came up with the right price, I'd put a big block in it because you don't see many with a big block in it. Sean Cowdery from Uragula in South Australia. Greenfield, South Australia is George Ritchie in his Tirana. 3 litre. I wonder if we've got an RB on board or something. Wonder if we do. You know, it'd be very Jambo if it did. I mean, it could be even a 202 with a strata kit on it. I wouldn't mind that either. Turbo, whatever. These guys, street compact. Check it out. 1397, 1317. Can run in that dial your own format, which is what we do. So you can race with a 13-second car and still be competitive. Clive Penner now. Chris Sazikyo. Got that right, hopefully. Old Noarlunga, South Australia. And from Williamstown, South Australia, is Penner in his... Well, it says here Datsun. Didn't quite take the front. Is it a 5? Might be a Datsun 520 or a 620. Might be a 620. 1300cc tells me might just be rotor powered in the little Datto. So you have a chance of getting a 620 probably for less money than a Datsun 1200 ute. He's out there to... Tell you what, he bobbed it off the line because there's plenty of traction out there for the street cars. Probably too much traction for him. Really had a good race to the finish line against the R32. Now that's a car that's worth a bit. 12.16 at 124. 13.10 with a big bog off the line there for Clive Penner. It's good to see him rolling out here in street compact, Jane. It's a nice little field.
It is. It's a whole lot of fun to actually come and race in street compact as well. Like, you don't have that big pressure like you do with the bigger cars. You can just come out in your daily driver and have some fun.
Well, what I love is that the numbers are up down here in South Aussie. I mean, we've seen them fade off in Queensland and New South Wales a little bit because, the cars are getting a bit more serious and the basic entry cars are not coming through. But down here in South Aussie, look what we turn up with in street compact, a whole bunch of them. Christos to Jams. Stojanovski got a whole new bunch of names down to talk about. Gary Mouton as well, 12.56 for the RX4. And the Aristo, no slouch, 2J on board, 12.56. That was the first rotor I ever drove was the RX4. And then the 323 with the 13B in it. So, yes.
First rotor I ever drove was a beach buggy.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, he swept you off his feet. Your feet. Jamie Zakarko from Angle Vale. That's the little 13B in the Mazda 1300. One of your favourite little cars. Tony Golding, the RX-7 Series 1, 13B.
Another one out of the Boost Works workshop. Boost Works must be busy down here. Fortunately for the RX-7, getting pushed back.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
Don't like to see that.
Auto-powered Mazda there, maybe a Jatco or a C4 in it. Nice little deal. Just goes about its business. Nice. Hey, tell you what, 1270 at only 89. It was doing 92 at half track. So it's just rolling off the throttle there, not to be too quick. But I reckon he can give it a little bit more. As for what's happened to our RX-7, I hope they can solve the issue, whatever it might have been. We'll see if we can't get it sorted.
We've got Vorder now in the Falcon, moving into the Bullet race engineering lane beside him.
We've got some
Brumby.
We've got some names to deal with here.
Scott
Rademacher from Freeling, the Brumby, or Subaru Brat as they call them, and Vorder Trivacevic, Barra-powered Falcon from Seaford. So it's so good to see these. I tell you what, she's an angry little Brumby, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going.
Here comes the big legs of the Barra, but hey, 11.73 from the Brumby. I was about to say that's one of our biggest numbers in the country. Then we remember Errol Britton, world record with 740s.
He's a little bit quicker.
Yeah, so Australia, home of the world's quickest Subaru Brumby at 740s. Errol Britton, of course, Jambo. Errol's come through Jambo, of course. And that's no slouch, 11 Second Street driven Brumby. Troy Dunning now, another ute. Nice little deal here. Yeah. 13B on board, and Davor Privajevic, he's got the RS 2000. When's the last time you've seen an RS 2000? Mark II Escort. Traditional Jambo street cars from the early days.
Absolutely. Troy Dunning.
Back when they were affordable.
Yeah, back in the day. Troy Dunning's one of the perfect examples of what you can do with street compact. So this ute, I think, was at the Show and Shine 2 years ago when we were here.
Is that right?
Yeah, decided, no, he's going to come and race. First time racing this weekend in the ute.
Oh, great.
He'll go on through for an 18.19, just 61 miles an hour. So he was off it through the second half of the track. And for Dava, a 12.25, 120 miles in the Esky.
That's not mucking around the little Ford Escort. And you know what? You've got to plant the seeds in order for it to grow. And you know, coming down here in 2023, it's good to see that we did plant the seed. And people have come out and more entries than ever before. Yeah. We just want all the people out there to send a text to all 100 of their closest friends, and let's get a bigger crowd out for this afternoon here as well. I know early Saturdays it's hard to get people to come out to the track early. It's good to see all of you diehards coming out early to take it all in. But get all your friends out here for the afternoon. It's going to be a fantastic day. Mark Campbell, Thomas Costanzo. Campbell in the I-30. We don't get to see too many I-30Ns, and I do love that he's out there having a crack in street compact. Thomas Costanzo, another Falcon utility. Barra on board from Brooklyn Park.
Yeah, so Dave from Overtaking Lane was just saying Mark Campbell was actually watching the live stream from Brisbane Jamboree, decided, hell, I'm going to go and race this in Adelaide.
Well spotted, Dave. I tell you what, fancy taking that little cracker of information up there and regurgitate. Tyler.
The real brains trust of Overtaking Lane.
Well, between the two of you, you're deadly, right? You're deadly. Yeah. Between the two of you. But that's great info, isn't it? Yeah. Watching the stream, and there's like, well, when Jambo comes down, I'll be there.
Go race my Hyundai. Why not?
Yep, street compact. It's so good to see more street compact to come now. or we might be
we may be
might be
switching
swapping. I'd say,
brands,
when we get this slight delay, we are swapping. We might be in.
DYO.
Let's just have a look because there is a big class of DYO, but traditionally we don't have. No, it's still street compact.
Still street compact. Sorry.
Yeah, because just in our dial your own, you'll see a distinct probably lack of Jamboree themed vehicles.
It's a bit so.
The Japanese. But you know what? It's good to get the dial your own guys out here just to remind us. And sometimes those guys show everyone else how to drag race. Sometimes the dial your owners. Now this would be. It's got to be. Oh, there goes the bonnet.
Oh.
That's got to. I think it's Chris Fakinos. 1169 without the bonnet and all motor, by the way. But there goes the bonnet. Might be Connor. Don't know, but there it is in the middle of the track. Well, what I mean middle, what are we, 1,000 foot? Here it comes, there's the replay, and whooshka. Such an Aussie term. I don't know anywhere else in the world uses the term whooshka. And you and I hadn't even we hadn't even lined it up, and we both say why was it whooshka?
I don't know.
Why did that moment require the term whooshka?
Whooshka.
What? I don't know anywhere else in the world that uses that term, and then we just simultaneously. I mean, we have known each other for a long time, and just then there's no other term for it.
Yeah,
it was a sudden alarming instance.
Yes.
It does need the term whooshka. It's not quite whoosh. Whoosh wouldn't fit, right? Whoosh wouldn't
You
work.
have to add the car.
Here comes the bonnet and whoosh, whooshka.
Whooshka.
A sudden moment of unexpected happenings. Let's put that into the Macquarie Dictionary. I don't know. It's probably in the Macquarie Dictionary already. I've got to start bringing one with me, I think. Theo Gialamas, he's got this beautiful VL Calais. Got the Calais wheels on it and everything still.
RB30 on board.
Yep. Just like God made them. And there's like most VLs, it's been modified.
Just slightly.
1097 auto as placid as you would want an ultimate sleeper. There wouldn't be too many VLs out there that haven't been messed with.
Yes.
That haven't been fettled, because it just seems to be a thing in this country. Take a car and modify it to go harder and faster. Here he comes with no
Bonnetless.
hood.
Bonnetless.
And that's, I think, either that's the one. I know that they've run 10s Aspo with this thing. Unless it's 12A, because remember they're talking about it. So it's got Fact Junior on it, so it's probably Connor.
Yeah.
And I know it's NA, but I know they're talking about, if that ran 1160, they actually, isn't it amazing? Guys are going back and starting to just try and extract more out of the 12As. And I know they were into that recently. So whether or not that was an 1160 out of an NA 12A, which is pretty impressive as well. So, okay, this will be our dial your own class. Yes, it will. I can tell because there's a dragster out there. The only time we ever normally play with dragsters at Jambo would be in the class called Extreme. And normally we put things, what have we had in dragsters before? We've had rotaries in them, 4 cylinders in them, 6 cylinders. Of course, we've had everything in them, but of course we've got our dial your own class down here. Now look, that's just meaning that we get a few good competitors in there that maybe want to experience the Jambo event. No better place to experience that than in a class just for them. This is where all our, this is where we're going to get the biggest concentration of V8s, put it that way. Cars that don't fit in the Jambo formula, but we want to include them as guests. And they wanted to, they paid the entry, they want to come in, they want to race. They'd love to try and get themselves a J. It's the only way you're going to do it, you've got to turn over to Jambo.
Yep.
So we're going to start with Adriana Cartledge and Casey McClure. So second generation racers both sides of the racetrack. So of course the McClure family from WA, the Cartledge family from Victoria.
I'm pretty sure Casey McClure took this car to the finals of the recent Sprint Nationals.
I think two weeks ago. Yeah. So kept the thing here. And good to see a bit of supercharged action in this class. There's some nice style-your-own cars in this class, I tell you. So, I mean, we're Jambo commentators, of course, but we're also lovers of drag racing, you and I, Janie. And we embrace all of these categories, including the dial-your-owners, when we come down here.
That's right, we embrace all types of drag racing. Doesn't matter what engine it is, what car it is.
I am
Racing, love it.
clean green, 016 and 008. So the girls are on the money on the start line. And look at this for a number, 0608. 06 and 08. Little blow and small block against 600 cubes of big block. And they're literally 200s away from each other. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm just drag racist through and through. So doesn't matter. If there's a top bulb, if there's a Christmas tree, that's me. I'm drag racist, 100%.
It can have 2 wheels, it can have 4 wheels.
Check this out. Now, I love this. This is a little bit of a replica of the old Kim Petterwood. I think it's either replica or it's still the real deal.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Gons and KP and of course the early days, the old carpet call, the old modified production days, that car. It never had 565 cubes of big block in it, but that's what it's got now from Mount Barker. Peter Cook from Edwardstown, he's got the Anglia, 427 cubes. Yeah. Very rare that we'd ever see these cars at a Jambo, but down in Adelaide, the dial-your-own class, yeah, we let them in, and we're sure glad we did. So we upped the cubes. If we didn't have enough cubes by the time this class is done, we've added probably another 5,000 cubic inches to the equation. 906 for Mallison and 1098 for Peter Cook in the Anglia. And it's also a rolling history lesson too, because it's the cars that you don't normally see anymore. And drag racing's going to be renowned for this in the next 50 years. It's the history lesson. It's the cars like the Mark I Cortinas, like our Michael Dennison out there. 1965, for heaven's sake. 1965, 408 cubic inches from Williamstown. And Jake Sansavini. Got to get the V in the... Yeah, Sansavini. We've got to syllabalise today a little bit more. Now, that's the VL. Yes, no turbo on board. Wow, what a rare VL. It doesn't have an RB in it. It's 383 cubes of stroke Holden, you would assume. That's almost rarer than anything, isn't it? To have a V8 Holden Commodore. Did we just get the second...
Gee, the wind just
someone
picked
just
up,
turned the second kid on here. The ventilation system is working correctly. All right, so I don't know where Jake went. I think Michael rolled the beam, so he won't get an ET. It's a shame. He'll have another crack at it later. But it's one there for Jake. 985 for the VL. Nice to see. Now, I've been waiting for this. I saw it coming into the pits. I'm having flashbacks to the 1980s when Holden Chimeras became drag cars.
Yes, we were very excited with the I'm trying to think of the last time I saw a Chimera on the drag strip, but it's been quite a few years.
Stephen and Stephen. Stephen with a PH is driving the Fairmont out there. That's Stephen Peters. Stephen Nasbachel from Willistown in South Australia. I remember when John Taverner, RIP, came out with the first full tube chassis pro stock Holden Chimera. Chimeras were brand new compact cars. They were part of the J body, like Pontiac Starfire and all that, Sunfire. All of those cars throughout the world were put on what they call the J platform. So they were a front-wheel drive car worldwide for GM. We got them as the Chimera, so like a little baby Commodore front-wheel drive. They look so good as a drag car. And if I ever won Lotto, I'd want one with like a billet Opel C20 in it, you know what I mean? Just one kick-ass four-cylinder Chimera drag car. It'd just be amazing. 947 though. Love it with the 350 in it. 923 for Stephen Peters. It was something about when normal production cars, especially late model, got slammed on a full chassis with a big tyre under it. When they were dragified, they just looked so amazing. And I'm amazed how well Chimera scrubbed up as a drag car, because they were really nothing as a street car.
No. And nobody wanted them as street cars.
No one wanted them. They were pretty well... They called them the supercar of the time. If you ever worked in the auto parts game when Chimeras was around and someone rang up looking for a heater hose for a Chimera, you rolled your eyes because there was about 20 different heater hoses that ran on those damn things. They were shocking. All right, so out there's Jamie Turner now. So look, another one in the family here. Jamie Turner brings out the VK. Issues for Matt in the Corolla, which is a shame. I hope he can get that thing solved. Whatever happened, the Corolla's gone back to the pits. The VK comes in the stage. So it's going to be dragsters, sedans, you name it in this class. Doesn't matter ET-wise. They'll all be racing on a dial-your-own format later. And that's a 10:31 for Jamie. That is no slouch for a street-driven car. In a world of street cars on steroids, that one, less steroids. And here we go. David Foster. Did he clean him up here 2 weeks ago? He got to the final.
Pretty sure.
He either runner-up or won.
Rounds.
Yeah. And Steve Pake, I said Steve Peach, but I think it's Steve Pake, the HJ. He's from Woodside. David Foster from Swanport. So this was a way to get more local racers involved at a Jambo, get him in this big dial-your-own class, and we love it. Because we're going to see the very best of these. Someone's going to rise to the top in this group as well. Could it be a supercharged dragster? Could it be a VK street car? We don't know. Everything in between. And we haven't put the cubes on this one, but I know we've got decent cubes in both. So let's just see how we go. The 57 Chevy against the HJ. Plenty of tyre to boot both sides. Here at the bend, Adelaide Jamboree, dial your own. Hit in the tree as normal, 027 for Foster. Steve behind him, 038, and how's that? 737 at 184 mile an hour, 878 there for Steve in the HJ.
Yeah, 152 miles an hour for Steve. As our next pair move forward. Darren Patelli in the HQ beside him, but Sheriff Torf in this Commodore. Both these competitors did lots of laps yesterday. You would have seen on the live feed.
I sure did, and I saw Patelli's wheel stand down at the HQ early in the day. You talk about liking the prep. It loved the prep. He's from Campbellfield in Victoria. From Burnside Heights in Victoria is Sharif Tawaf in the VF, one of the last of the big bangers when it came to Commodores. And how's the HQ? Just got Frankie out the front, 540 cubes and turbo. Twin chutes on the back. I think this HQ is destined for bigger things once they start to let it eat. But here he is in the dial-your-own class, running a big tyre. So the difference between probably here and running in J275 would be not running the radial tyre, running a slick on the back. So that's why he's in dial-your-own. Tell you what, that big queuing, I'll tell you what, trying to get the power down on it. He's just gone for a bit of a walk, but he's rolled off the throttle. 818 for Sharif, 818 for the VF GDS. And Patelli was on a march and started to walk around. That thing does sit up in the back a fair bit. But it did go for a dance. He decided to lift off. All right, Vlado Chiric and Andrew Halstead. Now, Halstead, the name from the past, always kept his hand in drag racing. Here he is from Aberfoyle Park. Check this out. 620. This is our biggest run of the day, Janie. 622 cubes for the HQ. Vlado beside us here in the Mustang. 780 cubic inches. That's 1,402 cubes.
Love it. In
total. And I'm loving this Stang. You know what I love about this Stang? You know what? Again, I love playing the money no object game. I'd love a car like this with a barrow in it, billet barrow in it. That'd be a factory. Cool. Wouldn't that be a factory extreme car out of left field? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it? Mustang, top sportsman style car with a billet barrow. What a factory extreme car. Okay, Ford fans, go out there and build Dig's dream.
But also,
dream
wouldn't it make a great top sportsman car?
I would, absolutely. Every other day of the week, it's a top sportsman car. But geez, Jambo.
Boring big block, you know.
But just to keep the blue oval in drag racing, just barrow powered thing like that would just be amazing. Tell you what, it hits the line hard, 109 to the 60. Look at it, half track already, 457, and this might be, well, I was going to say close to number one qualifier, but we forgot the two dragsters. 753 there for Vlado, certainly our quickest sedan for now. 847 for Halstead, that Kiwi no slouch. So it's good to see them all coming through and having their crack at it. Demos Stephanopoulos now in the TC 434 cubes in the Cordy. And Dan Oxton, the Hilux, 403 cubes on board. We can never underestimate Hiluxes in this country, can we, Janie?
No,
it's going to
absolutely
always have
not.
something happen with them.
Yep.
Especially when you turn up at a drag strip with a Hilux, you just know it's...
You
can
don't know what it's going to have in it either.
It could just have a boosted 3RZ and
It
run
could.
nines,
Yeah.
you know? Like, this is the country we live in. Got them with 1UZs in them. We got them with all sorts of things in
Yeah.
them. All right, here we go. Dial your own quali. Still plenty to come too. It's not a bad field. Big fields in Dial Your Own End Street Compact. All right.
Stephanopoulos runs for Moss Refrigerated Transport, Oxton for Ox Business Solutions, and Manham Tyre Power.
Got to get it in now. Normally we've got a 7-second timeout for the second bowl, but how's the wheelie? 0-1-0 off the tree. Some of these guys are just going to be so hard to beat. Whoever wins the Dial Your Own Jambo trophies are going to definitely earn them.
Yep.
9.22 to a 9.43. No slouch either way. Oh yeah, this thing I've heard of it too. This is Peter Cates and Rick Fitzner. Now Rick in the, well it says here Mustang, but it's not. It's the Commodore Ute. And beside him, Peter Cates, the Dodge Drag Pack. 354 cubes of Chrysler, plenty of tyre under the back of it. So 354 tells us it's that late model Hemi. Packing some grunt, no doubt.
Wouldn't mind one of those in my
Oh,
garage.
drag pack. I mean, it's had the tubs and everything because, you know, the factory drag packs won't be tubbed like that. This has definitely been built for purpose. Absolutely built for purpose. And is going to, well, hopefully it goes as hard as it looks.
Blazes tyres. Okay,
Grabbing a box full
drag racing.
Grabbing a box full of. Look, I'm happy you gave it a free rev, mate. I like hearing that stuff. Like hearing the lungs out there. 12.76, not the perfect run at all, but whatever it was, zing the tyre first up. It then neutralised halfway down, and that is, I think, Dial Your Own for now. Which normally means if we're going for a little bit of a sled drag here, I would hazard a guess that we're not too far away from that first group of qualifiers for our pro categories.
Yeah, they were due on track at about 9:30. Obviously, we've had a couple of little minor incidents. Ahan,
yeah,
being
Ahan.
the biggest
Wow,
one.
it was a shock for us to see that thing do what it did. It looked like it wasn't too bad. They'll probably go back, jack it up, check it out, make sure the things.
Have some acai.
Yeah, get a bit of acai going on, maybe a kebab. No, too early for that.
No, it's not.
But and remember, they're out of town. Normally, if they're in Sydney, they're probably all set up for that. But I do know a lot of those Sydney crews normally, when they do pack to go racing, they also pack to eat
Bring
as
the food
well.
truck.
So that'll be down there as well. Brisbane Jamboree this year was off its head when it came to that. Geez, didn't everyone? They bring their own cold rooms. You know what I mean? They bring.
It's like a full-on food
It
truck.
is. It's and a lot of the guys joke that it's the only time they get to actually cook for themselves and their friends because normally, their wives are doing that, and they come to Jambo and it's like, well, are you here to race or are you here to eat?
Yep.
They're here to race, they're here to eat, they're here to party, they're here to socialise.
Yeah.
And really, that's kind of what keeps, I think, modern-day drag racing going is all of those things, especially in events like Jambo where it is a festival. So not only are you seeing it as a festival, you're also, know that in the background, every one of these competitors, as much as they want to race on track, is that there is always that other part. It's that socialising, it's that catching up with all of the fellow racers, and it's so good to see. Now, don't forget, we've got the Jambo Kids Zone down there. Now, I notice a few kids have gone down there, getting into the inflatables, and why wouldn't you?
Got face painting down there as well.
Yep,
All sorts of things happening.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Get down there and get the face painting done as well. So, kids, you want to go down there and have a jump, get some energy out of the way. Go down and do that. Face painting as well. I wonder what the popular face painting stuff is out there at the moment. Like, I know sometimes they'll get, tigered up. They'll look like tigers or
fairy,
your favourite Marvel superhero or something like that. Go down and get that stuff done. It's down there for you kids. And, of course, it's for the parents as well to be able to give the kids something else to occupy themselves with. Because, screens are hard to see out in the sun, so it won't be screen time. And it's...
Do you know what I reckon? You can see Rodney Raham down there. Just
What,
wandering
down in the
along
jumping castle?
No. He's down there on the track at the moment. I reckon his face painting, he'd just get a big pack rotor on his cheek.
Oh, just there, the big rotor. That'd be it. It'd be... probably something like that. I thought it might have been, Bulldogs or something like, the...
Oh no, they didn't win this year. You
No.
always have to go with the premiership team, don't you? It's got to be Broncos
might have to be Bronco.
or Broncos ladies or
Rocky did say he was going for
Lions.
Broncos. He doesn't like the Storm. But again, we're in South Australia, so we can't talk rugby league.
But
it's
we
going
can talk about the Lions.
It's going over everyone's head.
We can talk about the Lions.
People still probably don't want to hear about that either. All right,
We're at the
they don't want to hear about a couple of Queenslanders crowing about how good their state is and their town is in football at the moment. Let's talk about how good Jambo was and the birthplace of Jambo being Brisbane. And that, yes, we are bringing the Jambo culture back to Adelaide. And we love coming here because we know we get a good reception. This track especially, how good is this track? It is fantastic. We are going to do a slight bit of prep happening right now. We've got a little bit of a break to have right now and a little ad or two to play. We'll be back here soon here at Jambo.
We'll get our face painting done.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
You go to any racetrack, whether it's like
dirt bikes or four-wheelers, automotive or anything. You say the name Wiseco, everybody knows that name.
I always say the goal is always to make a piston that no matter how hard you run it, you want it to look when you take it out like it never touched the cylinder wall.
I started in the tool room back in 1979, and we've been improving ever since.
Nice to be able to be part of the team here that tests a product. It's been a great tradition to make our product better.
The relationships outside of Wiseco, the racers that we support, be able to watch the cars go and break world records.
Owners always instilled, treat the customer like you want to be treated. So that's still my motto today. Even after 43 and a half years, I honor what they've always told me.
Welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech. All right, we're back, and yeah, what a nice little snapshot of what's going on in the world. Not only, of course, around Jambo, but around the whole aftermarket world. And love that little mini doco on the Wiseco piston brand, of course, sponsoring our Pro Mod category this weekend. Great to have them on board for 2025. But right now, without further ado, Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme Q1. Here we go. A bit of testing yesterday, but testing's only one thing. It's about getting a plan together for race day. Now, talk to a couple of teams. Some people want to play the long game. They want 3 consistent runs and 3 runs in racing. Other guys are swinging for the fences. I tell you what, and I am loving this Oldsmobile Cutlass with a Barra in it. That blew my mind. From Diggers Rest in Victoria, Jordan Spencer. I've been waiting for a car like this for a long time, Janie. But, yeah, Barra powered. I suppose if you're a GM stalwart, you could use the new Trailblazer 4.2 they use in the States. But, hey, Barras, they grow out of the ground. So, yeah, just use what's around, and nothing wrong with the good old Aussie Barra, but a Barra Cutlass. It's a, what is it? It's a, I can't even mix those two together. It's a Barra Cutlass no matter what. And what about George Jezewski? The R35 with the 3.2 litre Croydon 2J on, RB, wash my mouth out with so. RB, God, out of reflex, wasn't it? Fraudulent slip, isn't it? No, he's Nissan through and through. So one killer 3.2 litre RB on board there for George Jezewski. Jordan Spencer from Diggers Rest, as we said, the Barra-powered Cutlass, the Jerry Haas Oldsmobile Cutlass. Absolutely love it. He's got Paul Plucker-Drady helping get the four-link all set. You can see him there setting the wheelie bar up down there behind it. Old Plucker. Plucker loves tuning in on Tuesday night to My Good Edo Tuesdays, and he's quite excited about my little car and might get the guy to... He said he'd offer to do my shocks and a few things for it, drag racing suspension-wise. He's an absolute guru when it comes to setting up that rear end on any drag race vehicle. And here we are, setting up the rear end for George Jezewski from Bundura in Victoria, 3.2 litre Croydon RB. This thing was the form car yesterday. It had the short times. It was powering to half track, and I don't think he ever took it to the stripe yesterday. I think he was early clicking it all day, and it still ran like 6 O's yesterday. So let's just see what happens on the very first run here today for George Jezewski. Do we see a 5-second Factory Extreme pass here at the bend in the first session? Who knows? He's in the Summit Racing Equipment lane, and that Barra-powered Oldsmobile in the Bullet Race Engineering lane. But yeah, something about it. I mean, I've always loved Cutlasses. I've always loved Oldsmobile Cutlasses, but Barra-powered, I never even thought about it. But there we go. Jordan Spencer did. He's gone and built it. So here we go. Factory Extreme. Brand new car in Factory Extreme, which makes me excited as well. All right, gentlemen. Oh, Georgie goes for the wall. Goes for the wall, decides to get off at 101 in the 60-foot. Jordan goes 812 and gets a run in, but 101 in the 60 for Jezewski, 015 off the tree, 022 off the tree for Spencer. So as far as leaving the line, no problems there. But 101 in the 60, but it started to move. And we look at the replay we've got coming up here. Leaves like a rocket ship, and it does, like he got the wheels off the ground. I think that's I'm sure even yesterday watching that car, there was a run where it did get a little wild as well, and I saw daylight under the right-hand rear. It's almost a replica of that run again. The thing's gone wild, gone to the wall, grabbing gears, and then the thing just was not straight. George is a hell of a good steerer too, by the way.
He is. You can see the tyre tracks from here, just how close to the wall they are.
Yeah, no, that's wild.
Crazy.
It's hard to steer when, you know, it's obviously got the wheels off the ground. But he saved the run. He's got one in, but so has Spencer. So they're on the board. It's about whether you back everything back off or swap lanes. I don't know. But so good to see Jordan Spencer in there. His first ever Factory Extreme appearance. This is this gentleman's second ever Factory Extreme appearance, and that's Chris Kurumola, of course, CK. And he's going to go up against Eddie by the look of this. So Eddie's gone from Pro Turbo to Factory Extreme. Low sixes for the 2J powered RX-7. Now, Kurumola, I still think this is a 3.2 litre RB. I still think this is the single cam in it. So world's quickest single cam RB coming right up. And a beautiful car. This is sort of Chris's latest evolution, of course. He took the VL into the 670s and decided, you know what, let's go Factory Extreme. Go all in. And it is so good to see guys, you know, stepping up to a class which takes 150% commitment every single time. These things are no joke. Factory Extreme, no joke. These things are serious machines. And here they are. Eddie what might be, is it Eddie's first sort of dip in the factory stream, or did Eddie come down and run in that 2 years ago here at Jambo? I can't remember. He'll tell us.
I'm pretty sure we had Pro Turbo at the last one. I just
All
don't
right.
think we quite had the numbers there after the carnage of Jamboree in Brisbane.
Oh, well. So factory extreme. Look, Eddie's not sort of just taking up the slack here. He's got a good chance of gapping guys, staying in front of him, and who knows? Who knows what we might expect? Having a look at all the check-up here in Kurumola's car. Got all the Brains Trust on board, getting that thing set up. Now, of course, this is the biggest tyre I think CK's been on. You know, of course, the VL never really had a lot of tyre under it, but this is his first ever full tube big tyre car, so he can probably unleash everything that RB's got on board. Eddie's a 3-litre gas 2J on board, so...
Lined up nice and straight too. I'm just going to
he said you can't call me 6 Degree Eddie anymore. he was loving the nickname. He was going to get stickers done and everything. He said you can't call me 6 Degree Eddie anymore. He said we've sorted all the rear end out and we don't have to put it in on the angle. And he goes, I kind of miss it. He said I kind of miss driving it on the dangle. But here we go. Bit of bump city here too. Tell you what, Eddie still likes to drive the thing through a bit. Now, look, that not on the full power through the end, but made all the right. Look at that, Karamola, 100 to the 60-foot, 108 there for Eddie. But yeah, Chris out of it before 330 foot by the look of it.
Both cars got the start line sorted though.
Yeah, no, he had to steer and pedal that thing, Chris. So that's why he's lost a little bit of ET there, but it's making moves in the right direction. As we said, he's had under 20 runs in the car, so. He's got to just obviously baby steps. All right, here we go. Wow, what a guy on a tear right now, George Raham and Zoran.
No love there for Zoran at the moment. The car just sort of rolled forward and seemed to have just stopped.
Oh, folks,
back.
Put your hands together for the pack flagship, folks. This car is on a streak of about 10 6-1s, right? So hadn't run as quick as a 6-1. Jambo Brisbane, it's only between Jambo Brisbane and now have they tested and tested and tested. They ran 6-1s yesterday. They run 6-1s in Sydney. Yesterday went 237 mile an hour and an early click. It is the world's fastest rotary. Now, what you think you could stand on your laurels? This isn't good for Zoran that this thing's just lost power. They're pushing it back now. Joe Signorelli was sort of giving the hand signals there that they might be able to fire the thing and work. But they're just going back for a quick look. But they've got the clutch back in the car. They had a 7-speed in it. They're back to a 5-speed. So they're throwing gearboxes around at it as well. So back to the 5-speed gearbox for now. The clutch set up. They've just about honed it in. Let's see the first run here today. Let's just let it eat.
He had to pedal it, got back in it.
Tell you what, even with the pedal, 667.
Oh no, George! Big moment down there in the braking area.
Wow, did not see that. I did not see that. I was looking at the ET, but then I can't believe it all happened so quickly in the finish line. And that is up and over. Oh dear. All right, Ambos are out there right now, but Janie, I didn't see it. I was watching the incrementals, trying to see what was happening with the incrementals, and then I look up and the thing's done that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So the car is on its side. We've got some smoke. They've got some flame right now. We've got the flame there. All right, so we are out there now trying to get we've got to get the fire to it. We've got to get the fire department to it. But that is not good. We are down onto it right now, and we're trying to get that fire out there. So, folks, bear with us. We've got our everyone running down there as fast as they can, crew-wise. That's all it should be related to, and even then, no one else should be going down there. It's up to our fire and safety department down there. But that is just, I mean, as we said, they were on a streak of 10 6-1s in a row, 237 mile an hour yesterday. really honing in on everything, and then to have this absolutely just rips your guts out, rips your heart out. It absolutely does. They work so hard at what they do, and then to have this happen. Look, you know, I know Georgie will be probably A-OK down there. The car is obviously state-of-the-art car when it comes to safety and everything like that. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of safety stuff in the car, which is going to make sure that the man is as safe as he can be. And I just didn't catch any of that. I was looking at the screen. I looked up, and the thing's gone, swapped lanes, and gone into the wall. I didn't even see it. Janie, did you see it or?
Helps if I put the microphone on. No, unfortunately I didn't. I saw him just go through the finish line, and then the car just seemed to take a hard right into the wall. And then
I don't know whether it was the chutes that pulled it or whatever. I don't know. That remains to be seen whether or not whether Georgie will have in car. That might tell another story to what we saw. But as I said, I was looking down at the incrementals, 101 in the 60-foot, 295. Now it shook, so it came out and it rattled. He pedalled it really quickly. I mean, the guy's done a million runs. Pedalled it real quickly, decided to stay back on it. Still goes 435 at nearly 180 mile an hour at half track, and it just went around. Like, we've just caught that last angle there, and that just sort of, something's weird how it just went around like that. It's no use probably dissecting it anymore. What has happened, but it's just an absolute tragedy. The team works so hard, and you know, I'm just a little bit shattered that it did what it did just then. Whether something locked up, or I didn't even think the chutes were out just then, but whatever happened there, it has just gone right and into the wall.
So we might throw to some ads, and we'll get an update on George as soon as we have one.
Stick with us, folks. We'll try and get you some news back as soon as we can.
Compact event anywhere on the planet. The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree. Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouga, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory. Willowbank Raceway, mates and boys.
Oh no, hang on to it. Short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia. When you're wrapped in its full, then line up.
To get out of it. What a wheel stand from the Grimace.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. It's the world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard.
The dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street time GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Kevin, 29. He still has to chase the pack boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire from Nova. Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
But it all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today? Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Rumble drive burnouts. Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down.
Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny.
I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter-mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh!
And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge.
There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now.
Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle.
Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
He is the quickest street-tired GTR in Australia.
Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6. I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record. The quickest, the fastest CASHLESS sport compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Nick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75!
575!
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humilde Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes were 6.14 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Bett, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 6:40 in the Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramouche leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through 2nd and 3rd gear.
Ivan Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
That's right, mate. #1 in the world. #1 in the world, brother. See that? #1 in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere.
And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone.
It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree.
To Colin Wilshire, he is keeping the 20V at bay with a little 2-litre engine.
The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matsuk.
662, 190 miles an hour.
Whoa! Chris Hall!
He was well and truly up on 2 wheels.
In Factory Extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year.
Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree. Good tune-up, good car, good brothers, and drive it like you stole it.
Been a bit sceptical initially that an event just before Saunders would bring in enough people to make it a worthwhile day, and I'm sure you all appreciate that it's a top day. Well, I'm sure Ray wants you all back next year.
It's a two-day extravaganza where people who are fans of fast cars, of show cars, and all the added excitement, they can come and get it all. They can soak it all up, and we're right behind it all the way.
35 years young. Hey, folks, just a word, just in case you were wondering. It looks like George is out of the car. He's A-OK. So that's the one thing that we just wanted to make sure and confirm of from what we believe. He's fine. As we said, the safety gear and all that they have in these cars is second to none. State-of-the-art car, of course. So ultra safe. That incident, we've still been watching it in our minds here in the background, and just sort of stuns us that things can happen so quickly, but it certainly did that. And, as we said, George's was on a streak there of about 10 6-1s in a row, and then to have the...
world record, 237.
In 237 mile an hour yesterday, which is world record for rotary speed. And, they were looking to, obviously consolidate. There was talk that they just wanted to get through. They wanted to run the... to just get through, finish the year off with a win. If there was an opportunity there where maybe they couldn't play the long game and win the event, is that they were probably going to go after it again. And they've been whittling down at it. It's no secret that, there's still a world record out there to be grabbed as far as 5-second rotary times are concerned. And I know very dearly in their hearts that, and I honestly tell you right now, they deserve to be one of the ones. I mean, there's a handful that you think should all, taken the long road to get there, and that is still one mark that I know that there's a lot of people got their eyes on, and they've got the very best of everything. They built their whole business on what they do at the racetrack, and it's paid off for them. They build an empire. They race. They wear their heart on their sleeves, and they just put it down 150% down the racetrack. So it just does not deserve to happen to them, but that's what racing is. That's what happens when you're pushing the world limits. Is sometimes that's what it looks like, and it's unfortunate. But from what we understand, the big fella, I mean, he's as tough as nails. Yeah. I don't know too many steerers what's he, about 6'5", I think. He's a big guy. I don't know too many guys of that size that steer stuff like he does. He really can get that thing down. And as I said, they initially, I think, at Jambo Brisbane had the 7-speed in it and had gone back to the 5-speed. And we're making great inroads. They had the clutch setup sorted in it. Obviously, clutch setup sorted in it when it goes 237 mile an hour. It's always been an issue in the past with running a clutch setup, is that you've got to be pretty aggressive to get those short times down. And if you're especially chasing something like 5-second ETs, that 60 foot's got to be sub 1. You can go 101, 102 and go, well, that's as safe as you can make it there. Then you've got to make sure the thing doesn't slip or drive through the clutch in top gear. And they've really been getting a handle on that part of it. 237 shows that, they've just about hit that perfect clutch setup in the car. Right then, a little too tight for it. It shook. Whether any post-mortem on the car reveals something untoward, like something locking up, that'd explain something like the sudden movement of the car. Like if something had locked up, that was too early to be jumping on brakes and locking things up. And do we have a little crosswind here or there? Maybe. But there could be a bunch of factors there that, we can only speculate has been a contributor to that big incident there from the car. But word is that he's A-OK. He's obviously not going to be particularly happy about the scenario. But you know what? It can be a lot worse. Doing these sorts of speeds, automobiles are scary things at speed, and that was a big one. That was a big one of the bigger ones I've seen in the short term. And
we can see the pack team about to come up the return road just here on the yellow buggy. Put it with your hands together. Give them a round of applause. Always putting on a great show. Not the show that we wanted here today, though. But we know this team. They'll be back.
Look, folks, I know they're probably not feeling good, but look, at least know that we're all in your corner, boys. We're all in your corner, and we're all on your side, and that's just it's just not good to see. But yeah, we're all on your side, boys and girls. So it's just not it's not ideal, but they'll rebuild. They'll go back after it, I'm sure, in the future. But that's and that was there's not many RX9 drag cars in the world. That was a one of a kind, and it's a shame to have seen if it's met its demise down here at the bend. It's not good to see, but we're just cleaning that up. Obviously, there'd be a little bit of residual liquid there as the thing went over. It doesn't look like we had to clean anything up on the track, so you can sort of scratch the whole idea that it pushed anything out of the car liquid-wise as it went through. It's just how it sort of went to where it went that quickly, and you can only think of things like, things locking up, or if a rear end had locked up or something, that can certainly explain like normally that thing locks up, it can sort of just spin and turn turtle. And it's amazing cars with that, really slippery, swoopy body, and we've seen a few just flip over quite quickly as a result, is when they're super swoopy like that, is they do have a tendency to want to sort of just flip as fast as they can, and that's just what's happened, which is not good. But word is that he's fine. As we said, car's state of the art, so plenty of safety gear on board. As we said before about Ahan as well, so full fire suit, Hans, all that stuff really contributes to keeping the guys safe. That car being double frame rail, funny car cage, all that gear, it's definitely done its job. You don't ever want to have to ask the car of its attributes for safety, only in the rare case. And in this particular case, it was needed, and rightfully so. The thing he has survived and protected him. But one of the most beautiful cars around has had a bit of an issue there, so not that good, not that good at all. But it's going to be fine in the future. So we are just checking that out. Yes, as clean-up just still occurring here, folks. Great that you've joined us here on a Saturday morning at the glorious The Bend complex. The Garrett Advancing Motion Adelaide Jamboree underway. Of course, Garrett, the leading automotive turbocharger provider, supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. A full range of engine sizes, from sub-1 litre economy engines to high-performance V8s and V12s. They're great to be on board with us all this year. And we look forward to them in the future with our future Jambos. Of course, we're locked into Sydney for a good few more years. Janie, Brizzy, of course, the home of Jambo, and love to be back here at the Bend when we can. Every year's ideal. We love to get down here, and it's good to see that the entrant numbers are growing, our spectator numbers are growing, and really, because the track's relatively new down here as well, everyone's got to get into the habit. Hey, we've got a drag strip down the road. Let's get down there. It's the industry getting behind it down in this part of the world as well, and it's continuing to show that growth. Every year, the growth is on an upward scale. It's not declining. More and more people right around the world want the automobile in any shape or form. It's a cool form of transport when you've got something a little bit different. And, of course, out in the world of people producing cars that are essentially soulless and no more charisma like the good old days. We're going to hold on to these things for many more years to come. So that little bit of cleanup still happening down there. Now, look, don't forget also, presenting partners Fueltech. Fueltech everywhere, founded on a passion of motorsport and commitment to innovation. Fueltech, roots deeply embedded in the racing world, predominantly drag racing too. They kind of built it initially from drag racing outwards. Cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts. The leading developer of manufacture of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. There's lots of cars here running the Fueltech, great partners of Jambo, as is Summit Racing Equipment and Bullet Race Engineering, of course, a nice local company producing fantastic stuff that's going worldwide. There wouldn't be too many places in the world that haven't got a little bit of Bullet Race Engineering in them. Certainly all the big horsepower stuff. They've got plenty of that stuff. Renowned manufacturer specialising in billet engine blocks, cylinder heads and custom components. I was actually watching a little bit of YouTube yesterday because, what you do when you're not working is normally, I don't know what you do, Jane. You probably do what I do, watch drag racing. When you're not at a drag strip, you're watching drag racing. And I was watching the Pan Ams. Of course, that's another great sport compact event that we have in the world, in the community. Of course, everyone looks to Australia for Jamboree, of course. But then, we look at all the other ones overseas, like the Pan Ams, which is one of the quickest sport compact dial-your-own races there are in the world. They all run on dial-ins, everything from 5-second cars to literally low, mid to high 7-second cars and everything in between. They were racing for 100K. And 1320 was doing a little bit of an interview with a few people there, and guess what they've all got, especially if it's 2Js, they've got billet blocks in them. And then here's all the rotaries out there. And we're talking to some of the rotary guys, some of the quick rotary guys. They got the pack plate, they got the pack stuff in them. So, he was one with a Bullet 2J block in it. He was a rotor with the billet pack plates in it. So, here we are in the middle of, this was at Maple Grove. Here we're at Maple Grove, and half of Puerto Rico's there racing. And what have they got as far as power plants? There's a lot of Aussie performance stuff in those engines on the other side of the world, and doing the same stuff we like to do, and that's run down a drag strip somewhere. So that's another good thing to watch, and good to know that when you see that come up, you know that you're a little bit sort of related to all of that great drag racing family we have here in Australia. And we thank those guys, Bullet and Summit. Summit Racing Equipment will be rewarding each winner, runner-up and top qualifier at all 3 events with Jambo vouchers to spend at Summit Racing in the future. How about that? All part of 3 events here in 2025. Jamboree Management's excited to welcome Summit to the Jamboree family. Look forward to partnering with Jim and the team for many years to come. We also like to have a big shout out, this great live stream that's brought to us, of course, by Real Street, the Overtaking Lane team, putting this on for us. Real Street Performance, the parts supplier that racers and retailers all over the world count on when they need reliable advice. They want honest and caring service from someone that takes pride in what they do. And you know what? If you love racing, you know you're always going to get people that will want to share your passion if you want to do it. Real Street Performance is 20,000 square foot distribution warehouse in Sanford, Florida, stocking over 3 million worth of parts, shipping same day, no matter where in the world at competitive international rates, and proud supporters of our live stream. It's good to see we've got these great partners, the best of the best, helping us here at Jamboree, not only this year, but the future years to come. And as we said, the growth is on an upward arc. Because, motorsport, I don't know whether we can call it motorsport anymore. It's motoring recreation, Janie. I know a lot of these teams that we see, not only here but around the world, they do it because they love it. Are they chasing championships? Some guys chase championships. Some guys want to race against the best in the world. But at the end of the day, it still boils down to a recreation. And who's to get in the way of anyone wanting to enjoy their recreation of choice, be it drag racing or be it whatever. But here we go. Back on the start line. We've got to get back to business now. And here he is walking towards the water when after his uncle's just had a hell of a crash. Pete Raham ready to help Jay Sadek into the water. Rob Marjan beside him, of course, Zeus. So yesterday, Jay Sadek, I'm pretty sure he was already the quickest automatic rotary in the world. But it ran 6.17, I think, yesterday. They don't even have a lock-up converter in this thing. I'm thinking, well, what could you do with, a lock-up converter in this car? Maybe you could 6 O's with an auto. Who knows?
Anything is possible.
So here we go with more Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged vehicles and committed to providing full technical support, all forms of racing worldwide. They design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbos. So, okay, here we go. Salupa and Rob Marjan. Now, what might they have in common here? They might have similar gearboxes in common here, these guys, because they do. I think Rob Marjan has gone back to a 3-speed auto. And there goes Jay Sadek, which we know has run the auto for a fair while now. And I think the argument is with the automatic transmissions, you're not pulling the clutch out of it every run. And of course, Pac would know about doing that, chasing the world standards for years. And that clutch has got to come out of that car every single run. I mean, Rodney Kennelly just about do it in his sleep. But then when Sadek wanted to do it, they figured, well, we can't ask Rodney to do our clutch as well. We need a clutch guy in the team. And essentially you do need that with this sort of horsepower. But the auto just offers you that option of not having to do anything other than you would, as you see a lot of guys do now, plug in the cooler.
Yep.
So you can get these heat transfer machines that literally allow you to circulate the transmission fluid through a cooler and get the temperature down. So yeah, you're not pulling anything out. You're not pulling the clutch off the back of the engine. You're literally just cooling the transmission down and concentrating on other things on the car. So in theory, that makes it a little easy between rounds. But let's just see what we do for a first run for these two guys.
One thing I'm sad to see down there is actually Sammy Sadek on the start line. He was meant to be racing as well.
Well,
I was
the
hoping
quad
we were going to
father's
see
back there.
father-son battle.
I didn't even see the quad father come out yesterday, so I would assume it's just hanging in the trailer with Salupa. Factory Extreme qualifier.
Margins rolled the beams on. Oh no, look at a time. There's a 107 short time.
Hey, 55 will do.
6:55, 200 miles an hour. Here goes Jay. Oh, out towards the centre line. 104 short time.
Yeah,
had to button it off though, Chris.
Yeah, we had to take. He just took his time instead of in the heat of battle, just concentrating on running the line down. He decided to take his time. Marjan 039 off the tree, 107 to 60 foot. And runs it on through, gets an ET up there, and he's on the board, as is Jay Sadek, so he's on the board now as well too. So
039 off the tree. That's why I thought he rolled the beams. He was just too quick.
These guys are running wild, absolutely running these things wild. Plenty of horsepower on board for everyone. The track's definitely got the teeth in it for these guys to apply all that horsepower through the big tyres. And Factory Extreme, Zeus up the front, so RB up the front, Salupa with an ET as well. So the piston versus rotor battle is going to continue in Factory Extreme, and it is a shame that we don't have the big heavy hitters going to be out there, Georgie. But it's a shame. But this is the thing about racing. Sometimes not that we all get lulled into a false sense of security when everything goes right for so long, but it's when it goes wrong that you realise just the game you're in. It's these things are they're big toys, but geez, they're toys that can bite you hard. They take every last bit of your commitment and attention to detail, and they can still bite you. And it's the thing with anything mechanical, isn't it? You've whether that was something to do with a mechanical failure or whatever. The post-mortem will obviously reveal, they'll get down to the info. Of course, these days, with all the data logger they got on the cars, they can see all sorts of things.
All sorts of information.
George has also probably got some info that he might be able to recall. Mind you, that happened so quickly, I don't know whether or not he even had time to probably go, well, was there a noise, was there a sound, was there something give him feedback through the wheel or something, I don't know. It was, at that speed, you're merely a passenger, and he rode it hard, took the hit. And they'll be obviously having to remonstrate between now and next year. Another rebuild process to be underdone. undertaken. Sorry.
So, number one qualifier in Factory Extreme, Rob Margin.
Yeah, margin 655, Eddie 764, Jay 800, Jordan Spencer 812, Karamola 866, and Jezewski. So look, Jezewski, Karamola, both abbreviated passes, having to pedal, get out of it. And that's the thing with the big tyre cars too. You got all that horsepower. You get a bit of shake, that thing starts to move the car in, so they've decided to lift off the throttle. Jay, the same deal. Eddie, I hope they can fix whatever the problem is with Eddie. That thing sort of lost power on the way down there in a 764. But yeah, as we said there on the list there, Georgie's number will stay at 667. But yeah, won't be able to front back with that. But we've got that list printed out there. So Factory Extreme, first session done. I would say that we got Pro Compact, probably not too far away. Just checking the schedule. We go normally we would go Factory Extreme Pro Compact then Pro Mod. Let's have a look. It is Factory Extreme Pro Compact and Pro Mod. Pro Compact brought to us by McKern and Associates. Of course, big shout out to Damien and the whole crew there at McKern. Humble beginnings in 2002, founded by Damien McKern. McKerns have worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. Well over 30 accountants and advisors deeply committed to growing in their skills and knowledge so they can apply this to their client's business. And I can personally vouch for that because Wednesday, I'm in.
You're going to see the tax man.
I am in. I'm in to see the tax man on Wednesday. Pending my leave application, which I filed probably 3-4 weeks ago once I made the appointment.
You're not looking well. You're looking a bit ill.
Yeah,
You'll probably get the COVID on the Wednesday.
Probably. Could be. Especially if you can say that you had it and you gave it to me. It'll be like, yeah. Okay, Janie, thank you. Yeah, I'll start to take a dive about Tuesday after, I reckon.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
A bit sniffly.
I've got a fever. And now, publishing it over a live stream does not help in the setup of that.
No, true. Hey,
no,
Barney,
does it,
if
Jane?
you're watching.
Yeah, it won't. It won't. All right, here we go. Pro Compact, of course, 2-rotor, 4-cylinder. That's the class. Marcus Pepe here, of course, from Golden Grove, South Australia, due to come out in a sec. Dominic Maiolo driving the ProTech. Well, ProTech Automotive, of course, is his business, I think, driving this car for its new owner, which is he's out the front there, the young fella. But Dom driving the car, of course. This is the Techno Toys 200SX with the Billet SR20 on it. Tuned by Shane T. He's not. We would know if he was here this weekend because we already would have sensed his aura.
We would have seen it on the Facebook.
So if you're watching the live stream right now, Mr. Shane T, it's g'day. How are you? Good mate of ours.
Just a quick announcement. We've had a phone handed into Jamboree tent. So if you realise you're not getting any phone calls, you have to check your pocket. Your phone may have been left behind in a bathroom somewhere. It's now at merchandise. All right. So there we go. Phone being handed in. I think it's our owner up the front there. I got the name of the fella here. Shane T had given me the name. Big shout out to Shane T. Billet SR20. Josh Morrison, there we are. The world needs more Billet SR20s. Oh, that definitely does. Definitely does. Yeah, so you got that announcement about the phone, all right? So a phone's been handed in down at Jam Merch, all right. So Marcus. All right, Chris, I'm on it. Yeah, Marcus and Dom. Probably our only 4-banger in there too. Like, we need more 4-bangers in Pro Compact. Tatey, where are we? We've got to get Tatey out of retirement. Yeah, Tatey's got to come back. Tatey's got to come out of retirement. Let's get El Ninja back. Not that I even knew that he was in retirement, but yeah. It'd be nice to... He's not in retirement. I know. But he's just busy fishing. You've got a 640 car... He's building a Hilux, isn't he? And he's probably more pumped on his street car at the moment, Tatey. And a lot of guys are like that. They've got full tilt race cars and they're finding more comfort in the hot street cars at the moment because they less of a burden. All right, here we go. So only a handful of runs in the car. Dom Maiolo up at Brisbane Jamboree broke the drive shaft in it, so it stopped all progress. But now here they are back at the bend. Maiolo having a few more runs in the car. Pro Compact.
Tell you what, not bad there for Mayolo. Gets that little S15 over the centre line. He pulls it up. It still goes 683. I don't know, did he hit the centre line? I know the shoots did.
Yeah.
104 in the 60-foot, half track 428, 166 mile an hour to half track. All look good, even though right near there, I bet you if you check his throttle trace and whether or not they're sending that back, whether Shane T's on the laptop after that. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know. I might have rolled it through, but geez, I wish we could roll that screen back up to see what his mile an hour was at half track. I thought it was 166-ish, but it was like 428. 428 to half track at about 166-ish. But he only 153 at the end. So, I mean, I don't know, whether we get a crosswind through there, I don't know. When you have a look at our flags in the middle here, I just wish we had some flags a little bit further down to see whether or not that is something. I wish we had I wish we had a mouse. Yeah, we need a mouse. We don't have a mouse. We're mouseless in here. Someone set some traps and all the mice are gone. But yeah, no, that's how we would do it, Janelle. Yeah, you want some of those billet lollies? Yeah, try a billet lolly. But I tell you what, good run. That's the first 6 second on Australian soil for that car. So that is progress. But yeah, Dom was. I'm sure if you check that throttle trace on the data logger, that was fed like lifting, like literally lifting or pedaling or trying to keep the thing away from the centre line. The thing was motoring, and as you know, with a lot of these cars, you know, you're feeding more power into these things normally per gear, and that thing just wants to go towards the centre line. It was moving towards that. He was basically riding that centre line for the last 300 plus foot easy. But nearly for the last 100 metres, that thing's like riding right down the centre line. Out come the chutes, pull out the reflectors there for the timing system, and it was the end of the run. But hey, 680 and some progress in the right direction. That was thwarted, of course. We would have had a few extra passes in that car at Brisbane Jamboree if it wasn't for breaking the drive shaft in the thing, and that sort of destroyed a fair few things when he did it. So they weren't able to return, but it was progress after progress. Shane T was creeping up on the tune-up because the thing made 2,176 horsepower to the hubs down there in Victoria when Shane T was over here for Brizzy Jambo. They were down in Victoria tuning the thing, and it made over 2,000 to the hubs with that SR. And then it was Dom going to do the driving in it before Josh gets in this thing to steer. I don't know, how would you feel if you're like Josh Morrison and you bought one of the quickest SR20 power car in the world, and then one day it's like, well, are you going to drive it? And I'm looking at that thing and thinking, I don't know how I'd go with something like that. I mean, I told you before, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat with these. When you get the things this powerful, I'm glad other people get to drive them because maybe one day I'll end up with a 9-second NA car. But that's all I think I'll be capable of. I don't know about driving these things. They are scary to watch. They are really wild to watch. And I suppose that's what draws us in, isn't it? Watching people drive these uncontrollable machines around. But that was a good one there from the S15, just setting those reflectors back up. I don't know, Tyler, can we go back to that centre line thing? Can we go to that last run and let's just see, not that we're trying to pick on Dom, but we just want to see how close that was to the centre line and whether or not that was, I think it was just the chutes. But that was a wild ride. Here we go. Janie's pulled it back herself on the stream. So Janie's, is that your laptop all set up in here? Geez, you do come prepared, don't you?
I've got to do all the points.
Oh, you're doing the points as well. Yeah, here we go. Here's our replay on the big screen. Leave the line. Marcus beside him, and then No, I don't think he went over it car-wise. I think it was just the chutes. 683 at 153 mile an hour, but that thing, as I said, 428 to half track. It was doing everything it was supposed to do. It was on its way to showing that 2,000 horsepower that SR20's got. And yeah, I'd be the same as Dom. I'm right. That throttle's lifting, and if the thing won't respond to the steering, you've got to use right foot to. If the steering's not doing it, the right foot's got to probably come off it, and whether or not the wheels are in the air, whether or not that's just got so much grunt, it's just wanting to drive the car to the centre line. But you do see those cars wind up when the power comes in, and it's quite it's a weird phenomenon because you look at all the other traditional fast door cars that we've ever had, blown door slammers and things like that. That power delivery is literally all the horsepower you've got at maximum RPM. So just say a blown motor makes all its horsepower up at 8,000 RPM. So once you get 8,000 RPM, that's all the horsepower. So if you can handle the car while it's making all that horsepower, the difference with turbocharged cars, isn't it? Every gear change, normally they're dialing more boost into it. So the car on its way down is actually experiencing increases in horsepower on the way down. It doesn't just have all its horsepower, it's getting more and more of that per run. So then you see these things start to wind up and want to move around, and the extra torque created tends to really pull those cars around a little bit. So it is crazy. So we've got more Pro Compact to come in just a sec. So Pro Compact not too far away from finishing its first qualifying session, but just got to push back there for a moment. Just heading to a little minor emergency behind the tower here, which has taken our amber away. So that's why we can't run down the track at the moment. We need obviously one of those in position for when we're running down the track, and at the moment that's had to go and tend to something else at the back here. So they're just doing that for the moment. So we thank you for your patience. These things do happen. It's a movable feast, these events. I'd like to see if that was actually true.
Is that legit?
Yeah, no, we've got to see if that's actually come up. We've got to confirm that. Someone's saying that a 5-second was run at Orlando yesterday. Well, tell Sick
Hasn't come up on my phone.
No, it hasn't come up on ours either.
Sicko Miko?
Yeah, so Sicko Miko, find us the link, Sicko Miko. I would have thought, because you know what, Janie, you and I, we're in the community. A lot of other people, especially on social media, the way the world works, if something happens worldwide, it's normally straight on social media nearly immediately.
Like that.
So someone's getting on our live stream here saying that a 5 was run by a Rotary yesterday. I think, well, geez, I would have woken up this morning, and I know what you're like on your socials. You're on your socials more than I am. You would have that would have lit up your socials pretty quickly if that happened. And I know that our guys that we know over here would have told us that as well. But I would put that down as what Mr. Trump calls fake news.
Fake news.
Yeah, well, let's just write it off as fake news for now. And if that information does tend to be confirmed, well, we will bring it to the masses as far as that news is concerned. So here comes our S15 back after that run, Dom. What a wild ride, as wild as it could be while still being straight and in its lane. And that's a white knuckler there. They're driving the thing over. So I think Josh would be happy with that, getting a 683 out of the car. All those 4-cylinder nuts out there that love it. Go and have a look at this thing. It is a work of art. And as we said, you know, it's another one of these cars that's been brought over from the other side of the world. We had one of the very best tuners in the world, Shane T, over here to tune that. And as we said, that thing made, 2,176 horsepower to the hubs, which is not mucking around for a 2-litre odd engine. But go down and have a bit of a look. Folks, of course, your admission ticket allows you not only all the action on track, but walk through the pits and check out some of these vehicles while they're in the pits, because they are a work of art. If you're into engineering and things, go in and have a look, and not just all of our pro cars either. I mean, you want to go down and have a look in some of our modified compact categories and have a look at what's under the bonnet of some of them. What was one of the ones we were going to go and have a look at that we thought of? I'm just trying to remember which one. That beautiful little Fiat for sale with the 13B. That's down there to have a look at.
Something else.
There was something else we wanted to see. Obviously, I want to go down and see the Barra Cutlass. That'd be something to see. I know it's a Barra under the front clip of the Cutlass. But plenty of combos, odd combos, weird combos. What probably used to be called odd and weird. Now it's pretty much normalised now because, hey, people in Jambo have been making horsepower for years, and combos that used to be obscure and left of centre are now pretty much normal. but get down and check all that horsepower out. So, yeah, as we said, after Pro Compact will be Pro Mod, and testing in Pro Mod yesterday, for those that, well, we'll keep you up to date. Yesterday we saw, I think that's our quickest ever Turbo Pro Mod run. It was nearly the quickest outright in Australia at 5:42 from Greg Sakaridis.
Sakaridis, 262.
And 262, and from what I understand, talking to Con and Vic, lifted early on the run. They think that if that was taken all the way to the finish line, and look, I'm not going to criticise Greg Sakaridis for lifting early on a 262 mile an hour run.
No.
Not me to criticise.
I'd happily back
Greg,
off at
I love that.
250.
I love the 542 and 262, but you lifted. You know, I'm not going to call him soft. I'm not going to call him chicken. He deserved to lift off when he wanted to, because honestly, at the end of the day, you feel like you're going too quick. So the 42 at 262, they do figure that it should have been a 39 or something like that. I've been summoned. All right, there you go, Johnny. I've been summoned. Did my racket make all the way down here? Did it? Okay. All right. We'll go and I'll come on down, Jane. I'm going to go and give some stuff out to some people while they're waiting.
You enjoy that? We might have a couple of ads on while Chris gets down there to get his racket out and start smashing those tennis balls. We will be back underway shortly.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
You go to any racetrack, whether it's like dirt bikes or four-wheelers, automotive or anything, you say the name Wiseco, everybody knows that name.
I always say the goal is always to make a piston that no matter how hard you run it, you want it to look when you take it out like it never touched the cylinder wall.
I started in the tool room back in 1979, and we've been improving ever since.
Nice to be able to be part of the team here that tests a product. It's been a great tradition to make our product better. The relationships outside of Wiseco, the racers that we support, be able to watch the cars go and break world records.
Owners always instilled, treat the customer like you want to be treated. So that's still my motto today. Even after 43 and a half years, I honor what they've always told me.
It's always good to see Chris McEnroe out there. Jamboree's finest tennis player. Loving the fact that you guys are throwing the balls back to him. And he's actually hitting them back. It's amazing. Well done, Chris. Who would have thought? Now, I've just got to say, if you get one of the lucky balls, so these are the coloured balls, not the black ones, the coloured ones, you can actually keep that one. Keep it and take it down to the Jamboree merchandise tent. What you can actually do is swap it out for a Jamboree prize. Now, who would like to see themselves grab a Jamboree prize? All right. Okay, are you ready? Here he goes. He's going for the big serve, and it's up and away. I have no idea where it's gone. I can't. Oh, it was a drop and a miss. The kid's gone. He's running. He's running. Has he got it? Did he get the ball? Now, that one there, you can swap it out for a Jamboree's prize at the merchandise tent.
Welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech.
7-second pass ever at the Jamboree.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour.
Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory.
Willowbank Raceway makes some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it.
Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street-tied GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia.
When you're rested at school, then line up.
We had to get out of it. What a wheel stand from the Grimace.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. The world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard.
The dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street-tied GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Heaven 29. He still has to chase the Pack boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Nova.
Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
It all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Rumble drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down.
Tail shaft everywhere. What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny.
I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter mile to unleash that horsepower. 655.
Oh! And the car blasts out of the hole, but the deck has the edge. There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now. Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle.
Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
He is the quickest street-tied GTR in Australia.
Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6. I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record. The quickest, the fastest pass by a sport compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Nick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75!
575.
his passes was 6.14 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Bett, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8. There's the first 6:40 in the Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramuka leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through second and third gear.
Ivan Scaramuka, the world's quickest RX3. That's right, mate. Number one in the world. Number one in the world, brother. See that? Number one in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere. And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone. It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree. To Colin Wilshire, he is keeping the 20B at bay with a little 2-litre engine. The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matsuk. 662, 190 miles an hour. Whoa.
Chris Hall.
He was well and truly up on two wheels.
In Factory Extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year.
Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree. Good tune-up, good car, good brothers, and drive it like you stole it.
Been a bit sceptical initially, and I'm sure you all appreciate that it's been a top day. But I'm sure Ray wants you all back next year.
It's a two-day extravaganza where people who are fans of fast cars, of show cars, and all the added excitement, they can come and get it all. They can soak it all up, and you know, we're right behind it all the way.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
You go to any racetrack, whether it's like dirt bikes or four-wheelers, automotive or anything, you say the name Wiseco, everybody knows that name.
I always say the goal is always to make a piston that no matter how hard you run it, you want it to look when you take it out like it never touched the cylinder wall.
I started in the tool room back in 1979, and we've been improving ever since.
Nice to be able to be part of the team here that tests the product. It's been a great tradition to make our product better.
The relationships outside of Wiseco, the racers that we support, be able to watch the cars go and break world records.
Owners always instilled, treat the customer like you want to be treated. So that's still my motto today. Even after 43 and a half years, I honor what they've always told me.
Yes, a big thank you to Boost Line for bringing us J275 this weekend. If you need some conrods, they're the ones to contact. All right, so just a bit of an update as to what is going on. We are still in this holding pattern, just waiting for, I believe, an additional medical service to arrive. Once they are here, we'll be back underway with Pro Compact. Just having a look at the live feed and a couple of messages coming through. Someone's asking when Pro Mod will be out. Well, good news is that once we get Pro Compact done, we will be moving into Pro Mod. So they are not too far away. Let's just have a look through. Spear o'clock somewhere. Yes, well, hopefully it is for some people. Half your luck. And no, there is no 5-second rotary yet. Sicko Mikko's fake newsing. I don't know why a rotary guy would record a non-rotary run. I don't know either. But I've been getting messages hot and cold from everyone saying, no, there's no 5-second rotary just yet. Anything can happen, though. As we do know, they are running over in Orlando this weekend. So as I said, we are not too far away from getting back underway with Q1 of Pro Compact. So all thanks to McKern. We can see What Up G down there waiting patiently for the fire up signal. It will be Dodsey taking on Nielsen Popplewell in the R100. So we might take just a short break, and we will be back very shortly with Q1 of Pro Compact. Ah, don't you love the sound of a 13B? As I said, we've got Nielsen Popplewell, the R100, and Sup G, Alan Dodds, about to move into the Bullet Race Engineering lane. We are back underway with qualifying session number 1 here at the Garrett Jamboree, presented by Fueltech. We do apologise about that delay. That is racing sometimes. We all know once you hit race day, sometimes that schedule just goes out the window. Tell you what, you cannot miss the green machine of Alan Dodds. Even Jen out there with the matchy shoes. Final wheelie bar adjustments. All right. Popplewell, he's waiting patiently. Jen just guiding Alan into stage. Chris Diggles back from Chris,
all good,
Chris
Johnny.
McEnroe.
Chris, you cannot be serious. Put that back over there and there. There we go. Yeah, McKern Pro Compact. Here we are. Got our ambo back. A little medical emergency. All good now. What up, G? Well, Sup G now, of course. Alan Dodd. Tell you what that'll do from short time, like 109 in the 60, but Doddsy decides, you know what, he'll do the next run. 725 for Popplewell. So good run there for Nielsen. A little bit of smoke, but it's a rotary thing. 117 in the 60. Doddsy did go 109. It's almost like he caught it. It sort of just caught the RPM down. The track is still quite grippy. There we go. The track is still quite grippy, but you had to go down and check on everything to make sure everything's A-OK. You know, when you hear of things like that where we need an ambo, went down to the scene and a little panic attack, not feeling real good. All good now. Looks like we're on the road to recovery, but where it is, drive shaft broken, locked up, locked the rear end up.
Into the wall.
That's what it is.
Bugger.
Talking to Anthony Matuk. So it looks like it had broken it looks like the post-mortem is broken the drive shaft. It's wedged itself up, locked the diff in, and then he was a passenger. So, and then you start thinking back to the shake.
Yep.
And then you just think, well, when's the next or last time you change a drive shaft, you know? So here we go, into Pro Mod, thanks to Wiseco.
Getting a little bit louder here at the Garrett Jamboree. Joe Gauchi in the Bullet Race Engineering lane, and beside him, Greg Saccharides in Mauler in the Summit Racing lane.
Now, look, Joe's gone as quick as 5:59 with this Mustang. He did that at a Jamboree a couple of years ago. Greg Saccharides has gone 5:42. Both guys similar sort of area. Wollongong for Saccharides, Horsley for Joe Gauchi. Two turbocharged 481X style cars. and good citizens of Bump City. Now, talking to Vic Elfs, he reckons just this delay, a little bit of extra sun on the track, he reckons that the sweet spot may have gone from where they thought they might have been on track with track temp. He's figuring maybe the horses bolted for the sweet spot this session. I said, you're going to slow it down? And he goes, oh, we'll have to do something just to make sure, or do they send it? Let's just have a look and see what they do here. Not a lot of time to make changes, you would assume, but just enough. Let's just see what the first run does, whether they shake themselves senseless or whether there's a little bit of percentage in there. Like, you can have a bit of percentage, but it'll all get to see what Mr. Ricker does next run in regards to what the benchmark might be. All right, we're going to Bump City. I love this part. Here we go. Turbo Pro Mods on the line right now, thanks to Wiseco. Oh, more a big shake, a little bit out. It went 003 on the tree. You think Saccharides knows the pro tree? 003 on the tree, 976 60 foot. So that thing just looked like it came out like a missile. The power starts to get applied just after 60 foot. Here's the replay. Comes out of the hole and then rattle there. And geez, did he have to react quickly? What a steerer, Saccharides. What an absolute steerer. Joe 051 off the button. Very similar issues, you would assume. These big tyres, super sticky track. There's going to be a little bit of shake amongst it. And that's what the Mauler team had. Anyway, let's just see what the next pairing gives us with Johnny Ricker and Zach Nizovic. Now, of course, this is a full circle moment. Nizovic driving the car that Johnny Ricker had as a radial car. I think it was the ex-Wayne Keys car before that. So it's and not Johnny Ricker, of course, in this new Camaro he brought from the United States. Not before running 537, I think, in the States, and 340s in the 8 on a radial. So Ricker did a fair few things with this car before bringing it to the back to Australia. And then 543, I think he ran. He then ran it at Jamboree, Brisbane, and cleaned them up. Thrashing on the damn thing all the way, by the way. It's not an easy go. The Race Parts Melbourne team, great sponsors, Joel's Garage Gear, Mowers Online, Maritzi Civil, and of course Tough Streeters. Zach Niezvik, of course, Addictive Performance, Martini Racing, GJ Drivelines. He's from Narra Warren South in Victoria. Johnny Ricker from Point Cook, 5:4:06 at 270 mile an hour. 6:33 for Zach. I think we can update those things for Zach, I think. But here we go. Turbo versus blower. Camaro versus Camaro. If Saccharides with the turbo car zings the tyres at this time of the day, what's the Niezvik got in store for his turbo combo? Of course, Dad, Dunko doing the wheelie bars right now. The Addictive Performance team. Johnny Ricker, what a killer team he's got, of course, Race Parts Melbourne. Danko just doing a wheelie bar adjustment. I think we're all A-OK, ready to roll forward. It's one of Johnny's long-time crew out the front of the black Camaro, Adam Popovich. This will be a benchmark. Let's just see the hottest door car in Australia right now. Let's just see what they do right now in these conditions as an indicator. Whether it's too much for him as well, whether it shakes. Fights through the shake, drives through the shake. Good run there from Ricker. 43, 543, 270. 543, 270 mile an hour. 941 in the 60. 361 and a half track, 213.
Just trying to go back.
Yeah, no, it's hard to get back. 360, as I said, that's why I quickly rattled it off on the stream so you can hear it back real quick. So 275 into the other 540s there for Ricker. And isn't it amazing when you look, and I know, you know, every car so far has got EFI, right? Look at Ricker's EFI. Look at Ricker's power management. There's shake. It still went 9.6 in the 60. Still went through the shake period where you would, a good tuning tends to take a little bit of sting right there where you need it, and that just shows they're on the money. Oh yeah, that small block, and remember that is a small block for Daniel Camilleri, that Nova. It is a 414 cube. He's bringing the butter knife to the gunfight, and more often than not can get around win here or there when the big cars shake, rattle or roll or overpower the track. The little small block normally goes down in the bottom sixes. Lorenzo Galotto from Welshpool in WA, Diverse Project Group, RW Equipment and Consulting, Multi-Tech Electrical, Tilecraft, Premium Developments. He's got a few sponsors on board, Lorenzo.
Got all the help.
Camilleri, of course, Super Trick Differentials, GJ Drivelines, PDHP from Berwick in Victoria. Promod brought to us by Wiseco Pistons. Lorenzo would dearly love to get a 5-second run out of this car. It's only 400, and when I say only, it's 471 cubic inches. So it is pretty much what, top alcohol dragsters used to run in the day. They'd run a little 471. I remember certain racer called Wade Wagstaff in his 57 in the early days ran a little 471 into the bottom sixes. Here is Lorenzo with twin turbos on a little 471. He'd love to run into the fives here. Let's see what the first run of the day has in store for him. We already see big horsepower, big tyre pro mods shake the tyres. Ricker goes through that area effortlessly.
Camilleri out near the
Camilleri goes for a walk. Lorenzo 6.19 at 2.16. The Rock got him through the uncharted territory where everyone shook. 102 in the 60, 405 to half track, 188 mile an hour, and a 6.19. So a good job by Lorenzo and the team. And it just looks like they just had to, I'd hate to say slow the car down, but they've had to soften up just in that area, because we saw what happens when you are super aggressive through that area. You can rattle, and that's what we saw out of a few cars. Lorenzo just through that area, just enough, but will that be enough when guys like Rickett can still go 40s against you? All right, we're just cutting this lane off for a moment. We've got an issue. We're just checking down the deep end to make sure everything's A-OK.
Yeah, we just see our track walker there at 3:30. Collecting something off the racing surface.
So whether or not something's come ajar on the small block of Camilleri, we're just checking whether it's just a few crumbs. We've gone for a wander down at 13.20, of course, right at the quarter mile. And we're just looking at making sure that's A-OK. Looks like word is OK. But yeah, whatever it was when it went for a move, picked up something off the track. They've now rectified that situation, and it looks like it's all A-OK for now. All right, let's have another look. Another photo there from Dave. Dave's got us another wild photo here somewhere. Oh, he's sending me photos of the chatter. Sending me photos of the chatter. Yeah, chatter, big chatter. Yeah, Tatey said definitely more comfortable sitting on the couch in the man cave. So Tatey's watching the stream. You must have done that a little earlier there. I didn't see the comment there, Tatey, but Tatey gets a message to me saying definitely more comfortable sitting there watching it than doing it.
I know we miss you, Tatey. We miss your baldy head.
I miss your tireless work ethic. Jane misses your baldy head. All right, here we go. The man of the moment. He's had a pretty good year here in Australia, Steve Carlson. Well, he's had a combination this year.
Yeah, I had a chat to him this morning. Unfortunately, the car is going back to New Zealand. I did beg and plead and ask him to keep it here. So he said never say never. So hopefully we will see him back.
I shouldn't say he's had the perfect year, Carlson, because remember, he did put it into the fence at Jamberee, put it into the wall. He's since fixed it, and obviously came down here, I think, 2 weeks ago and cleaned up.
Yeah.
Did pretty well. I think he did not too bad at the Winter Nationals either.
Yeah.
So what a tour. What a tour for the Chicken Hawk Motorsport team from Masterton in New Zealand, here running Pro Mod in Australia, probably for the last time this year before heading it back to NZ. Peter Pizzolides, well, Pistol Pete, like he carves up in this car. I think he's in like a double A API JK LMNOP. It's double APIA. Yeah, so natural born pro mod, of course, twin turbo, Hemi, 509 cubes, race glides, N&M transmissions, vinyl wraps and gravity, Stella Pizza Cafe, Steve Carlson, Chickahook Motorsport, Wairapa Auto Engineering. These two guys ready to have a crack at this pro mod field thanks to Wiseco. Of course, we're not throwing up, it's not $1 million to win this category like we had, I think, 20 grand to win at Jamboree Brisbane. I think there's still a nice little purse to win it. Pistol Pete gets to throw everything at it today with the turbo combo. Yeah, just a little bit too much shakeout there. Pistol still recovers. 048 off the button, 071 for Carlson, 101 for Pistol, had to pedal it, 455 at half track, 163, and that 697. So if you're in survivor mode, i.e. we go to 3 rounds of racing this afternoon, that looks like what survivor mode looks like. It's get to the other end of the racetrack and get in front of your opponent. So it's one of those things right now with the conditions for the big tyre cars, a lot of horsepower. It is the fine line, isn't it, between getting down the track, a little bit of spin, let the slick catch up, to it running over itself and rattling itself senseless. And that's the thing with the big tyre cars, is that they can get into that dreaded tyre shake that you do get with the big slicks. All right, here we go.
One other competitor we were meant to see here this weekend, of course, was Barry Plumpton. Unfortunately, yesterday in testing, he's had done some damage to the car and has stretched the valves catastrophically.
Oh no, not the big music.
Unfortunately, he's out. Unfortunately.
Oh, John and Brody, here we go.
We've also had a set of keys handed in up here at the box as well. For your keys, might want to come and see us.
Now, this is a great matchup. Now, I've seen this in WA. When you watch, when Brody and John raced each other, you know, uncle and nephew. Of course, it's Uncle John to him.
Yeah, Richard is.
Of course, Richard's the dad, John's brother. But how about this, having John? I never thought I'd see the day that we would have John Zappia at a Jambo, but here he is in Pro Mod trim, which means Zap, if you had any weight in the car to make door slammer weight, you can take it out. If you had any blower overdrive restrictions because of door slammer, you can throw that out. Ideally, this would be an opportunity for the world's fastest HQ to go completely unhinged, as fast as Zap can go. And the guy's already been, 550s in this car. And he's normally got it on the injector hat, and I can't quite see the injector hat at the moment, but Zap has been very quick in this car in door slammer trim. His list of achievements goes off the end of the page when it comes to door slammer racing in this country. Just getting everything cleaned up. And beside him, Brody Zappia, of course, the new driver for the AC Delco Monaro. Of course, Morris Fabietti Racing. Ronnie Palumbo hanging up the race suit. Ronnie having a little clean up there too. I nearly bought a couple of things off Ronnie last week. He's got a few things up for sale. You've got to get in quick. Sometimes 21 minutes into the ad is not quick enough. So let's just see whether John, and again, in conditions like this where, 80% of the field so far has had to abort runs, let's see whether Zap's got something right now. Zap would love to clean everyone up here this weekend. He'll be the target.
Tell you what, he's getting cleaned up by young Brody on this pass. 579, 246 miles an hour for Brody. And Zappia just cruised it on down, 11.29.
Yeah, 022 off the tree, 041 off the tree for John and Brody. So both guys lightning quick off the tree. But yeah, just that little bit of rattle. 982 in the 60 for Brody. Sorted on that run. John, that time, a little shake or rattle or whatever. But yeah, early in the run, you can give it up after that because it's not going to be, well, again, it's only quali. There's no point peddling it for that, but it gets 2 more shots at it to get it together. To get it together. And remember, at the end of the day, if you get a number down the track, you're seeded. It's just about who you race.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to think of a few marquee matchups. Like this is literally a whole bunch of cars that Zap's never had to race.
Yeah.
Because like for as you either know or you don't know about, of course, the history of door slammer racing in Australia, is that we've never had turbos or nitrous engines essentially allowed in door slam, the category top door slam. And of course, Pro Mod's only been a relatively new thing. Of course, with Jambo, we've run Pro Mod for a couple of years now with the whole idea of turbo versus blower versus nitrous. And guess what? We've got more turbos. We've got as many turbo door slammers in this country as we do blown door slammers. Yep. And that's saying something in a country that's got quite a few blown door slammers. We have got plenty of turbo door slammers and guys that will never change. Yep. Will never go away from turbos. We've got guys that are blowers that will never go away from blowers. And nitrous guys, well, they're a different group altogether. Again, same deal. You're never going to change the nitrous guys over. It's a shame we couldn't get Barry Plumpton out here. I think he ran a nice 580 yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, it was looking... And even on that pass where he did hurt it, just couldn't get out of gear. Just backfired, had a bit of a black smoke come out the pipes, which is never a good look. Oh,
well, I just love listening to that 959 cube Musi just lumber down the track. All right, here's Connor. Here's another guy. Bailey. Connor McClure. I'm thinking of one of the other McClures. Speaking of Connor, big shout out, happy birthday to Connor Webb. Speaking of Connors, Connor Webb, Webby Jr. is 19 today. Big shout out to you, Connor Webb. That's a nice segue considering I've just called out the wrong name. It's Bailey McClure.
It's okay, we
I thought
do
it was
that
Connor, but happy birthday, Connor Webb. And g'day to Bailey McClure out there now. Now, he's another guy that's bringing a little knife to the gunfight. Little 386 cube. I never knew it was this small. 386 cube, twin turbo, bottom sixes this thing has run. He'd love to run a 5 unhinged here today. All fast torque converters, Garrett Turbo, Heltec, Ignite Auto Electrics, Perth Dive Academy, Final Drive, Matic. He's got a lot of sponsors in his corner. The McClure team, very professional. Slimer is the name of the car. He's from Whitby in WA, another one of our WA competitors. This might be one of the largest attended events by WA competitors, the largest Jambo that we've had with WA competitors. He's going to go for a solo here, so let's just see what they've got loaded in this car. They can let it eat, because we're in that Pro Mod trim, which literally anything goes here at Jambo. God, that little small block is flying. 617, 233 mile an hour for the little small block. 617, 233 mile an hour there for Bailey McClure. 406 to half track, 406 to half track. And we just can't catch that time quick enough. We need a mouse. Well, even if we had the mouse connected, we're not literally connected to that live screen because that's just a replay. Yes, we'd be able to pull that back up normally. Because we're, what are we using? Porter Tree. That's Porter Tree. Yep. So we can pull that back up. But not to be. And that is Pro Mod Q number 1 done. The list will come in from Race Control shortly there, but I'd say it's got a Zapier at the top there. Oh, no, it's got Ricker on the top, hasn't it? Ricker on the top. Yeah. Johnny Ricker. Imagine if we got a snapshot of next year's door slammer rounds if Ricker and Zapier race each other at some time today, because Johnny still will hold for a fair while, I reckon. Well, unless Sakaridis can come and find his mojo again a bit later. He did hear it. Connor Webb, the 19-year-old, did hear it. That was you know what? I'm glad that little segue came in there, because I know that we're going to do that shout out a little bit earlier on, and we've had a few dramas this morning with a few different things. God, honestly, you couldn't write a Netflix series like it already, Janie. We're into Q2 of everything now, and you can't even believe the drama we've seen already in one round of qualifying. Unbelievable. So, yeah, drive shaft braking on the pack car. So the drive shaft broke, locked itself up underneath the car, locks the diff up. He's a passenger, crashes the car. One of his boys actually freaked out a little bit about that, and with his dad crashing and on fire, so we needed to get a bit of extra attention to Junior. I went down, gave him a little hug and a high five, and he's growing his hair out, so he looks quite a good looking rooster. And Georgie down there, and Billy and all the family, so I had to go down and check on them. All right, check this out. Brett Matthew and Michael Tuddenham. We're back into J275 thanks to Boostline. Second quali right now, the radial tyres. The one HG's got 325 cubes. The other HT has 540 cubes. Look at these tough South Aussie Holdens here on a radial. I'll tell you what, I don't know where that HT's come from. 540 cube twin turbo. 955 with plenty of issues on the way down. 893 there for Tuddenham. That's an improvement from the previous run the day. So in the field nonetheless. And remember, we're normally Chicago shootout, but you know it's no dial-ins here. Maybe we're just going to send them down pair to pair.
Yep.
Bradley Schreiber back now. He's from Greenwith. It's the 6 litre LS in the Commie, the VB 1980 VB Commodore. Joshua Rawlinson, another one from WA, Canning Vale. Got to start writing down our WA guys, right? So, WA, going to start the list, right? WA. Joshua Rawlinson, there we go. Joshua Rawlinson.
And while you're doing that, just so everyone knows, this is, while we said this is Q2, this is actually going to be the final qualifying session for everybody. A text message has just gone out to the races.
Is that right? Okay, there we go. All right.
So just due to all of the delays, we need to try and keep the schedule
because remember,
schedule as much as we can.
10 o'clock tonight, no more party. We've got to stop at 10. We can't race past 10.
So third Q2 will run as scheduled, and then we will be straight into racing.
Nice side-by-side run here. Let's see what Rawlinson does. 820 to an 831. So it looks like an improvement for Schreiber. I think Rawlinson on the last run ran an 8-1 something. So that car very, very consistent. The Rock's got it on the string. A little 3.8 D-stroked Barra. Here we go. Phil Bennett in the Sigma.
Our wheelie cool Sigma.
Yep, and Alex Whitehead beside. So we got two locals. So from Seaford Rise, South Australia, is the Sigma, and from Munter is Alex Whitehead in the Falcon Utility.
Keep your eyes on the Sigma. Q1, we saw this guy lift the front wheels sky high and carry them. If it had been in racing, he would have taken out our best wheel stand award.
Yeah, it certainly would, but we've got to do that during, of course...
during racing?
During racing.
Can't put on too much of a show during qualifying,
Oh,
can you?
well, you can. Look, for all the people that turned up early, you got to see that Sigma. Let's just see what the Sigma does this time. Doesn't say what's in it. We've got to go and have a look. That's one that you've got to go look in the pits, folks.
Yeah.
Go and stalk the Sigma. 7 seconds, boys.
Here we go.
7 seconds.
In. No, he's been timed out only just.
He's not going to get an ET. He's already got one from the wheelie, but this isn't going to feature.
No, he's going to keep the front down on this run as well.
You might hear me yelling out 7 seconds. That's all because there's a 7-second timeout normally. That's international rule pretty much, isn't it? From when you're running, especially heads-up pro tree. I'm sure it even happens on full trees. As soon as you're in stage and you put one bulb, your opponent puts one bulb on, that's 7 seconds to get the second bulb on. You can't stay any longer than that or the red light will be thrown. And 99% of the time, that's an automatic throw. That's not the starter throwing it. That's the timing system throwing it. So that's just what happened.
Alex Whitehead had a great pass there, 811. So he will improve in his qualifying position as well.
It's 2 Falcon Turbo Utes in the 8-1s.
Yep.
Remember, it's the quarter mile that they're running over. It's going to be a couple of cars that you've got to watch out for in this category that have got that top-end prowess. This is one of them, and I wouldn't think it would be one of them because when you look at it, if this thing was just parked in a car park, taking the parachutes and the stickers off it, you wouldn't think Keith Hard's XW Falcon would be the weapon that it is, but it is.
10-second timeout for J275 as well.
It is 10,
Thanks,
eh?
Cal.
Okay, so pros are 7. J275 are 10. All right, so we've got 10. So that's still enough. Even if you heard me say 7 seconds, you know you've got 3 seconds to respond.
Said it 3 times, so.
You've got 3 seconds to respond. All you know is that if that was 10, that's 10. So that was an abnormally large amount of time to be sitting there without bringing it in. Now, whether or not that Sigma had a little issue or whatever, he's learnt the hard way. I'm sure we won't learn again. I'm sure he'll pick that up. All right, so whatever we had there has just got our attention for a little drag on the sled, and that is it. We've got the next pairing ready to go. As we said, Keith Hards with 4,000 pounds of XW Falcon was tearing up the Willowbank 660 last weekend at Kenda Radial Riot, and I can't believe it. You know, that'd be enough for the year, you know. Like, he drove the wheels off that car last weekend. The thing was doing little power wheel stands all the way down. Like, the thing was just running 440s in the 8th. It was nuts. And then, you know, who would think 7 days later, here we are at the bend, the other end of the country, and here they are rolling up for testing on the Friday. Keithy wants to, you know, claim another scalp. I don't think he took all the chocolates home last weekend, but he did win, I think, Best Power Wheelie. And isn't it ironic that, you know, we've got great sponsors that help us with that. That was, of course, Jeff Johnson from WA sponsoring for that. And, of course, Keithy won it for Best Wheelies. And those guys are here again today. Timmy Januzzi beside him here from Narrawarren North in Victoria, his VL Commodore. Twin chute deal, and this thing could be an absolute weapon. Here comes that Sigma. You definitely got to get into the pits. If there's one of those cars that you've got to go and stalk in the pits, go and find the Sigma and see what's packing in the Sigma. And just remember how many thousands of those are on the road back in the day, especially in South Aussie, because, you know, Chrysler down here was belting them all out. Yep. Boy, very rare car. Like these days, if you see a Sigma, you think, hang on, what year am I in? Yep. And there'll be there's already people going, what the hell is that? And you can explain it. Listen, there was a plague of these things in the late 70s and into the 80s. And it spawned a car called the Magna after that when Mitsubishi took a big swing at the bigger cars in Australia.
The family car.
And sad, and we talked about the Chimera in the same light this morning when we saw a Chimera, just how many people bought Chimeras. And now you don't see any. And it's like, they were good cars. They got lots of raps at the time. Time will show that they're extinct, nearly extinct. Same with Magnus. Everyone raved about Magnus at the beginning. Now they're nearly extinct. So be careful what you wish for. Yes, I do miss you, Rusty DJ Milkshake. So good to see Rusty's watching on the live stream. He was down here 2 weeks ago, probably in this very spot he was sitting where you were, and I was Alan Reinhardt 2 weeks ago. But here we are. Jungle Jane and the Digs here on the mic for Garrett Advancing Motion, Adelaide Jamboree, the XW and the VL. Yeah, 10 and 7. Yeah, 10 and 7. Yeah, I always just thought it was 7, but 10. You know. You know what? If I ever ran a drag racing series, you can have 5 minutes to stage. You know, fair go for everyone.
We want to finish on time.
You know, rebuild your car with the top bulb on. It's one of those 5 days, like a test match. Drag racing test. Hey, don't we have one of those every time we go to a drag strip anyway? Feels like a 5-day test match. Yeah, so 10 and 7, that's right. So the J275 guys have got 10. The Pro guys, Factory Extreme, Pro Mod and Pro Compact have 7.
All right, let's see what Keith Hards has got. He's about to go on a stage. Q1 didn't go his way. 968, only 102 miles an hour.
This is Boost Line, J275, quali number 2. Second and final, as we said, we're pushing the schedule forward. We would much rather have less qualifying and all the racing than all the qualifying and not finishing. So that's what we're into. Got more Band-Aids all over you there. Cutting yourself on your own fingernails. No. Oh, she broke a nail. Now it's only 3 inches long, not 6 inches long. All right, here we go. Come on, boys. That big XW gets the half track, shoots out at everything. What? That's interesting for Keithy. 130 in the 60, 541 to half track, and a 1200. He's done with his qualifying.
He thought it was a Kenda, didn't he?
I don't know. Well, 541. I mean, the thing's normally a second quicker even to the 660. So something's just, I don't know. It's caught his attention, and he's got the shoots out and everything. Timmy Januzzi. Again, zing the tyres off the line, and look, a 24.65, we'll have to factor in his earlier qualifier as well. and see how he features in the seeding, because we'll be able to seed them anyway because they've got a number. But something on Keithy's which is just alluding us to what may be going on there. And, sometimes, I'm not saying that he's done a burst panel or anything, but of course things like electromotion, which is the automatic parachute release and everything like that, and ignition cut, they can be wired to burst panels and things like that, and that can automatically deploy chutes. I didn't see Keithy in too much distress for him to throw the laundry out, unless it was something like that. I don't know. They'll get to the bottom of it. There's a million things on these cars that sometimes it just won't be what we say it is.
And up here in the commentary box, we're the kings and queens of speculation,
Oh,
aren't we?
I'm the expert at long-distance diagnosis, absolutely. I'll speculate a million things. None of them will probably be right, but I'll give you a multiple choice answer. I'll give you 5 options of maybe what it could be. And sometimes never right. But anyway, that's just what happens. Maysam Patini El Halui from Little Mountain in Queensland, eh? And Andrew Martin from Beaconsfield in Victoria. So J275 continuing. And best a 773 for Mason in the VH. 897 there for Andrew.
Yeah, Mason's currently our number 1 qualifier.
Is he?
Yes. Martin, he went 897, 148 miles earlier. He's a bit further back in 4th.
Tell you what, this cranky Kingswood just might clean them all up by the end of the day. 888, that's a PB for him today. Mason not under full progress, half track 655. So look, that earlier 773 will have to do as top quali.
Yeah.
So hang on, because sometimes we can award for top quali. So we always at least get that on the sheets to be able to acknowledge that.
We do top qualifiers. We do little J's for top qualifiers.
So sometimes we do. We'll just check whether there's a little J lurking around for him for that. He wouldn't probably suspect he was going to ever be close to getting that. But hey, you know what I mean? You enter an event. If you're already thinking you're going to be cannon fodder before you turn up, why enter? Why turn up?
Why turn up?
Turn up to have a good time. Don't worry whether you win or lose. Just turn up to have a good time and get some good race car love.
Yep.
And you never know how your day's going to end up. As we said last week, drag racing, it can be a mixture of brilliance or Bradbury.
Yep.
And everything in the middle.
Yep.
And even then you've got to explain that term to people, don't you? That's almost skipped a generation. The Bradbury's almost skipped a generation already. Of course, being in it to compete and then have the win present to you because you were right there.
All
right, Jeremy finishes off the round in the Supra. Just not holding on to the tyre. 3.2 litre 2J on board. He's going to run the Supra out a little bit. Hey, look, our lazy 11.12 at 153 mile an hour. He'll feature in the Chicago Shootout, though. We can never predict who wins any of these events, Jane, and I don't know whether it's a case of, everyone's got their own progress. Either someone comes here and they're dominating every round and you go, well, you're warming to be in a final. But I haven't seen one person yet, maybe John Ricker, that's already come out and go, you know what,
yeah.
I'm grabbing a chunk and I'm going to dominate. And we still haven't seen that in any other category just yet. All right, so modified 10.5, second and last session, of course, thanks to Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. It is Sean Lazarovsky against Peter Kogorski. That's right, we've got all the skis in this class, right? We've got a fair few skis in this class. And when I mean a fair few, a handful. Tedeschi, Lazarovsky and Kogorski. And then Yildirim. So that's our 4 in modified 10. They're going to have a lot of fun racing each other a couple of times today. There won't be anyone that they haven't paired up against, I'm sure. Kogorski from South Morang, Victoria. Lazarovsky from Greensboro in Victoria. Both 8-second VLs. In 100 years' time, will we say, have we got a top 50 cars that were iconic in Australia? Well, you'd have to say the VL's going to be in there.
You'd have to think so.
It's scary that years ago you'd say, well, L34 Tirana or A9X Tirana or GDHO Falcon. As far as cars that have dominated at the mountain, which we judge a lot of our cars' greatness on, how well do they do at the mountain? Well, I can tell you, the old VL did all right But it's what it's done at the drag strip since, I think, has etched its way
That's
in
where
there.
it found its home.
Absolutely, the drag strip. All right, boys. Knocks the 10-5 off it there, Lazarovsky, but Kogorski gets the thing hooked up, 126 of the 60-foot, half track 531, 828. 828 there for Kogorski. That is an improvement, and according to his previous info, it's a PB for him there as well.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the sun is shining here. You would assume it's hot, but it's actually coolish, beautiful and cool outside. I don't think the weather forecast is lending anything over 25 or 26. You do see a bit of a heat haze there, but it's not a lot. I don't even know what our surface track temp is, but you wouldn't think it's excessive.
Yeah, I didn't see Chris McEnroe building up much of a sweat.
No,
up
Chris
there, so it
McEnroe
must have
had
been quite
no
cool.
sweat there at all. If anything, I know I need a new grip for the racket because got black hands here, but I can't get in trouble for black hands,
You
surely.
look like a drag racer.
Yeah, it just looks like I've been slaving over a hot splitty. But I'm kidding. They don't even get that dirty when I'm putting in air cons. And if they do, you got to wipe all that clean before you finish. All right, so Darko Tedeschi. Darko again, modified 10.5. So we might have had a late scratching there because we did have 4.
Yeah, we only had 2 come out in Q1.
But we haven't seen the S15 of Erkin Yildirim yet.
No.
So he ain't there.
Mainline Smart Dyno Technology bringing us a modified 10.5 this weekend.
Here we are, Darko. Don't think he's put a run down as yet. Another VL. This one, the Calais, didn't quite catch the front. Has it got the eyelids? I think it does. Yes, it does. They do scrub up nicely. They've aged pretty well for a, what are we, 1986. So what's that, 2025, 86, so what's that, 14, 13, 40-year-old car nearly.
Yeah.
88, it's okay, so last of them, 88 Calais, righto. 37-year-old car, this one. They scrub up all right for a 37-year-old car. Whoa, Darko! Geez, as the power came on, off it went, zing the tyre, and
what a save.
He had to drive that thing, well, he had to do a bit of saving. A 139 in the 60-foot and a 13.19 will put him in the field, but, geez, Darko gives us another heart in the mouth moment.
Bit of a tank slapper there. Whew.
Jambo's built its reputation on exciting rides, but oh, come on, please, let my heart rate go down under 80 at least once today, please. All right, it says Fat 10A on the licence plate here. Would it be weird if that was a boosted 10A still on board? Of course, factory 10As in the R100s. I know people have been going after the 12A records like qualifications, but Petros Christophilopoulos. And yeah, Petros. Again, another one in the SIC 100 team. I just noticed at the back there. So the same sort of stickers you see on Konofakinos' car. And normally with all these Opolopololuses, they're all Greek descent. Big group of them here. And remember, isn't it funny? Like we've had a couple of our guys through Kogorski, Lazarovsky, and Tedeschi in modified 10.5. Now we're into Street 289. We've got Fakinos and Christophilopoulos. I'd love to know. I don't think it is a 10A still on board, but I know that Connor, they're 12A.
Yeah, it's got 13B
it is a
there.
13B. There we go. PPT Plumbing. All right, good sponsor.
Oh, you like the plumbing industry,
I
don't you?
still don't mind the plumbing industry. Could make a comeback one day. Could make a comeback one day. I don't know when.
Oh, nice pick up of the wheels there for Christophilopoulos.
Best of an 874 goes 900. So in Street 289, normally at a pointy end of the field, say at a Brisbane Jambo, that's sort of, middle to the bottom of the pack because we see just every Street 289. Of course, pretty much the birth of Street 289 was, well, a lot of these classes, of course, came from the Brisbane Jambos over the years. So, yeah, here in Adelaide, it takes a while before, you know, a category sort of suits a particular car. Good to see Corey Hunter's come back. I don't know what the issue was from the previous run that the Gem did was not happy. The normally reliable single overhead cam G180 Gemini. So pretty much using a lot of the original DNA from a Gem. And he still builds plenty of tough G180s for people too. Darren Hunter. He's from Harkness in Victoria. This will be the end of Street 289 Q2. Little wheelie bar adjustment there for Darren to do on Corey. Of course, Darren drove this car for many years. They've got even another little white 9-second streeter that they drive around as well. So sometimes you just, if you stick with your Rotaries, you stick with your Geminis, you stick with your Holdens, you stick with your Fords.
Issues again there for Corey.
This thing just ain't a happy camper. Like, it leaves the line 131 in the 60-foot. It's taken a big gulp of something there. I don't know what it's doing for it to lay over like that, and whether it's fuel starvation, hitting a safety. There'd be, again, let me give you 10 speculative reasons why that thing's doing what it's doing, and it'll be the 11th thing that I didn't say.
It'll be something really basic
that
you didn't think of.
So Darren, doing the scratching again. Where's the scratch? Doing the scratch of the head again. Don't know, mate. Don't know. It's just great. Damn automobiles. Unbelievable. Unbelievable run of just rotten misfortune.
All right. Just waiting on the Gemini to
I don't know
clear
what
the
you
loop.
mean by that, Dave. What do I mean by that? Dave sponsor. I'm sponsoring. Oh, he sent me a picture. All right, there we go. I can't keep up with Dave. Dave's sending the photos. Oh, yeah? Oh, no, you can't have. Have you airbrushed that on there, or does that actually say that on the side of the car?
Oh, my God.
We've got to get that on the side of the car, surely. Where's the photo on the side? Let's have a look. Does it even say it there? I've got to see this. What is going on there, man? I'm a big fan if it says that on the side. It does.
He's obviously a big fan too.
Is that right? I'm going to go down and meet that dude. That's nuts. Thank you, Dave. I thought you were doing your magic airbrushing that you normally do, because you can. Yeah, legit. It is legit, but you know how you like to dress photos up. Well, that's 2 now. Disco Dean's done a bump city on the top of his golf cart, but now Mark and the little Mazda's put Diggle's Bump City on the side of the Mazda. Loves it. All right, I love that. Oh, I'll definitely going down and scoring a free drink off them. I mean, going down to say g'day to them. All right, who have we got? 8257.
I believe this is Eric Slager.
Oh, that is Eric. Yeah, now Eric ran yesterday. He'd be in Street 289. He's now going to get at least one run down.
At least he's in the field, because he didn't come out earlier to qualify, so at least he's in the field now.
Tell you what, the SIC 100 team, they got them running everywhere. If it's not the R100s or the 1300s going down, it's Sligar going down in the RX3 just to get a number through. There we go.
And it's so important for him to do that. Do you know why?
Why?
Because if you look at our Garrett Jamboree Series Championship,
he needs the points.
He needs the points.
That's nuts that someone's put my name or a related version of the name on the side of his car. Loves Bump City. All right, I'll cop that. I honestly don't. I'm a bit humbled to think that that's come from. Can't believe it. Crazy. Give him a wrap. Give the man a wrap. Modified compact. Here it is. It's going to show us on the side here. There it is. It says it. Get the cameraman on the side of this after the burnout. Thank you, Dave Reed, for that. I didn't even cop that, but there it is. Bump City's made an impression on someone. There it is.
You'll have to go down and get a selfie with him.
Mark Thomas from Salisbury Park, South Aussie, all the way to South Aussie, and Deb O'Connell, the AU The AU Falcon, I still think it had like single overhead cam license plate on the back. So proudly in-tech, I would say. But how about this? He's Fawcett Fabrications, I do maintenance, wild haulage. Yeah, how about that? I'm not going to complain about that. That is great. Thank you, Mark Thomas. Or merely a coincidence. But yeah, when you see the term Bump City on there, I do think it's got to be related. And tell you what, he loves going to Bump City. He absolutely does. Here we go, 917 at 144 mile an hour and 887 beside him there for Deb O'Connell. He do the sticker for you too. Oh, that's a great one.
You did one of them.
Yeah, with the Bump City on the hat
Bump
or something
City.
like that. Well done. All right, modified compact now, great category. And again, we've got a few in this, going through them, bought to us by Speedflow. Still located in Taree, still 25 years young, shipping them all over the world. High quality hose fittings to the performance industry. I can definitely agree with that. I've got tons of Speedflow on my stuff.
Okay, our competitor in the RX2
Yep.
in the Bullet race engineering lane, Adam Ince. He is currently our #1 qualifier.
Oh, you got him in there?
I do.
Aiden Ince, is it? Aiden. Could be Adam. The big A, anyway. Tell you what, Vaughan Cameron, 13B on board the Fiat 124, but that RX2, that is quick little RX2, 842. Earlier 849, so he's improved.
Good.
The 124, 1028 before 1025, so it's good to see guys are improving. That is good to see, because that's all you're getting. Because
next time it's racing.
2 qualies and make them a good one, and they both have. And yeah, I'm sure this is the old grimace. It'd be a coincidence if it wasn't. Michael Pepe on screen now from 2 Wells, South Australia, against Danny Quilty. He's from Adelaide.
Love the little shorty tray there of Quilty.
Barra Power. Go and have a look at, again, another car recommend you go and have a look at in the pits is Danny Quilty's Barra Powered Rodeo. Where does it fit? Michael Pepe, the KE20, 13B on board. Best of a 1030, but I think that thing's got all the potential to go hard. Oh, Quilty! Save that for racing, mate. You might get yourself a trophy. Here goes Pepe through the finish. Oh, 880. You can definitely rack the old PB up to an 880 now. 880 for Michael Pepe. Danny Quilty, hopefully, well, he's now backing off, but
He's done the right thing, pulled over off the racing surface.
he's done some wheelies in that thing before. I'm sure he's got the odd photo of the thing reaching for the sky, but that was an absolute corker. And hopefully there's no Barra juice on the track after that. Let's see if we can, while he's just quickly there, let's see, go back to a replay. Here we go, back to the replay. Here we go, Quilty bumps it in. Let's go of the button on the boosted Barra, and straight away, up it goes. Yeah, it's a wheelie machine. Honestly, if you ask the guy to say, listen, Danny, could you consistently do wheelies for us, run after run? And if he says, yep, sure, that's what it's basically built for. What a fun machine. And yeah, I can't believe that little one there as well. The little Mazda. Yeah, the Ute. There's the Ute there. Incredible. Mark Thomas, thank you for that little commitment. We should follow him to see where he's pitting so I can go down and check it. I've definitely got to check that out before the end of the day, because that's crazy that that stuff's making it onto people's cars and they like the idea of being a citizen of Bump City. So much to the fact that you put it on your damn car. That's pretty humbling to know that people are weighing in on that, because there is that moment when that one moment, that pause before they both let go of the button and then go down the track. It's just one of those moments, those spiritual moments. So hopefully, look, I can't be. Hopefully it's not. I hope it's not bits of Barra per se, but it could be bits of Rodeo. Don't know where the Barra ends and the Rodeo starts, but whatever crumbs, we've just got to get some of those crumbs out of Quilty's car there. I'm trying to remember, did it have wheelie bars on the back? I don't think it did. Did it have them? Word of advice to Danny, in the future, we might get you some industrial wheelie bars there, eh? Because it definitely needs them. Short wheelbase doesn't make the situation any easier. It's definitely going to make the thing wheelie even more. So anyway, he's going to come back maybe under his own steam, folks. So when you do see the Barra-powered Rodeo come back, give him a round of applause and a clap, cheer, and a whistle for being a lunatic, because, you know, we need to probably, you know, give the lunatics of the world, you know, when they do something like that, which is, you know, only really going to harm themselves. That's the only lunatic I'm interested in encouraging. The ones that are only going to put themselves in the spotlight for their own feats on them own selves. Then you can appreciate Danny Quilty for that. Right, Russell Wild and Ben Clark back. Benny Clark, first run down the track for him today. He did, I think, back off after the launch, but yeah, traditionally loves to get the VL up and out of there, and I think he's won the odd wheelie contest before. He normally does a big one in quali, and then in racing he it doesn't do it again, and he sometimes misses out on our wheelie trophies. But let's just see what he does here. Up against Russell Wild, the RX3. Needs a good run right now, Russell. That's going to be a lot better for him. Russell Wild, have a look at this thing go. This is a big improvement in modified compact. 781 for Russell Wild. They seem pretty happy down there. Benny Clark, 939. Pretty much business as usual for the VL. But yeah, good to see the guys getting improvements, getting the 7-second time slip as well. Here comes Danny Quilty. Give him a round of applause in the Rodeo, if you will. It may just encourage him. That's the only thing. It may just encourage him to be looser. May just encourage him to be a little looser than it already is. But it's a nut car. Yeah, go and have a look where the Barra is. Like, it's in there somewhere. Barra in a Rodeo, Danny Quilty, you nut. Is he all okay? You got some bits and pieces in there, mate? How do you fit a second bloke? A third? There you go. That's how you fit them all in there. I just know how you were going to get that mullet in there. That's how. It's a pretty big mullet to fit in there. Not a lot of room between a Rodeo and a half a Barra in there and a guy's mullet. But there he goes. All right, Matthew Spratt now and Corin Wickham. This is Street Compact qualifying round number 2. So modified compact done. We're back into our street cars. I mean pure street cars. You know, we've got a lot of categories where you will see, like, street cars on steroids turn up, but this is a pure street cars, street compact, down to about 1050. I think we'll let them run. Corin Wickham beside in the VL. It's almost like it's got the director body kit on it. Now I think it was going well. Half track 664, gets it all the way to the stripe, but it seems like he's just rolling from here. 1189 at only 79 mile an hour. It was 94 mile an hour at half track, so he did roll off. The R35, 1161 for him. He ran an earlier 1068. So that'll be their 2 qualies. And as already been announced, that there is only 2 qualifiers now due to us wanting to stay on time and make sure we finish the event instead of making everyone go to 3 qualies, and, you know, any other downtime we may experience means that we're probably not going to finish racing, and we do want results. So it's not the first, it's not the last time we've done this at a Jambo, especially in a one-day event. We've got to do it if we've lost time, and we lost time for a variety of different things that we can't reverse, we can't take back. It just happens. Got all this machinery, all this horsepower. And one of the reasons why we all do fall in love with Jambo is its unpredictability, right? So just getting ourselves sorted here. We've got 2 cars in street compact, just waiting to see if we can get the race number for the RX7. Our little friend in the little Mazda 1300 is in stage. I'll have it somewhere on the sheets here. I'll pull it back up. All right, so RX7. Into stage. Sasha Matovic and Jamie Zakarko. Both from South Aussie. Little RX7 out and gone. Gets the half track right now. A 959 to a 706. Here comes that little Mazda 1300. Yeah, something did just fly. Was it the RX7? Did you see something? 1109 for Jamie, but for Sasha, yeah, something in the RX7 just caught our attention. And that's well spotted by Dangerous Dave up here. Thanks for that sketch. I'll see how we can fit that in there a little bit later on. All right, we recovered whatever that was off the... A what? A window. A piece of window. It's not nice. Hope it come up in one piece or... Check it out, the RS2000. This is like a rolling history lesson. 1979 RS2000, owned by Davor Pribashevic. Vorda Pribashevic beside, so Vorda and Davor, both from South Australia, both from Seaford. Got the Barra-powered Falcon beside, 2009 Falcon, or the 1979 RS2000. Love to know what's on board, whether it's just a boosted Pinto. I mean, the Ford guys do all sorts of things. Nice skid do, by the way. They do all sorts of things. It could still have the old-fashioned Pinto in it. It could have a Cosy in it. Could have a Duratec in it. Like, there's a few things that the Ford guys tend to play with. But it'd be nuts if it was just the old-fashioned Pinto. That's another one, folks, that you can go and see if you can find in the pits and catch it with the bonnet open. There was a very good little Pinto turbo kit they used to do, the old-fashioned draw-through setup. Off he goes, that little 2-litre turbo Escort. He ran an early, I think 12.25, comes through this time for an 11.86. Got to be happy with that. The little RS2000, old school, small car. And yeah, heaven forbid, I mean, to find them in decent nick these days, especially genuine RS2000s, they're worth a pretty penny. Good looking car too. I did always love them as a young guy growing up, the RS2000 with that front end on them. Relatively light car, and you can just about throw the kitchen sink at them. All right, Tony Golding and George Ritchie still here in Street Compact. Both South Aussie guys. Tirana with a 3-litre on board, so again, maybe RB powered. Beside him, 13B, of course, for the RX-7. Better this time. Last run, he didn't really get down the track. Torrey goes through, 13.01 at 89 mile an hour. Now, he's backing off because at 94 mile an hour at half track and then 89 at the stripe. 16.39 for Golding, gets the RX-7 down through the deep end. And a great field of South Australian street compacts here, running at Jambo 2025. The Brumby is back. Scott Radermaker. I think we just saw that come up. Just hold the phone for a sec, boys. The guys are off the track now. Scott Radermaker and Mark Campbell. Radermaker needs to probably roll him back into the beams there. There we go. This is a 2.1 litre Brumby. Few crumbs coming out of the car on the gear change. We don't know where it came from. A little bit of dirt or something. 11.33, improved by 4 tenths again. 11.33 at 132. Mark Campbell in the I-30. 13.51's not mucking around. 111 mile an hour. Not too bad at all. And we are going to see a few more of those pop up in the next few years. I think those hot hatches. We do see the occasional Golf turn up, and now the I-30Ns. These hot little front-wheel drive cars. But a lot of people have gone off. It's gone off the boil a little bit in Australia, the old front-wheel drive drag cars. I couldn't even think of 10 of them. 10 dedicated front-wheel drive drag cars in this country. I can't even think of too many. Yeah, I know that we did have a big group of them there for a while, but they've all seemed to have disappeared. Of course, in the United States, it's a different thing. There's a billion Hondas over there. Transmission, braking, track oiling Hondas that can slow you right down. But yeah, look, honestly, people out there in South Australia, if you're looking for a challenge, we don't seem to have at the moment any. And I think the record's like 9.0 or so. Oh no, there's a few Hondas out there now. I know there's a Honda in Sydney, mid to low 8s, I think. So someone might be able to refresh our memory on how quick they've gone with those things now. Oh, there we go. So dedicated front-wheel drive Honda is coming, so they're already on it. Thanks, Thomas, for your info. I know people will be watching on the live stream. So there we go, a dedicated Honda front-wheel drive drag car coming. Sometime, not today, but sometime in the future. Robert Daralevsky beside in the RX-7, the FD RX-7, a few dollars tied up there. Gary Mouton with his Aristo. This thing ran at 12, I think, before. This time 13.13 at 117 mile an hour. 13.73 there for Darylivsky in his FD RX7. What's that? Yep. Yeah, so Speed Factory Civic 747. Well, I'm sure I've heard of one going like nearly a 6. Nearly heard of it. Like, we'll have to Google, YouTube, whatever. I'm sure I've seen something close to that. Chris Shizko now, the R32 out and gone, and that gorgeous Datsun 1600 Sean Cowdery. Just say it's got a 2-litre in it, so that's another one to go and check on in the pits and see what it's got, SR or FJ or whatever. 11.82 there for Chris in the R32. It's an improvement for him. 13.95 is also a slight improvement from the previous run for Sean Cowdery in the Datsun 1600. The street compact class, it is a large class. LA Pulvery now, the 12A R100, and Brett Matiski. All South Aussies here, the 81 RX7 Series 2. Hasn't put a pass down yet. It's so good to see the growth of the street compact class in South Australia. I knew we had them around here, but we just needed to get them out to a Jambo. 12.03 for Matiski, and Polveri 14.57 in the little 12A R100. Slightly breathed on, you would assume. Slightly breathed on, you would assume. Hristo Stojanovski now from Adelaide. RX4 13B. Thomas Costanzo from Brooklyn Park. The 2005 Ford Falcon Ute. Does say it's best as a 21, but let's just see if he does get the thing hooked up. And Auto RX4 as well for Hristo, but he gets through the quarter mile an hour for a 12.53, none too shabby. Earlier 12.56, so 12.53, and a 17.08 is a big improvement for Thomas. You can race with a car like that. That's the best thing about street compact. It's dial your own handicap racing. So you've got every chance to win with that 17-second car as you do a 10-second car. All right, pack of utes, a couple of utes. Shouldn't say a pack of utes, there's a pair. Troy Dunning and Clive Penner. Troy Dunning from Mount Barker, his 13B in the little Mazda 1000. Clive Penner from Williamstown. 72 Datsun, so I think that's like a 620. 620 or 520. But 13B on board, so a couple of fancy trays going down the track, ripping through the gears on a Saturday morning. Not too many other places in the world get to race our traybacks like we do here in Australia. And no slouch, 12.66 for the little Datsun, 14.25 for the little Mazda. All right. James for Keynos now, so not Chris, not Connor, this is James, this is the junior. Theo Gialamas, the VL Calais. RB30, standard issue, dare say. And what about this? James for Keynos, 13B, cranky aspirated engine, industry compact class. Bang. He is. Whoa, there goes the bonnet again. Twice, 2 runs in a row. Up she goes. And I'll try not to use the term whooshka again. 11.17 at 118 mile an hour and up. There's got to be one guy on the crew there. Its job should be just to make sure that thing stays on. I don't know, use some tape or whatever. That would help. But yeah, just another thing to do on the way back after a run. Pick up your bonnet on the way back. Lucky it's staying in one piece every time it comes off. Can't be good for it. 1991 there for Theo. Attention, folks, just everyone. I'm just letting you know that this venue is a no-smoking venue, so you can't just be up there having a lazy dart on the hill. Yeah, or in the staging lanes. Yeah, so you've got to you've got to go out the gate to have a smoke. So if you're having a cigar, you may get a tap on the shoulder to say no cigars, not in the staging lanes, not in the pits, not in the grandstands. No smoking at this event, please. Can you keep your cigars to outside the gate? Go for a wander out the gate, have a cigar outside, but we cannot have you darting up here in the grandstands or in the pits or in the staging lane. So no smoking, please, in this venue. If you need to do it, go out the front gate and have one outside the gate. You can still watch the stream, I suppose, while you're outside the gate, but you just can't smoke in here, please. I appreciate it. All right, Sammy Mubarak is back. The little Mazda 323. 13B Auto by the sound of that, and it gets up and goes. It did have to spin the tyre a bit. 10.39. 10.39 for the little 323 in Street Compact. Great run for him, and I think that ends our Street Compact Q2. And as we said, only 2 qualies now because we've had those early delays, which has thrown the schedule off. In a perfect world, we'd love to give everyone 3 qualies, 3 rounds of racing or eliminations, but in this case, we cannot due to time. So once you get your second quali, that will be it. Then we'll be into racing from there. All right, so here we go. First pairing of the second quali for Dial Your Own, decent class 2. Darren Patelli, Sharif Tawap. 2 Victorians. Darren from Campbellfield, Victoria. Sharif Tawap from Burnside Heights. The VF GTS. One of the last of the big bangers, these things. And built for business, both sides. Twin turbo, big block Chev, I would assume, for the HQ. It's 540 cubes, 2 parachutes. It's either got one very big single turbocharger on it, or it's got twins. And the QE ready to go. Sharif Tawaf, 427 cubic inches on board for him. But yeah, this QE is, I think, the potential's virtually unlimited with this thing. 540 cubes, turbocharged. Got a bit of slick on the back. Just zings the tyres off it, zings the slicks off it there for Darren. So he's just going to roll it down through there. Sharif gave it a little bit of a pedal, 900 at 166 mile an hour. So a PB for speed here today, 900, 166 mile an hour. But Darren just rolling it through. He'll go out the first gate here. And that's 2 runs for him with the best of a 9.05. So come Dial Your Own. Of course, Dial Your Own is Dial Your Own elimination format. So you've got to keep winning. If you don't win, well, you won't be going the rounds. That's in the Dial Your Own class. And I think Street Compact the same. Demos Stephanopoulos now in the water, the TC Cortina. Jamie Turner. Jamie driving the VK. Tiny little bit of, we're just spotting down that side of the track to make sure everything's A-OK down that side, but we are just needing to put people out of the way while we just get the tractor into position. A little tiny drag is what we're going to probably need there. You can just see where we're holding the mop there as to where we might need to go. And the little zing of the tyres there from the HQ in the previous run, and whether or not it has just trickle something out that we're just going to attend to, and sometimes it's just that little drag of the sled is all we need. But we do get onto the mop, normally soaked in thinners, which makes it easy to absorb, pick up whatever it is. and dispose of it. So it looks like we are doing that. So a pretty decent field in Dial Your Own. It's a hell of a one. In Street Compact, there's 23 in Street Compact, and that's going to be some good Dial Your Own racing a little bit later on. The same with this Dial Your Own category right now is that when they do run, they'll have to assume the position and nominate a dial-in and normally have to stick to that. So, for example, you might have run, a 1050, 1038. You might say, you know what, I might go a 1040 or 1028 or whatever. Your opponent, 830, 850, you might go 840. And you can, you've got to fight off that dial-in. Now, predominantly, we normally let you change it if you want to, but you've obviously got to do that relatively quickly. Or if you're happy with it, you want to stay next to it, just stay next to it. But there's some serious races we've seen in the past, and the more serious the Dial Your Own racer, the more they're likely to change it. If they find they can't get near a dial-in, they'll soften it up. If they find that they are needing to sharpen up, they will. Just another reminder, we mentioned it just before, we'll say it again, it is a non-smoking venue, so you can't be having a dart just at the back here, you can't be in the staging lanes, you can't be in the pits, essentially anywhere here in this venue. It's a non-smoking venue. The only smoking we do is out of the tyres, and if you're a rotary, yes, some of it comes out the exhaust as well, but you cannot cigar. No, not the rotors, says Janie. The mouthful of burger. Not the rotors. The rotors don't smoke. Yes, they damn well do. The pre-mix is something we can't get away from. So go and have a dart outside the gate down the bottom. You cannot smoke here, please. If you're found to be, I don't know. What do you do if you're found? I guess give us them smokes. What are they now? $50 a pack. That's $50 confiscation. All right, Demos Stephanopoulos is back. The TC Cortina, Jamie Turner, the VK. There are some guns in this Dial Your Own field. So I'm just as excited to see how the results in Dial Your Own are in regards to even all of our other Jamboree classes. It's going to be good competition. 040, 019. Yeah, you look at the tree. Look at the reaction time from all of these competitors in this class. It's especially tight. 9.26 for Demos. Jamie Turner, 10.19. Earlier, 10.31. Adriana Cartledge back. Yeah, 708 on the last run. 598 cubic inches. A big block Chev. Rick Fitzner beside him. Do love this Maloo. Last of that Commodore shape. Last of that classic Commodore shape that we all know and love. The Maloo shape, the hard lid, the whole lot. Do love a good Aussie ute. All right, Adriana. It's Casey and Adriana at the top. Casey with a 706, Adriana with a 708. You would think now that word is out about having only 2 qualies, you will see everyone coming around in this session because there's no third one. Some people might have the luxury, you know what, I'll sit this one out, I'll do the last one. Guess what? This is the last one for everyone. -105, 103 in the 60, half track 448 all the way to the stripe, 705, previous run 708. So you could conservatively throw in a 5 or a 4. If it gets a bit cooler in the afternoon, who knows? But guess what? They'll be on the weather station, the cartridges. They'll be getting serious on the old dial-in, I'm sure of it. All right, here's this blowing 393 cube Buick, driven by Casey McClure. Another one of the WAs. I'm trying to write the WA list up here. Oh, you don't have to. That's all good. I just like them as they come through. Just write them up as they come through because I want their suburb. Steve Pake and Casey McClure. Now, Pake, he qualified 7th with the 878 in the HJ. And yeah, Casey, this thing, watch this thing go like 102 in the 60 or something like that. Don't know what size blower's on it, but it's a little 393Q Buick, so it could be a little 8, could be a 10, could be a 12, I can't tell, could be an 8. Normally runs in supercharged Outlaws. Got Casey and Nat written on the side there, so I think Nat gets a steer as well. The McClure family. God, what's a weeknight look like in the McClure family? It's out in the shed working on a variety of different vehicles there, isn't it? Hardest working family around, but boy, how many families do we know, Janie, would probably be in the same predicament?
Oh, especially in the Jamboree side of things. Like,
issues for the thing with the mocker on her, unfortunately. Little leak or issue, we're just checking that out. Peach, now his first run there was a 78. Let's have a look here, 885, righto, so not an improvement for this one. Here comes the whole tactic of how do we steer this dragster away from the next people coming. Well negotiated. And again, that's not the longest of wheelbases I've seen on dragsters, so that's a neat little deal. Does the job.
It's a good car, eh?
It's a beautiful little combo. Works an absolute treat. Yeah, no, it's, except for this time, it's sprung itself a little oil leak there, which is uncharacteristic of normally reliable jigger, but there it is. Got the rags out, we've got the mop out.
Sweating under that warm sun out there.
Is it warm now, is it, Janie?
It's not too bad, actually.
Is it?
It's not.
Like as a Queenslander? Is it?
Yeah, it's actually quite cool.
It's cool, is it? The breeze, we've got a nice breeze here, which I think is really helping, and it's nice group of folks in the house here enjoying the beautiful Jambo day here. Welcome to J-Day Adelaide 2025, brought to us by Garrett Advancing Motion. But it's so good to have you here. So how's the buzz out there, Janie?
Oh, it's vibrant, actually.
Yeah, vibrant,
The
good.
tune's pumping down there.
Oh, really? Good.
Plenty of people wandering around.
Yeah,
Hopefully
no,
everyone's gotten their Adelaide Jamboree T-shirt from the merchandise tent.
That's right. There's an event-specific shirt here for Jambo Adelaide. And don't forget, before you go, folks, you should get down there and check out all the great Jambo merch, not only just the Adelaide one, but just the great designs.
Oh, yeah.
The cap designs, the hoodie designs.
I love the ladies' tights.
You got they've got J tights now.
Jamboree tights.
Jambo tights.
Yeah, so you wear them to the gym. How cool is that?
I do know that we've had a lot of feedback from even Brizzy Jambo that in the future that guys want pink. Guys are wanting the pink stuff. So I think in the future we're going to be into the pink stuff as well.
Love it.
For the fellas. Yeah, so working on to that too.
You got a pair of tights, did you, Dave?
Great.
Oh, I thought you said you were wearing yours today. You wore it last night.
Different tights, I think, to what we're... Leggings, is it, or
leggings,
tights?
yeah.
But, the Jambo merchandise in all sorts of great designs. Plenty to go and have a look at down there. And I always say this to people. Doesn't matter that Christmas is still a little while away. But you know that's going to come up in a flash. And you'll be trying to think
Christmas
of gifts.
Presents.
You'll be trying to think of gifts for people then. And you'll be in a bit of a panic about it because, there's certain people that would... what you find in normal stores only sort of appeals to normal people. So when you've got certain people you need to buy for and you want to blow their minds and give them a gift they're really going to love and they're going to use and wear, especially when it comes to clothing, is go down and check out the Jamboree merchandise tent for that very reason. And you know what? Think about what you'd spend on a normal Christmas haul. Go down the Jambo and spend only a smidgen of that and still get a whole lot of great merch down there because, when you go to the shops near Christmas time, you'll be throwing thousands at it. Go down there and spend a few hundred at least. All right, now here's an announcement, folks. Now, attention, especially in front of the Burnout pad area. There is a yellow line marked on the steps. All right, so where you people are sitting in front of the Burnout pad area, there would be a yellow line marked on the stairs.
We can play a game. We can say who is sitting near the yellow line.
You've got to be behind those lines when they come out, okay, before we even start. So I'm just letting you guys know whilst we've got this little bit of quiet, we've got a little bit of cleanup we're doing right now, we've just had word that we've got to make that announcement. After Pro-Mod, the Burnout cars are coming out, right? So that's what we've been told. The Burnout cars are going to be coming out. There's a yellow line marked on the concrete step. You only need to be behind that when they come out. You can still chill for a little bit, but, you know, you might have to start plotting your movement. And we might have to tell everyone that's sitting behind, right, you all got to go back up a step. But that's when they come out. So it's not just not straight away, but we're just letting you know about it now so we don't get to that situation when they're sitting there, rumping away, waiting to do a skip, and we've got to move those people out of the way. So we're just letting you know about that now. They're going to come out after Pro Mod, so not immediately, but it's good to see a few people getting proactive already and thinking about doing it. I think Ash is out there now actually drumming it into them. There you go, mate. I thought you'd have your big high-vis vest on and you know, your big pointer or whatever like that just to exert your authority. All right, let's quick little quick clean-up. Ash is on that. We're right. We've got a little ad. We'll be back with more soon. Welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech.
All right, and we are back. Dave Foster in the 57 Chev. Peter Cook in the Anglia. Yes, thank you, Ash. You're doing a great job, Ash. So, Dave Foster, Q1, 737 on the boards, 184 miles an hour. Peter Cook, he came out, went 10.98, 100 at 110. Deals has stolen all my paperwork. Try and find it. Where are we at? So Dave Foster currently sitting in third. Looks like it's on another decent pass as it makes its way down the track. 7.36, 185. So he's found a hundredth of a second there. Peter Cook, he too improved. 9.37 at 141. So that should shuffle Cook up a little bit in the qualifying order. Foster will stay where he was. And as we've said, next time we see these cars out, they will be racing. We have had to shorten the schedule just a little bit. Dropped that third qualifier. And we are currently in DYO. Darren Mallison from Mount Barker right here in South Australia. Running for Horner Performance in this Mark 1 Cortina and the VL Calais. As we said, the Holden 383 cubic inch power plant on board for Jake Sansevini. Sansevini's already got a 985, 135 miles an hour on the board. And for Mallison, a little bit quicker. With a 906. And a 912 for Mallison. So he slowed it down just a touch. 150 miles an hour. Sansevini also slower, 1067, 128 miles an hour. So he was about a second off where he was previously. I don't really see anything wrong with that run for Sansevini. apart from the cherry, but that doesn't matter in qualifying. As we bring Peter Cates forward in this Dodge drag pack, and beside him will be Vlado Churik. Ran a 12.76, 85 miles an hour. Maybe it would be about where it sits. 354 cubic inch of Chrysler power on board, of course, for the Dodge. The Mustang, big cubes on board, 780. Churik in the top half of the field, sitting in fourth qualifying position. As we continue on, Andrew Halstead in the Summit Racing lane, steering this 622 cubic inch powered HQ. And Stephen Nazbachol in the Chimera. 350 Chev is on board, 947. What he's currently qualified with. Halstead a little bit quicker, an 847. But I think this Chimera might have a little bit more in it. That HQ's got a little bit more in it. Goes 804, 171 miles an hour. The Chimera, 951, 141. So nice and consistent there. As we said, this is DYO, so these guys, when they come racing, will be dialing in, adding in the dial-ins, running eliminations. Dan Oxton in the Hilux, running for Ox Business Solutions. Mannon Tyre Power, Old School Fab, Murray Valley Sheds, Reed's Autos and Performance. Oxton sitting in 12th qualifying position at the moment. Michael Dennison, this is Mark 1 Cortina. 408 cubes. Creeping ever so gently forward into the staging beams. Dennison had no time recorded in Q1. We'll get a time that this. Check out that Hilux. Goes on for a 935, 146 miles an hour. He's found about 0.08 of a second. Dennison, 1071 with a 4. 126 miles an hour. Zane Candello, you've just asked if DYO are having their round 1 today. Yes, they certainly are. Today is just a one-day event. Matthew Barron's watching on the live feed. Hope you're getting ready to race this afternoon, Matt. Well, we are down for just a little bit of track prep before we get into Factory Extreme. So we might take a very short break and we will be back with Q2. Factory Extreme, all thanks to Precision Turbo and Engine.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
You go to any racetrack, whether it's like dirt bikes or four-wheelers, automotive or anything, you say the name Wiseco, everybody knows that name.
I always say the goal is always to make a piston that no matter how hard you run it, you want it to look when you take it out like it never touched the cylinder wall.
I started in the tool room back in 1979, and we've been improving ever since.
Nice to be able to be part of the team here that tests a product. It's been a great tradition to make our product better.
The relationships outside of Wiseco, the racers that we support, be able to watch the cars go and break world records.
Owners always instilled, treat the customer like you want to be treated. So that's still my motto today. Even after 43 and a half years, I honor what they've always told me.
welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech.
The biggest sport compact event anywhere on the planet.
The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour.
Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory.
Willowbank Raceway, make some noise. Oh no, hang on to it.
Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street-timed GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia.
When you're wrapped in a spool, then line up.
We had to get out of it. What a wheel stand from the Grimace.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. The world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard. The dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street-timed GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Heaven 29. He still has to chase the Pack boys though. Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Nova. Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
It all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today? Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Rumble drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down. tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to? Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree? 4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny. I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh! And the car blasts out of the hole, but Sadek has the edge. There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now. Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle. Road compact, and the crowd love Mr. Mad.
He is the quickest street-tired GTR in Australia.
Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6. I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record. The quickest, the fastest CASHLESS sport compact track car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Nick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75!
575.
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humilde Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes were 6.14 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Bett, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 640 in setting the Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramuka leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through 2nd and 3rd gear.
Ivan Scaramuka, the world's quickest RX3. That's right, mate. #1 in the world. #1 in the world, brother. See that? #1 in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a
Oh, look, I never get sick of watching that stuff, folks. Never get sick of watching that stuff. All right, we are back here at the Bend for the Garrett Advancing Motion Adelaide Jamboree. Thatcher Extreme, thanks to Precision Turbo and Engine. Q2, final quali as well, of course, as we've already stated, due to some of our early delays on track, accidents, incidents, you name it. We're now down to Q2 qualies. These guys didn't even get to have a crack in the first quali. I just managed to have a talk to the crew downstairs. This is Zoran Gadget driving, of course, the Gas Racing Celica. Broke the converter bolts off the car before the burnout. So they've gone back and done the converter bolts, and I hope everything's all okay. We're just checking again whether everything's okay. Thing fired up. You'd think they would have had that thing warmed up and ready to go. But yeah, had done the converter bolts. Jeez, if it's not one thing, it's the other, Janie.
That's right. Anything can happen.
Just when you think you've got every other part of the combo solved, and then it's all about, well, let's see if this thing can hold 100 PSI boost. And then this thing's starting to give us a little bit of grief. Joe Signorelli, normally a pretty cool character. Joe tends to roll with it, but slightly frustrated with the behaviour of Old Faithful out there. We've had Rob Marjan do his burnout, of course, the R35 Skyline called Zeus. RB on board. 3-speed auto on board now. All right. Yeah, so they're just... we don't want to hold Rob up too much here, but...
He is our #1 qualifier at the moment too, don't forget. 6:55, 200 miles an hour.
All right. We're just
Not exactly where he'd like to be. I mean, he probably doesn't mind being #1,
yes.
But ET-wise, I think he'd like to pick it up a little bit.
All right, we're just instructing him here maybe whether we get him to just run, let Rob run by himself, and then maybe whether Zoran gets another go here. Half track there, 4:01 to half track, 6:03, 2:43 mile an hour there for Rob Marjan, 1:04 in the 60 foot, 4:01, 1:95 to half track, 6:03, 2:43 mile an hour for Zeus.
Great pass there for
Good.
Marjan.
That was a good percentage. Good percentage run. Good percentage run. And we're just seeing whether we can just run Zoran or not. So again, there were some issues there in the water. Instead of holding Rob up, because they could have, all they needed was another minute there and they could have run. But then instead of holding him up, they've decided that, look, the car's ready to run. This is the second quali. Second to last quali. Remember, they had the converter bolts come loose in the first session, so they could not do a run. The thing is ready to run. He's just because of our limited field at the moment, you would just think, can we squeeze this in? Can we run it all right? The word is we can get Zoran to run, so he's going to try and do everything here, light it up. Looks like the converter bolts are holding tight now, Janie.
Yep, that looked like it worked.
It looks like it's working. It's just not one thing, it's the other. And they do talk about, when you're asking the performance out of these things, and Gas have been doing it for years and years and years. And you saw in that little recap there, just sort of their part. And of course, there was quite a lot of emphasis there on the history and the rise of PAC. And then there was also that little history about the rise of Gas. And of course, that moment in history that we saw happen in front of us, where he kind of went from Rotormaster to Gas.
It was all rotary.
So he went from rotor to piston, and has never looked back. Had the world record at one stage there, which was a big thing. At that time, of course, Titan had it for years at 640. I think Joe came out and went the 30 and then the 20 with that car. And, of course, since then has gone into the 5s. Now, of course, this is the third person to drive this. Well, I think initially this was a Titan car, so it's been driven by Gary White, been driven by Joe Signorelli, been driven by Paul Mahayat. Now it's driven by Zoran Gadgic today. So Zoran having a steer.
Yep.
So Zoran in there having a steer. I don't know how we could prize Paulie out of the seat, though, because Paulie loves steering this thing. So Zoran gets to have a steer. Now, the BMW, obviously, just, I wouldn't say retired, but just sitting on the sidelines for the rest of the year. Of course, last Brisbane Jambo, he went all the way into the beach in the final there. So that sort of wrapped us up for the day. But here we go, Zoran, one shot at it now. Oh, Zoran! Oh, Zoran, how did you take that off the wall? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a save. What a save. Now, I don't know what's caused it to do that. It did start to sound like it was running a little funny. Started to run like it was down on a cylinder or two, but oh my God, here's the replay. Zoran Gadgic, save of the day. Comes out, gets through the hot spot. Then it goes for a big slide. Maybe the wheelie bar gave it a little touch off the wall, but he has saved it. And I can see people clapping there in the background on the camera shot there. Save of the day. And again, it wouldn't have anything to probably... I know they had been running water in the block, but whether or not they've taken all of that out and whatever it pushed. But let's just have a look here. Out of the hole, getting through what we call I wouldn't call it the danger zone, but give it a little tiny touch, tiny kiss. Round of applause there from the long shot there. Didn't get the 60. Did you get the 60?
No.
Didn't get the 60. Didn't get it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay out there, Joe. You all right, mate? You all right? It's all right. Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness me. Can we do the replay one more time for Joe? Joe wants to see the replay again there. He's up there looking at the big screen. Can we cue that replay up there? Let's have a look. See if we can go play by play. So we'll just wind that up there. We'll get that for you in a second there, Joe. That looked diabolical. Here we go. Comes through the spot where it may have shaped. So just near 660. Just near 660. It's whatever has caused it to just go for that big dive. Now, Dave Reed's got some photos there. He's going to show Joe by the look of it, but that was a big moment. And as we said there before, I was talking to some of the crew. not run any water in the block, so it's not like it's pushed anything out like water. It wouldn't have any water in it. But whatever's happened there has gone for a big walk, and the man, like honestly, look. If that was Joe driving it, he'd probably save it. If that was Paul, he'd probably save it. All those guys are really good steerers in the car.
They're all talented drivers.
Hey, put your hands together for Zeus as Zeus comes back in the heat of the day, gets a number down for the RB fans and the Nissan fans. So gets that 6-0 out of Zeus and gets down there through this part of the day. So that is kind of showing us, because as I said, right now, this time of the day, if you've been around drag racing long enough and you know that when we get the sun on this track, it's not, I don't know whether you can call it greasy. It's a different sort of thing. The cars, believe it or not, when you think, oh, well, that just means more traction because everything's sticky and everything like that. I can't even really say greasy anymore. I just don't know what probably the proper politically correct description is to describe it.
You just have to tune to the conditions.
You've
Doesn't
got to
matter
tune
if
to
it's hot
conditions.
or cold or...
We know cars can spin, can shake, can do all sorts of things. We've just about seen everything a car can do over the many years that we've been all doing this, and what we've seen. And you can see things like that. They move. There's moments when they spin. There might be shake. Whatever happened there, well, he jumped on it, reacted really quickly, and was able to get that thing, well, gathered up, whether you needed 2 lanes or not. And aren't we lucky he wasn't against Rob?
Yes.
Aren't we lucky? When you think about what could have, woulda, coulda, how lucky were we to dodge that little issue? Because that was not going to be very pretty if indeed that happened with Zoran and Rob together. That would have been not the result that we just got there, where he managed to recover it. But this time of the day, as we said, it's I shouldn't say the tracks is for no fault of anyone's other than just the conditions. The UV plays silly buggers with traction and all sorts of things like that. So, once we get through this part of it in the afternoon, we start to cool off a bit. Here we cool off quicker than we do probably in most parts, especially in northern Queensland. Anywhere in Queensland, it doesn't cool off until the sun's down and then some. At least here, we get to the afternoon. Whatever heat we've got in here, we're going to need the rest of that for the afternoon. But right now, for everyone to go down there in their second quali, with the horsepower that these cars have got, it is a tricky situation to try and negotiate. Now, Zeus handled that pretty well. You ought to go with
243 miles an hour.
And 6.0, 4.01, like all of that, it was a 101, 102.60. So we know that is what we call the percentage pass. It's tuning to conditions. And that's right now, that could be just about what you need to take you all the way to the end. Because as much as it is, we'd love to give you world record numbers every run. And again, we've spoilt people over the years. You saw in that nice little recap there that, we've been right at the pointy end of world records, Australian records. At some stage, we've got to be able to go to events and realise that we're not going to see those marks get bettered every single time. But what you want to see, good side-by-side racing, you want to see people playing that game.
That's right.
Making every run count. If it means that you're pulling it down 3 or 4 tenths from its ultimate performance just to get down the track, well, what we saw there was a nice, what we call a nice hot weather pass from Rob. We saw a very similar thing from Zoran. It was out there. It got through that first couple of 100 feet, especially that first 100 feet. You don't want to rattle the tyre off as you're starting to bring the power in. Got through that part of it, and then the thing just went ape after that. And he was able to gather that up with a crazy save. All right, attention in the pits. The McLuhans need a 2 1/4 Welsh plug for the dragster. That's what caused the leak.
That's it.
2 1/4 inch. All right, well, I don't quite have one of those in my back pocket, but anyone else out there, I don't know, check your glove box. Anyone got a 2 1/4 inch Welsh plug in the glove box? No? Anyone? 2 1/4 inch Welsh plug? Anyone? Something in the top drawer? Anyone? 2 1/4 inch Welsh plug for the McLuhans family dragster. So Casey needs a 2 1/4 Welsh plug. So that's what's happened. That's why the normally reliable jigger got pulled back. Now 2 1/4. I don't know. Where's that one? I don't know where it is. Can someone tell me? Is it on the back of the camp? I don't know. 2 1/4. 2 1/4 Welsh plug to the McLuhan pits, please, if you can. If you can, please. It's going to keep them in racing. Obviously, that's maybe holding the oil back. If it was something like holding water, you might just say, well, you know what, I can't get one, take the water out of it. Solve the problem. If it's stopping liquid, well, it's stopping liquid. If it's oil, you got to keep it. If it's back of the block, it is the back of the block. It is the cam plug. Oh dear, the cam. Well, you're going to need that.
You're going to need that one.
Can't we stick that one back? Can't we stick that back one in? I suppose when they're blowing deals, like, you know, there was a little bit of pressure behind there as well. Plus the cam, the Welsh plug's there to kind of stop the cam coming out the back. All right, here we go. Bit more factory extreme after we've got our heart out of our throats. That was a big moment. And again, you've got to appreciate the drive jobs on these guys. As much as that's not a drive job to win the race, it's a drive job to save the car. And in that case, Zoran did a great job. Like, if again, had Paulie, had Joe not had the seat time, and remember, that thing's bitten Joe before that car.
Yeah, we've seen him put it in the wall.
It's
I
not
think
like...
we saw Paul put it in the wall.
Mate, we've seen them all go, you know, and had their brushes with disaster. So you appreciate it for times like that when the man is so quick in his reflexes to be able to save that run.
All right, Jason X. Track performance prepped 20B for Sadek Motor Group. In beside him will be this ultimate Bill Cutlass of Jordan Spencer.
I am loving look, I've always loved the lines of the Cutlass. I always have. And if anyone can help us out with information in regards to whose this was, geez, it could be, I mean, Jerry Parenti had one of these. He was a South Australian pro stock racer. Was this the ex-Parenti one? Remember, there was the Cutlass, and then there's those later Cutlasses with the triple headlights. This is one of those Cutlasses, I think, with the triple. There's Plucker on the wheelie bar. A real doctor of drag race suspension. This is what Plucker lives for, because he many a day he'll talk about missing our hails and everything like that, and how hard it is. But I think it's the drag racing community that's just gathering him up and just saying, Plucker, hey, guess what? As long as you keep going to the track, mate, you're always doing it in her memory, because that's what she'd be wanting. That's what she'd be wanting you to do. She'd be there snapping photos while you're clicking up 4 lengths and doing wheelie bars. So you just got to keep doing it, mate. The family, the drag racing family has got you, mate. Has got you. And if that means I've got to keep doing Gordita Tuesdays for your entertainment solely, I'll keep doing that, mate. He loves getting on. He loves getting on. He loves getting on. All right, Jordan Spencer, Jason Eck, going to be a double factory extreme bump in here. Barra versus 20B. Tell you what, it looks good. 409.5 track, 626 right in the middle of the day. 626, 218, 791. There they go. They're cheering already, the Spencer family. There's a 7. There's a 7 for the Cutlass. There's a 7 for the Barra-powered Cutlass. So Jordan Spencer on his factory extreme journey with the Barra-powered Cutlass. And there's a 7. They're happy. The pack team walking back. The Sadek team got to be happy with that. The old T-bar, the old 20B T-bar, getting down the track in the middle of the day. And who knows, we might just have it all happening between the two, eh?
Yep. Peter Raham doing a great job tuning Jay's car there. 104 to the 60 foot. Half track, 182 miles an hour. Forward.
It's so, I'm just having a moment here where I'm smiling, because I can see Georgie Raham standing right down here, and he's talking to people and he's explaining things, and he's got a smile on his face, and everyone's happy that he's here and that he's upright and he's standing and he's walking and he's talking, mate. And he's explaining to anyone that can listen to him or wants to know the story about how fast that thing did what it did, because that man can steer, normally get himself out of any situation. But when that thing breaks the tail shaft and locks itself up underneath it, and you just lose that, you're a passenger, it just goes to prove, like, you know, shake is deadly, and it's broken some stuff underneath it. And hey, presto, the RX-9 needs a revamp before they take it again. But so good to see the man walking around, living and breathing. And yeah, there is the break. Okay, so video from Pack Performance of the broken tail shaft and how bad it was. All right, so that's nice positive messages coming out of Pack on their Facebook page there that they're living to fight another day. It was probably the worst feeling I've had in a long time watching that when it happened, but I feel a bit better now that he's, they've got that resolve and they'll go again.
They'll come again.
Now, I forgot not only about Zeus, I forgot about these guys, because these guys could take it out too today.
They could. Jajewski didn't have a great first pass, though.
He got wild. So let's just see whether there's a percentage pass here as well. Now, remember, Marjan percentage pass, Eddie percentage pass. Let's have a look. Thatcher Extreme. Tell you what, good drive there from Georgie. Check this one out. 602, 242, 402, 193. Off the button, 040. Eddie, 639. Half track. Well, it says 608 to half track. It ain't 608 to half track. 402, might be 408, but it does say 608. 402 to half track, 193 mile an hour for Jajewski. It still went for a bit of a walk, but he was able to drive it back. But that was not in aggro mode. That was definitely not aggro mode. Yesterday, it was in aggro mode. Like, it was going down. And remember, track temp was different when these guys started to uncork the big numbers. The track temp was a little probably more favourable. And that thing was an absolute rocket ship. And he didn't have to drive it too much initially in those first few passes. It was going right down Broadway, right down the middle. And this time, just again, whether or not there is that little bit of a tune to the middle of the day right now for it to do what it did. 6:39 there for Eddie. So I don't know which one you can probably pick is going to go through the next couple of rounds when we go to Thatcher Extreme Racing this afternoon, Janie, because that's a lottery there again. Maybe the two Croydon cars might play the percentage.
Something a little bit funky about Eddie's ETs, incrementals there. You look at his half-track speed, 79 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
79. Not 179.
79.
79. So I'm not real sure if that 639 would actually be accurate.
No, okay. Well, thank you, Janie. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And you have to take the photo and this is the thing, because we roll the screen over so quick, we can't quite grab that increment.
Yeah.
I know that sometimes at Willowbank we're lucky we can flick the screen barely back, but here again, if we had a mouse in here and we're able to flick over to the previous screen, we'll be able to see all that increment. But trying to read that out as quick as I can over the stream, so when people do watch it at home or watch it back, is that you've still got increments that you can grab from the run. I know it's important for a lot of people that do watch on the stream that can't be here, and that's a lot of people from other parts of Australia, and a big shout out to everyone across the world that's watching on the live stream as well. The Real Street live stream, of course, overtaking lane, building out the Cracker stream. Quite a few people taking it all in, I assume. And yeah, there we go. So fitting a casual 1500 watching online. Well, hello to you too.
To Razzie from CP Media. Normally they're massive Jamboree fans. They would have been here, but unfortunately unable to make it this weekend. I know they're out there watching.
No, you're name dropping now there, Jane.
I am.
And big shout out to all of our thousands of people that are here at the Bend for 2025 Jambo as well. And I hope you got your friends and family on the way out through the beautiful hills for the afternoon's racing sessions, because you're definitely going to see 3 rounds of racing here this afternoon with all of our big categories and, of course, eliminations for Street Compact and Dial Your Own. And, yeah, we forgot about this guy too. Here I am thinking, we have Thatcher Extreme, what have we got? And then you start to factor in a few that are starting to find their mark. And this is a guy, not a rookie. Like, none of these people in the class except Jordan Spencer are the rookies. Marjan and now Jay Sadek, even though Jay's a young guy and he's coming back now, give him a big round of applause. Not a rookie anymore. Plenty of laps in Thatcher Extreme. So not a rookie. Christos, you'd almost say is a rookie. He's been into the 6-second zone with his VL, single cam, mind you. But now that he's got the full tube 370Z, going to throw all of that CK horsepower in it. He's got sticks doing the tune on it from Quick Bits. So he knows that all the horsepower that he's been making for years can now go through a purpose-built, big tyre, full tube car. This ain't a good look for it getting pushed back though. So, look, I just hope that's something that somewhere between now and behind the start line that can be started and the thing run. I'd hate for it not to be able to get a running, because he's very close to starting to hit the performance potential of that car. Hey, give him a round of applause as he comes back. Mr. George Jezewski, what a good run as well. A nice middle of the day run. A little bit of a pedal job there as well. He might factor in the pointy end of Thatcher Extreme by the end of the day. Who knows? But how good does the machinery look that we've got here at Adelaide Jamboree? It's so good that we've got some of our very best teams from around the country. Plenty from Victoria here, which of course is you'd naturally expect. G'day to you too, Plucker. I see you down there too, Walker, enjoying the cutlass, the Barra cutlass. I think he was here 2 weeks ago as well, tweaking on Rob Deckett's car. So Plucker not too far away from the drag racing suspension. This ain't a good look bringing the 370Z back. I hope whatever they can, whatever the issue was there, they can solve before round one. We did have a list there, Factory Team. He did get one down there, didn't he? Look, he got an 866, so he's in the field, right? So
yeah, he's qualified.
We'll get an updated sheet in a sec, but he's in the field. It's not Jerry's. Okay, so Jerry's still got it. Okay, so there we go. Thank you, Boosted R8. The Ultimate Wheel Cutlass is killer. Definitely not Jerry's. He's still got it next to his current Pro Stock Camaro. Okay, I loved that car, so it's good that those people remember. But whoever's Cutlass it was, if someone can tell us if they know, we'd love to know. That was just one of my favourite shapes. There's one that I watch in Comp Eliminator the last few years. It's the same sort of shape Cutlass.
Darren Gaze.
Very similar, but this thing's got a V6 Chevy normally aspirated and a Liberty, and the thing runs like literally like 830s NA, and it just looks like a proper Pro Stock Cutlass. Except it's got this Aspo V6 in it. Low eights. Honestly, if one Lotto, come and run in all motor and smash all motor to bits. Again, Lotto's not going to let me do it, all right? But I'd be happy in a car of that. I think I'd feel safe in a car like that. I don't think I could go 3,000 horsepower Thatcher Extreme. I don't think I could. Big shout out to the Pro 275 World Champion, Grantley Schloss. G'day, Grantley.
Hello,
the
Grantley.
Lumberjack is tuning in. Kip's tuning in. Oh, yes, so Kip's. So what's this one? There you go. So it was Omar's. Thank you very much. There we go. Kip's with the info.
Someone told me that yesterday. I did know that. Sorry. I just forgot.
There we go. There we go. So Omar said Max Old Cutlass. Thank you very much. The fantastic people watching all over in Jamland, wherever you might be. We have got it.
Dominic Maiolo now. The S50. I know. I went old school there. Nissan 200 SX, we will say. In beside him, we will go Marcus Pepe for the RX-8. The Boost Works. Billet Inc. Hardtech. 13B. And just as I'm talking him up, he goes a little bit quiet. Let's reverse it up and let's try again. Burnout number 2. Dominic Maiolo. For Mazworks Race Engines, 683, 153 miles an hour in Q1.
Mm-hmm. That number one, it's got to be number one, Nelly, wasn't it? I don't think we've seen our 13Bs into the 6s today.
McKern bringing us Pro Compact here this weekend.
Shout out to Damien and Esther and Maddie and little Junior.
Who have we got? Dominic Maiolo. 683, number 1 qualifier. Marcus Pepe, 720, is in second. And it's very quiet now. Nilsson Popplewell in third, with a 725, and Dodsey in Sup G with a 910.
All right, so Dave's waving. There's something out on the track. He's waving. He said he could hear it trying to get into gear, whether it was crunching or wouldn't go, but got something on the track. They're just going to look at pick up or whatever. Is it something to pick up or something to look at, whether it's just something? All right, and now Marcus, something maybe in his clutch where the thing does not want to do its normal thing. You know, we normally got to get quite a few PSI up on the 13B to make enough power to drop the clutch, get those big tyres spinning, but not good. But look, Maiolo's got the run.
On the board.
He's got the run in. So the team, whether it's minor or major, look at Burnsy's help pushing. Burnsy had $1 for every car he's had to push around. And again, aren't we lucky to have guys like Burnsy, Plucker, all these experts in drag racing, suspension and construction? Like, we've got some of the best workshops in the world here.
And they're all fabulous people as well.
Oh, well, you know what I'm missing down here, and you can only cut the guys a break, is our spot-on family. Can't be everywhere. I mean, they were in 2 different places last weekend. They're over in South Georgia with a team and helping Grantley get that belt, and then, of course, Colsey over in Brisbane with their team. He got the belt on this side of the world. So, yeah, give them a break, as much as they'd love to be here. Big shout-out to our spot-on family watching on the stream. Wish you were here, because there's just something about putting the spot-on family in there as well. Speaking of world-class fabrication shops that live, breathe the top bulb and drag racing. And let's hope, and again, Burnsy reminded me of just how many great chassis people we got laying around the place. I say, so Mayolo no show this time. But look, that 683 is the quickest that thing's gone in Australia. Marcus Pepe, well, no, Marcus has gone deep into the sixes when everything works well. Here he is at his home track. He'd love to clean up McKern Pro Compact here at the Bend. Let's just see if we can get this thing down right now. Tell you what, it's not too bad. 102 in the 60-foot. Grab second gear before it started to go crazy, because I start looking at those cars. When you pull second gear, you start pulling all that boost in, and that thing can go wild. Marcus is always, I wouldn't say he's been gun-shy. The thing's gone sixes with him in it. He just respects that car, and he's very sensitive to how it feels. I think I saw a 452.5 track there as well, just quickly. It was still a 102. Second, short shift into second, and then he's just butting it off. But he's got the run down. Pepe's already got a run at a 720. You know who we didn't see today that we saw in testing yesterday? Simon Ionu. Now that thing, every run, that thing was going left. I thought it was a speedway car. Watching it yesterday, nearly every single run, that thing was going left. So Simon, if you are watching or listening, give us a little message and let us know maybe why. No, I don't want excuses. I just want answers. No, Simon, I know there'll be something there that, you know, you've maybe you're chasing on the car. Hell, maybe you might have found a crack in the chassis. Sometimes it can be something like that, as why the car, if you respond, especially if you're trying to do falling changes to stop it going left, and it still does. Mind you, see those guys at the front here, premature exclamation. That's what I'm guilty of. Premature exclamation. Guilty. What? You're shaking your head.
Oh, I'm just shaking my head.
We've only been doing this together for 20-odd years, Janie. You're shaking your head still. Come on. All right, Doddsy, one of our favourite guys. Now, look, I'm going to give a shout-out to Marley Dodd.
Marley Dodd.
He's 16 years old. He's Doddsy's son. Australian 54-kilogram boxing champion. Australian boxing champion at age, I think, 16, nearly 17, at 54 kilo. Went to Darwin, punched everyone's lights out. And you know what? It's only after that the AIS actually sent him a letter saying, "Oh, Marley, we didn't know who the hell you are. Now you're Australian champion. Come and do some clinics at the AIS."
Oh wow!
And he's going overseas to fight a few more people. So you talk about what up, G. And guess what? That little dreadlock bloke driving this car, Dad, he could go in his day as a boxer too.
I can see that.
Little old Doddsy can go a few rounds as well. All right, Alan's Concreting from Queensland. Mrs. Doddsy walking back there as well. Get those great Sup G shirts down there. So this is the Sup G RX7. Come on, Doddsy. Half track 440, not a bad one. Takes it to the stripe. That'll do. 685. That'll do. Number 2 qualifier. 107 in the 60, half track 440 at 164. That's a percentage right there, a super percentage run for him. Nothing too wild, nothing too crazy. And, you know, he's another guy like Marcus that treats that thing with absolute respect, and you'd be mad if you didn't have 5% fear in the thing still.
Is that his fastest pass in that car?
Oh, it could be. It is. It is the fastest. It's the quickest in that car. Right, oh, there we go. So, Doddsy, PB.
Nice work,
PB
Doddsy.
all round for Doddsy.
Great work, team.
Remember, he ran a 6 in an RX2, which is wild, by the way. And now here he is running 6s in the RX7.
Well, this sounds like something a little bit louder. I think we will be going
It's
into
Pro
a
Mod.
Wiseco Pro Mod.
Here he is, Lorenzo, bravo, Lorenzo Golotto. Good mate of mine. That's why I say it that way. Sacaridis. Bravo. So again, here we go. Pro Mod, thanks to Wiseco. Big shout out to everyone watching from the Wiseco Performance Products headquarters in the United States. Love that great video that we've seen on our live stream throughout the day. Great business. I'll need a set of Vicos. Thank to suit Big Block Ford with a Kazi P51 head, 4390 bore, fully floating pins. Can I get 8 of those things? Just seeing if that order comes through in the post or an email. That's just what I need. Just asking for a mate. 4390 bore, full floating pins. Head designed to suit P51 Kazi. Now, issues for Saccharides trying to find reverse. I think they're the only thing. Because, you know, these things have got trans brakes and things like that, and solenoids and this, that, and the other. Damn automobiles, normally reliable. Sometimes it'll be something that pops up. Okay, the Pro mods are on, and Greggy is not moving. I don't know whether the thing's still running or not. Here we go. You right? See, if it was cold, you'd see the dump pipe still steaming, but now he's okay. All right, here we go. Here we go, Saccharides and Lorenzo. Now, Lorenzo has got this 471 cube Hemi-powered Mustang into the low 6s, which is not bad for a 6.0s, which is not bad for a little engine. Greg Saccharides went 42 yesterday, 542 yesterday in this car, and they backed off early. Now, here's the question right now, right at this time. Con and Vic know from CMV Performance, this ain't the ideal situation. I think track temp's at its maximum. So do you play the percentage? Do you put a soft 550, a soft 550 in it? And Lorenzo, with Jeff Johnson tuning, does Jeff put a percentage run point A to point B? Bump City, baby! Oh, Saccharides still had the wheels in the air, lifted, and look, he takes it easy, Lorenzo. 104 in the 60 for him, 987. Did they take it easy, Saccharides? 987. They believe they were going to send it. It's only after that you can see where the shake came. It almost came at about 40 feet.
Yep.
40 feet it started to shake. Look at the chatter. He drove it as long as he could, and then you see it come up on two wheels. It's hard to probably show that on the stream. We saw it from this, because we're facing down the track from directly behind. Yep, daylight on that side. Right-hand side was in the air, both wheels. So we've seen some cars get some air, not only on the back tyres, but on the side tyres as well. Nuts to see the Pro mods. Now, yeah, Lorenzo's off way early here, so he's pulled it up short, whether or not. Yeah, and we're just checking on the replay.
He went out towards the centre line just on.
Oh, there's a cube.
There's one of the chutes have grabbed the block.
Yep, okay. But Lorenzo is out short there too, so he hasn't rolled it all the way up the end. So it'd be interesting to see what's happening with. Yeah,
he had the chutes out way early. He's not actually taking out that 1,000-foot mile-an-hour block.
All right, let's just hope Renzo's A-OK there. I didn't catch the 60 there from Renzo, but it was out on a pretty safe run. Yeah, didn't just threw that reflector out as the chute came out. We've got a nice little light breeze, and this is the thing that I think they were talking about on the lead up to the event. Was it Thursday or Friday that I shouldn't say the breeze, because it's not a breeze when you've got to tie everything down. A breeze is something that you go, that's nice. A breeze is not when you got to tie down marquees and keep fences from blowing away. So it was quite windy. There you go. It was that bad. All right. So this area has been known to pick up quite the breeze, and let's just see whether or not this plays havoc for the rest of us. But I'm just noticing in this little gathering down here in front of us there, I can see Mr. Popovich. G'day, Popper. Hello, mate. G'day, mate. See, straight up, mate. Look up, straight up. And Noosa Johnny down there too, Johnny Noosa. Up at Hell's Gates the other day there. Must have done the bushwalk up there, did you? There he is. Casually comes out and belts out a 40 and goes, you know what, I'll sit this session out. I'll see you all in the winner's circle. I'm in round one. God, wouldn't that be crazy? Like, honestly, the mouth-watering matchups that we're going to see when we go to racing this afternoon. Matchups we have not seen in Australia up till this year. What we saw at Brisbane Jambo was still one of the largest days in door slammer racing in Australian history. And when I say door slam, I'm talking about doored cars racing. The term, of course, top door slammer is the Andrew class we've had for years. Of course, in the United States at the same time, they were calling it Pro Modified. So, of course, we've adopted the Pro Mod moniker over the years. And, of course, years ago, Captain Colin at Jambo in Sydney, I think we had our first Pro Mod matchup, Turbo Blower Nitrous, and it was a resounding success. And since then, we continue it on. And, of course, to celebrate 35 years of Jambo at Willowbank this year, put up, I think, 20K.
Yeah,
brought the best, brought all the boys to the yard. And didn't Mr. Ricker just, well, I shouldn't say spanked everyone, but he dominated in a dominating performance amongst the Blower Turbo and the Nitrous, one Nitrous car being, of course, Barry Plumpton. A big shout out to Barry and the crew if they're still here. Of course, when they ran, if you go back and watch that Brisbane Jambo stream, I think we shut up when the 959 Pat Musi goes down the track. We just let that big engine with all the nitrous go down the track. But folks, you need to hear it to appreciate it when it happens, because it is quite the thing to hear something so big just thunder down the racetrack. And we love our Kiwis when they come over, and he was waving the nitrous flag for us, and I know we've still got a few nitrous fans out there. Here comes the local boy Marcus Pepe, all geared up and ready for Pro Compact round one. It'll be interesting to see how the seedings go amongst each other over 3 rounds. And here's our Queensland Rotary, the Sup G. Give him a round of applause for the green RX-7 on the way back.
Hope you're happy with that one, Doddsy.
Yeah.
Great pass.
Go down and grab a Sup G shirt down there. You'll even get Marley Dodds to sign it. And you might want to get an autograph from Marley Dodd now, because 2032, right now, because of the age of the guy, I think 2032 Olympics, he could be boxing for Australia. That's a big prediction.
That's awesome.
But I reckon Marley Dodd could be boxing for Australia. If he's already Australian champion at 54 kilos, he's just the humblest, nicest, quietest bloke, but don't put the gloves on against him.
Don't try to pick a fight.
Oh, I don't think he's the sort of guy that responds to getting picked for a fight. I think probably at school the reputation's already there. Oh, don't mess with him. Why? Oh, well, he's Australian boxing champion. Don't pick him.
All right. Joe Gauchi.
Here we go.
Carl Cox Motorsport.
Hey, tell you what, Coxie Motorsport, it's so good to see not only Joe Gauchi and Carl Cox Motorsport having an absolute cracking day out. I had it right here, actually. Here we go. I tell you what, how important Jamboree is to the teams each year. We all come together, no matter what category you're in. Win, lose or draw, all face the challenges. It's about the process, the mateship, the workmanship and the experience. And let me tell you, Joe Gauchi, the Profab and Carl Cox Motorsport team, one of the flagship teams, everyone comes out to see, and there's something about that car. I tell you what, there's something about Coxie, having Carl Cox involved in drag racing. Look, typically in Australia, he started, of course, in the UK, lives in Australia, and he's found the Australian drag strips. He found Pro Street Blowing, he found Radial, he's found Pro Mod, he's found Drag and Drive. He's also he loves MotoGP, whether he's at Phillip Island this weekend. Who knows where Coxie is? All I know is when I see him on social media, the man's working. Working his ass off, because guess what? He's got a car habit he's got to kick. How many 8-second drag and drive, how many 6-second, 5-second cars can you have, Coxie? There's always room for one more, and I know Coxie vows to come back to a Jambo in the future and bring one of his cars. Oh yes, oh yes. So come on, Joe, we're rooting you down the track this time. We want you to get a representative run. And young Zach Nizovic, we got, of course, Dad behind. And he's always been right into the sport. Now his boys are old enough to do it. He's going to just kick back and let them all do it. Dunko will have a steer when he wants, but it's more about the boys now. All right, here we go. More Bump City and Pro Mod, thanks to Wiseco. Shake and pedal, he tried to drive through it, Joe. Tell you what, Junior's going all right. 6:09, boys. 6:09 for Zach, the quickest I think he's gone. Joe, 100 to the 60-foot, 101 to the 60 for Zach. And then out, I think Joe was just trying to get through that spot, trying to get what I call a danger zone where they can shake, they start to ramp the power up. Because remember what happened, of course, to Greggy on that previous round where it did sort of start to rattle. Same deal for that, the power starting to come in. And it started to rattle. Now, isn't that a lovely, look at that lovely look down there. This is what it's all about, mateship and everything like that. Tony Grigic and Simon Ione down the middle there, arm in arm. Couple of brothers having a little cuddle there. Good to see.
That's beautiful.
Here's another little cuddle there. We love all the cuddle. Everyone getting the cuddles down there. It's like an NRL final, or after everyone's taken each other's head off, you've got time to cuddle each other.
Cuddle each other.
Yeah. Look at them all. It's an A-list down there, folks. Look at them all. High fives and stuff like that. Good to see. It is a little family reunion every time we hit the track, no matter which part of the country we're at. We're doing all this last weekend at Willow, man. Oh. Whoa, he's up, son. All right, black belt time. Here's the man. Oh, look at this, Simon Ione. Look at all the Rotary guys going to watch the great man, John Zappia. Here he comes. Zap! Did he just, he does his normal, comes through at about 30 mile an hour through the water. Did he just tap the brakes then just to settle it?
Maybe.
Here's Lorenzo coming back. Bravo, Lorenzo, bravo, bravo, Lorenzo, bravo. Got a settler ready for round one, got a tactic. He's going to let the little 471 go. But here we go. This is John Zappia and Daniel Camilleri. Yeah, we'll put Zap down. John Zappia is from Perth, of course, so we put John Zappia in. This might be the largest lineup so far. He's from Bibra Lake, as he always has been. We also got, of course, Brody in there. Brody Zappia as well. We haven't even finished all this yet. But here we go, from Berwick and Victoria, Dan Camilleri. Little 414 cube with a big blower on top. 4-speed Lenko pedal clutch. John Zappia. Now, John always used to have a pedal clutch in it. Now gone to the auto. He's got a Noonan on board. And you can do anything you want in here, Zap. This is Jamboree Outlaw Pro Mod. You can do what you want. Let it rip, mate. Overdrive, weight, doesn't matter. Let's just see the great HQ get down the track here. Come on, Zap. Pro Mod. Q2, our final Q qualifier for all of our categories due to our schedule blowing out some early incidents. So again, you'll be seated in the field. Zap's already got one in there, but he'd love it quicker than 11:29. Whoa, Zap! Again, we're only in quali mode, so we're not in survivor mode. But that was a hard shot. Look at Zappia off the tree. Get a photo of that. You don't tell me John Zappia's faced the odd Christmas tree in his life. 001 off the tree. 001.
That's just a good job of not red lighting.
Yeah, but come on, Jane. Don't rain on the great man's parade. Not only, I love how all those numbers lined up. 001 off the tree.
100.
1000 to 60 foot. A bunch of shake and a pedal. Same for Daniel as well. But they're in the field. We've got 11 in there. All things going well, we stick with 11. That means, well, we've got Pistol. So that's the 11.
And we haven't had Brody as well. Oh, Brody's in there.
Yeah, Brody's in there. They all did do a run, so that's everyone. So we're just, you know what? We haven't seen Bailey this round either.
Bailey's down there. You can see the AC Delco shirts.
That's Brody, not Bailey. I'm thinking of Bailey.
Bailey. Oh my God, there are all the B's.
There's Baileys, there's Brodies, there's Cody's, there's okay. There's the Slimer in the background, so he's coming. We've still got Carlson. Has he got one? Now that's our 11. Okay, that's our 11. Not a bad field, thank you very much. And we'll run them all too. We won't just cap off 8. We'll run them all. Which is another thing I always used to startle me, that we'd have beautiful cars like this not qualifying and then not making any sort of show. Okay, the Chicken Hawk team. First hit for him today wasn't a Carlson. There we go. No, 798. A little bit off from what he's done before. He's been in the 5-second zone. Pistol, geez, I'd love Pistol to. This has got 5-second potential. I mean, predominantly right from the word go, this has been the ultimate comp car. And hats off to the man and the car. Like, it's when Pistol wanted to come back racing. Remember, he had a beautiful orange Camaro, which I mean he made half famous, and then a guy called Perry Boulevard put Snickers on the side and claimed quite a few radial titles with it. So Pistol, when he wanted to get back in, it was going to have to be a pretty trick car, and this is a trick car indeed. 509 cubes a Hemi twin turbo. It is comp legal. Now, I don't know what you can do to make it quicker for Pro Mod, whether there's weight you can take out of it. I mean, if you really wanted to, you can go nuts on turbos if you're limited to turbo size, which you may be. Again, I haven't read a rule book in a long time. I didn't know they printed them still here in Australia.
No, they don't.
No. I've got old ones, which I think I can still reference back to. Got my old logbooks as well. Carlson and Pizzolides, their last qualifying pair. And remember, when we go racing this afternoon, it's going to be a bit of survivor mode, mate. It's going to be whether you shake or not. It's about getting to the finish line clean. I don't know whether he was expecting it to shake or whatever there, Carlson. He almost got a little bit gun shy. 637 for Pistol. That's a big improvement for him. He got one down. 100 to the 60 foot for Carlson. Half track 416 at 183. Pistol 422 to half track. It's almost like he expected it to shake, but it didn't.
It didn't.
It was a phantom pedal.
Yeah, it was a pedal for what reason?
Yeah, it was a pedal where he probably expected it to shake like it's done before, but I don't know whether it quite shook or whether it started to. And he's grabbed it before he did it. Now, that's some driver instinct right there. But is this going to be Bailey and Brody? Here we go. Bailey and Brody. Does this say here Brody from Corman, New South Wales? But I wonder, because the car's entered by Fab, it's going to be Fab. But he's still from WA. And how about this for another young gun? He's another guy, a teenager still, heaven's sake. I don't know how old Bailey is now, but again, a couple of young guys from WA, indoor cars. There is bite out there. There is bite. There's no doubt about it.
Both grew up in Perth, probably at the racetrack together.
Absolutely, probably born at the racetrack. And isn't it amazing that, if you stick with what you like doing, you get drawn to these things and you can't do anything else. And I'm sure
it's a tough life for some.
It's a tough life for some, isn't it not? Is it not? I didn't quite grow up in a drag racing family, but my uncles did drag race, so it wasn't immediately in my household. But when we used to go to Surfers Paradise to watch them race, I loved going there. It was something about it. I loved it. I think from then on, I was hooked from there. And then as soon as you could get your driver's license, I was at Willow Bank as soon as I could. Of course, you were literally running around in the dirt up at Willow Bank as a kid, you and your cuz.
Yep.
Now you got your own office there with brand new Mitsubishi aircon and everything. I can't wait for that aircon to
come and christen it.
Well, I hope it starts working because I put it in the best way I could. We just need a really good Sparky to hook it all up. When will that good Sparky do that, Jerry? And I'm going to run. I'm going to run the drain all the way to the other side of the building and put it into the downpipe. I just didn't get it done. If it starts dribbling where it's dribbling, well, let's just see how much damage it does. I'll come and run a few more lengths of pipe. All right, Bailey McClure, Brody's up. Your turbo versus blower. Nowhere else but Outlaw Pro Mod here in Australia at Jambo. Tell you what, that's a good launch. 379 the half track, 577. I tell you what, putting up the percentage runs. Brody Zappia, 612 for Bailey. 612 for Bailey, half track, 402 for Bailey. 977 to the 60 foot for Brody Zappia. 379 the half track at 198. And they're a couple of good runs. 78 and 79 there for Brody. And I'm looking back at the guys walking back there, Mr. Ricker walking back there, thinking, all right, well, that's what everyone else has got. We'll work from there. Let's just see.
We'll find a baseline.
Let's just see whether we can go 3 rounds and chop everyone. But it's what I love about this. I mean, remember, these are predominantly gentlemen, but a lot of ladies racing as well. And at the end of the day, it's all in a good day of high adrenaline motorsport. And that's what Pro Mod's just dished it out that particular session as well. We've got a couple of nice runs there from Thatcher Extreme, which was interesting to see as well. All right, crowd, those people in the Burnout area, time to move, because guess what? We're going to throw some sick skids out there, so move up. We got the area ready. But can you please move up? Where those people are sitting, you've got to move up from there. Those young blokes sitting down the front, you're going to have to move up. You're going to have to move up because we're going to do some skids in there, because that's another great Aussie pastime that we seem to do here. We did I'd say we invented that as well. Like, I know that we probably, we invented Jamboree. Ray Box invented Jamboree. It was a drag event, maybe the first in the world that just encouraged anything other than a V8 to race. 4 cylinders in a row. More or less 4 cylinders. So that was born out of wanting to do something different. Burnouts, I think, from some of Nat's days has kind of been where we've celebrated the motorsport that is Burnouts. And now guess who seems to like to do Burnout shows themselves at their own track? Mr. Cletus McFarland, of course. He's taken over Burnouts. A lot of people, a lot of Aussies in America now doing Burnouts. But what about here in Australia? Do we still do a good Burnout? Do we still have a good Burnout crowd? Where's our Burnout crowd? Give them a clap, cheer and a whistle. Where's all our sick Burnout fans? May have G'd you up a few seconds too early there. Thought I'd just get you ready to G up, you know. But this pad, now, I'm not a Burnout judge, but this is a technical Burnout pad. It's got a pretty narrow chute, short chute. You can't get a lot of speed to get a tip in. There is a kind of a little side barrier there which you can kind of get tucked around the corner, but it's still good to see that we're going to throw a couple of Burnout cars out there. I like this one. Eat, sleep, skid, repeat. I like that one. That's good to see. Comes a couple more of our pro modders back. And Zap, I wouldn't underestimate that HQ. He'll go back and get a percentage in there and still be ready to spank a few guys over 3 rounds. Yeah, so there's our quickest ever ET he's ever run. 5:58 on the hat. That's always been a thing in Zaps to put the ET. And of course, that's 5:58 slam illegal. So that's been, you know, relatively heavy, controlled on overdrive, all of that gear. So that's still a run that sort of, you know, goes down as being pretty stout for many, many years. And that's good to see that we've got plenty of door slammer superstars in the place. Of course, the Burnout motorsport. Again, we're not judging today. This is not anything other than a demo. Just as we sort of, you know, do a bit of track prep, there'll be calling out for round 1 of everything soon, because you know what we do around here at Jambo. Oliver, I'd love to enter in Brizzy Jambo just to bust out a blazing 16. I do hopefully think
we would love you to do that, Ollie.
Even if you wanted to start with 16s, Ollie, I do think 13B Bridge should get you something maybe in the 12s if you don't break anything.
Yeah.
It's got all the best gear in it, like, you know, thanks to Jerry from Direct Clutch for the clutch, thanks to Pack for the Supra adapter, the bell housing there as well.
Yeah.
Thanks to Scotty Layden for all the help and advice and teaching Oliver how to build the bridge.
Now you just need someone to teach him how to drive it.
No, I don't have a lot of experience driving a bridgie. I have to get Auntie Janie over to teach him how to drive a bridgie. Can't stay a constant throttle in those things. You've got to be either accelerating or decelerating. They don't like constant throttle, you know. All right, we're going to let the first skid go here. We've got the Aussie flag on board and, of course, the unofficial Aussie flag, the boxing kangaroo. I think famous since, you know, the America's Cup win. And, again, that skipped about 3 generations now from when we did that. What have we got, a screaming Echo Tech in there or something, have we? Has he got passenger on? Well, he has too. There's nothing better than taking a passenger with you so you can G up the crowd. Nice skid, nice intent, takes it back towards the entry, trying to get every square millimetre out of the pad, fill it full of smoke. Now the breeze is being a little bit complimentary today by holding on to the smoke, getting rid of it gradually, but not blowing it away. Nothing worse than a 20 knotter coming across that takes all your hard work away. At least here you get to hold on to a bit of your work. Yeah, I should actually have checked what engine's in it. It could be a Screaming Echo Tech, could be a Barrow. I don't know. It just doesn't. You'd notice a Barrow in this thing. It is covered up though. But that is a hell of a good skid. Very hard to film. Not exactly photogenic for the live stream here, but if you're tuned in right now, there's the Aussie flags and a whole bunch of smoke on the live streams that disappears in there. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle, folks. Come on, bit of a whistle if you can. He'll hear that. Nice skid. I'd give him a 9 out of 10 for that. 9 out of 10. He didn't hit anything. He kept quite a lot of continuity, which basically meant that he kept the throttle up at all times. and didn't have to hesitate or lift too much. Constant smoke, instant smoke. It's also seemed to have crapped itself coolant-wise, so it could be an Ecotech. If it's done that, it could be an Ecotech. Don't burn yourself, Stevie, down there. Stevie Betts down there having a look. Let that thing cool down for a sec. All right, here we go. Pretty stock-looking Falcon, but pretty much sums up nearly every industrial estate I can think of in the last 10 years. And the BA licence plate, I think, too filthy. Is that right? All right, so a few skids in there. Geez, don't take the rear quarter off it. Be careful. Whoa, okay, that was about 800 mil from the barrier there, so I know I've seen it tighter than that, but if he had gone in at that speed, it was going to be a fairly decent shove. But now this is the danger now when you get yourself into this situation. Your spatial awareness has got to obviously go down. He's in there somewhere. There he is, I think you see the back of him. The wind has shifted a little bit. There we go. Coughing a smell of that over there, folks, aren't you? It's something about burnout tyre smell and drag slick smell. I prefer the drag slick smell. Nicer sound to it. Nicer smell to it, rather. It's in somewhere. Give him a round of applause, a clap, cheer and a whistle. Nice effort. Beautiful effort. Beautiful effort. Now here we go. We got a little bit more Falcon here. A little bit rarer Falcon, the EF Falcon. I mean, these are getting rarer by the day. Barra powered. Got the sun visor on it. It's an FG Barra. You can tell by the plastic intake. All right, so these things are good for, I think they're 195 kilowatts, I think, from memory, and can skid really well. Careful of that very rare Falcon rear sheet metal. Let us not damage the back of that precious thing. So setting up the skid in a very similar way to the rest of them, sort of getting the perimeter all smoked in, getting yourself into a little tight spot here. You're letting that Barra scream. It's not quite a screaming 2J or a screaming RB. The Barra's built for a good purpose. You can make good power out of them boosted. And NA is a burnout engine. Yeah, well, there's still a few around that do the job week in, week out, the Australian burnout scene. It's pretty vibrant. Now, can I go and be as bold as to go on the record and say that it's actually probably more vibrant and active than the Australian drifting scene in a way? I think there's a lot of people out there doing the burnouts. Give them a round of applause as well. There we go. Three skids in a row. Not too bad. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I don't know what we do if we put a mega horsepower burnout car on that pad. That's a pretty compact pad, you must admit. And how blessed are we with the wind? Just getting rid of all of that there nicely. They're doing a bit of a quick pit stop here, and all the smoke is gone. Here they are. Oh yeah, they've definitely killed that set, and they are into it. I think the little Econovan or the E2200 out the front seems to be the only one that's still holding on to its tyres. Still got its passenger on board, happily strapped in. But there's tyres getting changed. We've obviously got to do that because we don't want to be running them out on the rims out through any of the venue here. We like to try and keep this place as spick and span as we can. Leave the pad for what it's supposed to be, and that's to murder the tyres, which we've successfully done and kept it in that area. So our Burnout guys are into doing the tyre change, and well done, you Burnout lunatics, as usual. But not everyone can have a factory extreme car, so you can, still got a motorsport. Maybe I'm in the wrong game, Janie. Maybe I've got to get into the skids. Maybe I've got to. There's some good prize money you can have in some of the contests. There's some good contests and some good coin around. So that is a hell of a list there. I almost want to take a photo of that. So we've got our Pro Mod qualifying list here, which I know we can probably repeat over the PA. For everyone also watching the live stream at home, would also be able to know. So, of course, he did the one shot this morning, John Ricker, 5:43, 270 mile an hour. Brody Zapier, 5:77, 247. Zach Neesvik, good to see there, 6:09, 239. Bailey McClure, 6:12. Lorenzo Golotto, 6:19. Steve Carlson, 6:26. Dan Camilleri, 6:35. Pisalides, 6:37. Sakaridis didn't improve on his 7:67, even though yesterday went 5:42 yesterday. And I think this afternoon, if we get our conditions back to very similar to what it was like yesterday, you will expect to probably see that performance step up. So still plenty of this racing to do this afternoon, folks. So get your friends out here, get your family on the road and get them out here and see you this afternoon. Of course, John Zapier and Joe Gauchi finishing 10th and 11th, where you wouldn't normally see them. But, the best thing about Chicago Shootout for these guys is you get to see 3 rounds of those guys racing. The field will be seeded, and they will have 3 matchups over 3 rounds. So each racer will race a different opponent 3 times, and then it'll determine on who the best 2 are for the final for the coin. I think today it's 5 today for them. So that's still better than your average door slammer money, I can tell you. Like the 20 grand at the Brizzy Jamboree, and I think we've got up about 5-ish here now for this one. So it's still better coin than most door slammer fields. So that is a killer pairing, sets of matchups. And I know that Race Control will probably do the seeding with that one shortly. So we'll be able to see those mouth-watering matchups shortly. Factory Extreme, well, that ended up, George Dazewski, 6:02. Rob Marjan, 6:03. Jay Sadek, 6:26. I still got that. Yeah, I've got the sheet there. Just keep an eye on those sheets. 6:26 for Jay Sadek. Eddie Harwack, 6:39. Jordan Spencer, 7:91. Zoran Gadgets, 8:36 with change. And Chris Kuramola, the same, 8:66 with plenty more potential in the bag, no doubt